Why was it interesting?
Just because everyone likes to know about Fauci, and obviously this was showing that that basically it looks like most likely, obviously, he had some kind of connection to these vaccine and those people who produced the vaccine.
And he's not allowed. So he said, I saw the clip briefly, and it says they're asking him if he's getting money, he's getting royalties from any pharmaceutical company. He said doesn't have to disclose that information. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, if you're not getting it, you'd say, I'm not getting it. No.
Yeah.
In my view, that's how I'd answer it.
Cool. All right, let me send out another few.
The only thing I'd say is that if the question had been, did you receive any royalties related to any vaccines connected to COVID, I would have been interested to see his response. But he said, have you ever gotten a royalty from any vaccine ever? Which I think made it harder to answer.
But then I think he could have answered, can you be more, oh yeah, fair. They're asking for yeah, it's pretty broad.
That would have been admitting that he did.
It's like asking Fiji, have you ever been paid off by any scammy crypto project? It's just too broad. You got to be specific.
No. I can answer that. No, I have not.
Yeah, sure. You're not under oath. I'm just sending out a few more invites, and then we'll kick it off.
I guess the question is, what do you define as a royalty?
By the way, what's happening before we kick off with the AI discussion? What's happening in the Web3 space? Anything interesting? I saw this whole hype around a Pepe coin, and I saw the markets retract a bit, but I haven't had a chance to really look into the markets over the last week. So maybe a quick Web3 overview
Mario,
before we kick off the AI discussion.
You want me to go deep?
No, just a broad broad overview.
Okay. Broad overview. I'll combine crypto, NFTs, and the cycle. So before NFTs was the crypto cycles, ICOs, and shitcoins. NFTs came, and then Yuga Labs sued Ryder Ripps and Poly.
I saw that
Yuga
one.
just won. Yuga just won.
Yeah, I saw. That was yesterday. That was epic news.
Who do you think is behind the coins?
How much money does the guy have?
It's not about what he has. So what they won is they won every substantive claim, and now what's going to go to trial potentially is the damages claims for the claims that they won beforehand. He wouldn't grant money, but inherent is that legal fees are a part of an IP victory. And Pauly, who's one of the defendants, has publicly said that he believes Yuga has already spent $20 million in legal fees.
Okay, man. Hold on. I will just give an overview because that's a pretty fascinating story. Can you tell us who that Ryder guy is?
I'll get even deeper and funny. Go ahead.
No, from memory, he was. I'm going to use the word defaming, but he was harming Yuga's brand because he made a name like something like a replica of the apes and called them something else. Or no, he used his. I can't remember the story. Can you remind me what happened?
So the interesting part is I have been in blockchain for years and years and years, and I came into crypto Twitter, which is the Twitter of crypto and NFTs, about a year ago. And I started with their community because I thought that it was really interesting to play on off IP and what does it mean to what is identity and whatever. He copied the entire BAYC, the Bored Ape Yacht Club collection, and called it RRBAYC, Ryder Ripps BAYC, but didn't change anything. And then made, I think, $3 million off the sale. And then continued to defame them as Nazis and all sorts of stuff. And then they finally sued him for trademark infringement because he included BAYC in the metadata. And they just won the biggest NFT lawsuit ever. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
So the fact they copied Bored Ape Yacht Club is fine, but the fact they included BAYC in the metadata is the reason they got screwed.
Because it's not copyright, it's trademark. So it's the brand, not the images. Because then there's questions of whether they give the image rights away to people. can you enforce a copyright on a non-exclusive license grant basis? But they won literally yesterday on trademark.
And how much they're going to be awarded damages, I guess?
Yeah, lots of damages and legal fees.
Interesting. And what you're saying, what your assumption is Ryder himself is just trying to siphon money out through shitcoins, or I misunderstood what you're trying to say?
I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, bro. All right, man. I'm going to stop the discussion now.
I'm going to say that certain people are behind these coins, as is understood. And it's an interesting meme coin season as people are a little bored with NFTs, and now they're chasing the wave.
But there isn't that much liquidity. The markets are still, they've recovered, but they're still far from, we're far from a bull market, and it's corrected back to 27K. Is there a narrative that a bull market is back, or no one is saying that?
Function, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Pepe was over $150 million market cap.
It was for a period. I believe it was 130, dumped back to 70, and is on its way back to 130 at the moment, from what I understand.
But is there a narrative, guys, that is anyone saying the crypto bull market is back, or no one's saying that?
They're saying moving money around, but Function, what's Gensler coin at right now?
I think a 9 million market cap or something. 10 million, I think. I saw it last night at 4, but I didn't buy it, sadly.
At 4 million, you mean? Not 4.
Yeah,
To be clear.
No, yeah, not $4. 4 million.
Yeah.
Like that.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right, guys. So I think we've got the panel here. We've got a few more speakers that will be joining us in a bit. We do have some names that haven't joined us before, haven't joined us often. Robert, how are you?
Doing awesome, man. Just keeping up with the world of AI.
Man, tell us. So
Hey,
the way what's
I
up, John?
didn't know that Scoble was in here. Robert, how are you, brother?
What's going on?
I didn't know the Scoble was joining either. That's a surprise to all of us, John.
Scobalizer.
It's a pleasant surprise.
Okay, I'll shut up too.
So guys, I wanted to do the space. So yesterday we're like, what should we cover today? And whenever there's nothing major, I try to take advantage of that day and just talk about the thing that I'm most fascinated by, and that's AI. Just to get a feeling of where the market is now, and I'm sure there's a lot of points we haven't really finished discussing from previous spaces, but the main thing I want to focus on is where the space is heading. Where are the opportunities? What are you guys doing in the industry? So maybe Scoble, since this is the first time you're here, would love to get an idea of your involvement in the space. What are you working on? What's exciting you? And I keep in mind there's going to be entrepreneurs, investors, and your average Joe in the audience. So if you could kind of relate to all three of them, that would be great. And we'll talk.
I had a famous blog for.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I had a famous blog for a decade in the 2000s where I covered Silicon Valley innovation and launched many, many things on my show. And Siri was one of those, and that was the first AI app they claimed that was consumer-based AI, and it was launched on my show. And on Monday, I'm interviewing the team that invented that. And so I have a front row seat on this industry. I don't play in it. I can't do this stuff, right? I don't do math. I don't do AI training. I know how it's done. I've seen it done. I've been at the hackathons last weekend, in fact, where people are using it. So I have a pretty good idea of what they're trying to do with it and what it does, but I can't do it. And so since then, I've followed 50,000 people on Twitter in the AI space, and I'm retweeting everything that moves in this space, and it's quite a moving space. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, so I've started forcing, one thing I've started doing, and by the way, another thing we'll be discussing today is Truth GPT and how that could look like, because we've got Google's Bard, we got ChatGPT, and we got Truth GPT. So these are the three that we're going to be discussing in a bit as well. But one thing I'm doing, guys, is I'm having a fight with my lawyers, Fiji, no joke, about forcing them to use ChatGPT and telling them, guys, if you're not going to use ChatGPT to become more efficient, charge me less. I'm going to look for another lawyer. So one of them is already using it and they're comfortable with it because they have a brain. The other one is just refusing to use it. So I'm going to jump on a call with them tomorrow and just give them, Dan, look, I'm not going to utilize your service. I can't pay you the same shit when ChatGPT could do most of the shit that you do and probably better without your spelling mistakes. So that's one thing I'm doing a lot of now. Nolan, good to have you on the panel.
Glad to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Pleasure. So to kick off the space, I'm just asking the panelists what they're doing in the space now, what's interesting, what's the latest developments. So I'd love to get a bit of an overview from you, Nolan. And again, the audience has investors, entrepreneurs, and your average Joe. What's exciting for you in the space?
Well, I'm excited because I made some predictions. I wrote a book about the integration, the synthesis of Bitcoin and AI, starting in about 2015, 2016. And I had a lot of people sort of review it and look at it. And I made predictions in it when I made it. So it's called Satoshi Wedding Murders. And the basic prediction is that everyone would have an eyeball, everyone would have an AI, and it would help them, guide them through life. And it would sort of manage even most of our transactions in this world. Bitcoin had scaled not from an engineering platform, but as a cognitive platform, because AI was basically there to manage it for us. And so that the predictions have come true in the sense that AI kind of lies, is a bit infantile in that it can have this sort of, it needs the prompt engineering of humans in order to make any progress. So it's been interesting to see that stuff come to life. So now I'm really engaged to sort of get the story out to people. And day by day with the show that I do with Bitcoin Magazine every morning, I've been covering the AI phenomena and really talking about personal AI and how indeed it can sort of act like a third eye in the sense that, and that's why I call them eyeballs, in the story, everyone has an eyeball, a third eyeball. And seeing this sort of start to become apparent to people, seeing the race between corporate trained AI versus personal trained AI. And even myself, every day I've been generating my thumbnails for my YouTube videos using Midjourney. I've been writing all kinds of scripts using ChatGPT. It's been a lot of fun. So just using it personally has been a real kick.
So quick question, Nolan. First, you're behind Bitcoin Magazine?
Yeah, not behind it. So I was an early CoinDesk guy. I'm sort of at my 10 years as a professional Bitcoiner. I worked in the Senate of Canada years ago and got a study going on Bitcoin in 2013. And we actually were one of the first ordinals users. In a sense, I used the op return script in 2015 when we tabled it in Parliament to show that we had published this report. It was pretty interesting. A lot of people were...
Yes, I didn't know you that early. But Nolan, what's going to happen to the publishing industry with AI? What's going to happen to magazines and publications like Bitcoin Magazine?
I think we're already seeing the corporate model. Bitcoin Magazine is in a special case because it is a specialty media. And I think there is probably going to be an appetite for that because Bitcoin Magazine covers culture and has an event, which is a revenue generator. And of course, colleges haven't been able to keep up with the pace of the Bitcoin and larger crypto or the cryptocurrency industry, let's say. So the events have already taken up the slack of the education system. And I think, education budgets, for example, might end up taking up the budgets of Hollywood, right? Once we get into a 5G world. And what I see is copyright really falling apart. Yeah, go ahead.
For the audience, I've just got a bunch of DMs asking about the name of your book.
Oh, Satoshi Wedding Murders. And the idea here is that in the same way in the British system, like royals hold laws in confidence for people, in this future world set about 80 years after a Bitcoin standard, large liquidity providers, basically
Nolan,
big
Nolan, can I ask you an honest question? AI is going to change various aspects of our lives. A lot of money flowing into the AI, into the space. I was reading an article yesterday that a lot of the Web3 money is being sucked up by AI. There's a lot of opportunities in the space. There's a lot of business ideas. There's a lot of investment opportunities. Why a book, man? Did you just enjoy it?
No, I mean, really, it came down to the idea years ago, the fourth turning framework, just talking about, how Bitcoin is really part of the trigger of an entire epoch turning event. And I wondered at the time what would be the event that could do that. The entropy that is set into the fiat system has invited this situation with Bitcoin. So I wondered what situation could arrive with Bitcoin in 100 years. And so that's where I started getting into a lot of this AI stuff. And I guess it was also from the early days of, when you were doing a lot of early Bitcoin sort of evangelism, and you got the same question, oh, what are you going to do when AI comes around and quantum computing? So I started looking into it a lot, and that's where I got this idea. So it was really just a creative outlet to sort of figure stuff out. And it sort of came to me at once. I wrote it in a summer, and I've been, shopping it around with friends ever since. So it was really just a way to put a prediction down on paper. And I'm a person who believes that if you make predictions and they come true, there's a good chance that the worldview you had when you made that prediction was more accurate, right? So,
Sorry, no, sorry, I'll let you finish your point. Sorry, no.
No, that was it. There was not much more after that. It was a way to exercise and sort of get what I was thinking out.
Yeah.
And it was right in the middle of the scaling debate around Bitcoin too. And I continue to believe that we can scale it cognitively, right? And that was sort of what the book was based on too.
No, I just shot on Mario's statement where he goes, "Why a book?" Like only Mario would make that statement. But anyway, to something more relevant. Mario, your earlier statement where you were basically saying you're gonna fire your lawyer because of ChatGPT. I mean, that is a significant over-reliance on ChatGPT. Like, that is my concern.
Bro, let me give you an idea. I'm already training a ChatGPT AI model to replace you as a co-host. Just to give you an idea how much I'm relying on it. I'm forcing my entire team to start using ChatGPT in every decision they make, everything. And I take it very seriously. Hold on, man. Don't let me start using the examples of where you didn't use ChatGPT and it backfired, but I'm not, because I'm a nice guy. I don't go too far. So not having lawyers, just like having lawyers in the 90s. Listen, bro, having lawyers in the late 90s and you're telling them to use the internet. They're like, no, we can go to the library and find everything we need, or we've got everything in the books. I'm like, hey, you could just Google it and it'll give you the answer instantly. Hey, you can go through all the legal records and find anything you want. They're like, no, we still prefer to call or depend on our memory on a book. Would you still use a lawyer that does that?
So yeah, I'll be clear on this. You got basically a scenario where obviously anyone who says they're not using ChatGPT, that's a ridiculous argument. I see the merit in using that machine, but I also see the flaw in over relying on that machine, is what you're doing, or the way you've explained it. And please let me explain why. So let me just give you a minor example. So yeah, of course, it would be ridiculous. Like you said, it does very good things like spelling and grammar. It helps you phrase things in a good way. It gives you quick searches. And those are just few of the benefits. Many more benefits. But you're
actually, probably the most valuable would be formatting for Law in Motion.
Yeah, formatting. Yeah, I agree as well with that. But then the problem is, look, again, I'm not trying to make this into like a political situation, but I'm just going to give you an experience that's anecdotal, but we can apply it from a wide-ranging perspective. So I use ChatGPT on a number of occasions, but I can just give you examples of the last two. It essentially did not let me write what I wanted to write as a writer, and attempted to basically rewrite my thoughts from the completely opposite perspective. How is that doing the function that I wanted?
That's because you don't know how to prompt it. You have to explain exactly what perspective you want. And then you'll probably say, no, I prompted it properly. I'm very confident you didn't, because I gave you a whole tool to use and you didn't even use it. So if you know how to prompt ChatGPT, not yet, but in the very near future, it will know your tonality and how you want to write something more than you do. The same way YouTube knows what I want to watch and when I want to watch it before I do. What's your... Hold on.
So
guys, wait a minute, you're not using ChatGPT effectively. I'd like to be the fun.
Okay, hold on, bro. You need...
Because he's actually prompting.
Okay.
Yeah, so I use ChatGPT. Let me just make my point, and then you guys, because if you might have an answer for this as well, rather than me come back on it with another point. So I use ChatGPT as an example. Let me give you a different example then. To merely give me a spell check, spelling and grammar, and it refused to do so because it said, "Oh, what you're saying is wrong."
Got it.
I don't know what ChatGPT you use. I don't know who's speaking now, but yeah, Function, it's you. Can you please correct him, because I don't know what the fuck he just said.
Explain why your God did this.
I mean,
yeah.
Explain why you.
So there's a couple.
You must hold on, function. Maybe what you typed is so shit that I'm like, hey, I'm not even gonna correct this shit. That's how off you are with what you said. But Function, go ahead. Or you wrote some weird ass conspiracy theory. Like, hey, ChatGPT, can you please tell me why the president of the United States comes from Mars and is a lizard?
Even if a person wants to write that, they should not refuse to spell. Even though I wouldn't say that, but
And probably you're
right.
right. Probably you're right, because I want to tweet this to all my followers when I'm on to spread this misinformation.
Again, what? Again, like let's go. You can go as wacky as you want, even though my point
No,
wasn't wacky.
Slayman.
Let's go
The
as
point
wacky
is
as
you're
you
trying
want.
to use it for spelling. That's the point. It's not used
Yeah,
for
that's-
spelling.
No, let's function. Let it function as to him. And no, function. He also said that it didn't accept it fixes spelling mistakes. I've never heard of that, but please, maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, maybe I'm missing something on that as well. And like, it can be used for that, but that's like,
Don't worry, boys. I've put the thread.
It's almost
I've
like
put the thread in the space. Sorry, function. Just
No,
I've put the thread on the space, and I've put an image of when ChatGPT refused to do so. Please continue.
using ChatGPT to do spelling corrections is like buying a motorcycle and thinking you can pedal it, and just like rolling your motorcycle down the street and down hills, but never turning it on and never fucking going 50 miles, 100 miles an hour on it. Like it's the same concept. It can be utilized like that. Like you can throw that bitch in neutral and roll around all day, but are you going to have a lot of fun? Are you going to have get the full experience of it? No, not at all. To add on to this conversation, and I don't think you're essentially wrong in using that way.
Function,
Let me finish my thoughts before you jump in again with the whole
right, go for it, bro. Go for it,
bro. I don't think you're essentially think you're wrong per se in your attempt to use it that way, because that's why wouldn't you use it the same way you use Google or the way you use other platforms that have already existed? The way that I've been kind of utilizing it and seeing great benefit in it is, instead of looking at it as Google or as a search engine, like a lot of people do, answer this question or do this, I use it as a tool, almost as a friend who's the smartest friend ever and probably has 3 of the other smartest friends ever all around them, and being able to have conversations with it. And that's where, at least right now, I've found the current genius being. So for example, right, I'm very, very deep into DAOs and decentralized autonomous organizations. And so we have multiple 45, 30, 50 page documents all revolving around this stuff. And so I fed it all to ChatGPT over 20 or 30 messages in one specific chat. And I said, do you understand it? And they're like, okay, we understand it. And then I start to ask it actual questions that aren't can you see if there are any spelling errors? It's more can you see if there's any conceptual errors? Or if you model this to the models of Aristotle or to the models that Socrates created of self-governance and self-organization, how do those relate, or do they relate? Or where are some potential loopholes or some gray areas that I'm not seeing that are in this that could make it less central, or could make it more centralized and less decentralized? And then it's almost meant to be. And then once you have it all in there, it can make you documents and all that stuff very quickly, which I think is very effective as well. I've done that. But it's almost meant to be, in my opinion, a tool that you can go back and forth with in order to create and expand your conceptual knowledge on topics, and therefore advance yourself, if that makes sense.
Okay, okay, I'll come back on 2 points where you made that. And then I do want to bring GP in because he's not drinking the Kool-Aid as much as everybody else is on here, so it'll be good to hear another perspective. But look, first point, in terms of your argument about put it on neutral and roll it around, that's not a good equivalence, because I'm basically saying this GPT is not even let me put it on neutral.
No, bro, because you put content that breaks its policies. I don't. Shouldn't I disagree that it should?
It's a perfect example, because it's not fun rolling a big 100 or 2-ton motorcycle
let me
around.
Finish, function. You never let me.
It doesn't
function. You never let me. Okay, bro. Function. Let me finish my other point, because remember you didn't want me to interrupt, even though you went on a tangent.
I mean, you went on forward, so it's okay, buddy.
Yeah, cool, whatever. So in terms of what you said about the conceptual problem, look, the reason why I'm highlighting this is because of this. Of course, one hopes that, I understand the logic behind why one would want to use it. You can basically put it in there. You can argue that you can use it conceptually. But if you're saying, guess what? I'm going to put these documents in here, and then I'm going to rely on ChatGPT to then model this on Aristotle, your flaw is that you're assuming that ChatGPT is going to do this from a neutral perspective. The reason I'm giving you this basic argument is because whenever you always use a basic situation then apply to the complex. So yes, I know I write a lot. I write philosophical books, so I know what the situation is, and why I'm giving this basic concept is because I know that if it's going to block me on something so basic, then I do not trust it that when I'm writing a book on philosophy of mind and linking it to, for example, the Neoplatonic theory of the mind and consciousness, that it's going to give me the correct application, and it's not going to give me application based on a biases that has even caused me to block a very basic concept. You understand my point?
Can you read the answer that it gives you and make the determination whether it's accurate or not?
Well, yes, you can. And so again, there's 2 points. Well, I'm gonna.
Suleiman, you're forgetting the most important part. This is not the replacement of humans. It's the replacement of redundancy with the human at the top. It is your job to do word search. It's your job to make sure it reflects your thoughts. It's your job as the human to be the filter. What it does, it saves you a lot of time, and that's why Mario.
No, but you can't filter what you don't know. So
look at the hands. Look at the hands.
Exactly.
Look at the 100. That's exactly what it is.
And I never.
So what you're misunderstanding is this.
And to be very clear, I was never giving.
Because what it'll do.
That's not true, by the way, that you can't double check any fact. I met a team last week at the GPT plugin hackathon who is building a that it tells you.
Robbie dropped
and
out.
it'll be they go through and automatically fact check all of its facts. By the way, it can fact check its own work itself. You can feed back its answers and say, "Can you please rate this answer for a measure of accuracy?"
Simon, I think your solution. I know you want to go to another speaker who wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid. So maybe go to them right after I finish this. Your solution is Truth GPT, because you've got paranoia from bias. So as soon as you sense any form of bias in your look, Google is biased, man. So I recommend you stop using Google. Go use DuckDuckGo.
But the difference is, Mario, and this is why it's important. With Google, I, as a user of Google, know that when I'm going to search, I'm going to get articles, and I need to find articles pro and con. But literally, people are relying on ChatGPT to be basically.
I need to see your prompts, Simon, because if you tell ChatGPT, can you find me articles? And I've given this example when we spoke, I think privately. Can you give me articles that talk about this issue from that perspective? So from a specific perspective, then it will get you articles from that perspective. Now, I think ChatGPT is still too biased, and it's still far from, it's still not perfect, obviously. But your solution is Truth Social, Truth GPT, what Elon is building.
I mean, I don't know, because Elon could be, again, biased on the other side. So I'm not saying that's the solution. But what I'm saying is this. Essentially, the argument that's being made here is, again, problematic, because when you're, again, looking for ChatGPT to give you, as Robert just said, a measure of accuracy, or if, as function says, you're able to recheck it and analyze if it's right. But that's the problem, because what's essentially going to happen is, yes, there will be a few minds who are willing to do that. I accept that, and that's what you should do. In reality, most minds, as Mario saying, he's already relying on it so much. And it won't be just Mario. There'll be billions of people like Mario who'll be doing the same in various other fields. And you've essentially stopped that process. And so you basically have a problem where it becomes the arbiter of truth, and we're seeing that on basic concepts it's literally flagging issues. It's literally unwilling to spell check on issues. It's been programmed.
Yeah, I think go. Who's the speaker that wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid? GP. I'd love to get GP. I'd love your thoughts on this, and I do want to just kind of the problem Suleiman is talking about. And then soon we'll go back to opportunities and investment opportunities and entrepreneurial opportunities in the space, because I care a lot about money. But Suleiman's obsession with bias, which is fair, because we've covered this in the space. It's already there. It's already on social media platforms. Social media platforms are biased. Google is biased. Now, someone's like, yeah, but humans are filtering and where they get information. But you can also prompt ChatGPT or different AI tools. You can prompt them to get information from different sources or with different perspectives. So you could do the same thing you do manually using the web. You could have AI do for you. GP, what are your thoughts? And what do you think about me using using lawyers, using ChatGPT to replace lawyers?
Hey Mario, thanks for the invite. And Suleiman, appreciate your support. Straight in at the deep end. Wow. So the first thing I'd say is that ChatGPT is not a source of truth. And, you know, I think also people conflate the idea of information and data with wisdom. Now, while it's a tool that can definitely fast track searching of what is a limited amount or set of data, some of it neutral, some of it misinformation and disinformation, and some of it willfully augmented to support the agendized and politicized motives of the people who own ChatGPT. It is definitely an accelerator for manual tasks, but it is only an accelerator for manual tasks to the extent that it covers the regions that you're concerned for. So, for example, if you're talking about complex truth and absolutism and relativism, if your lawyer is looking at case law in the UK, okay, fine. If ChatGPT can definitively say that it parses out UK case law and precedent from its overall statement that it is inaccurate in its statements and cannot be relied upon as a source of truth, that its only objective is a large language model to mimic human conversational discourse in the most effective manner possible, then if you put that to one side, you may be able to say to your lawyer, for UK case law, I have a definitive response from OpenAI or Microsoft and so on, that they are definitive, complete, and representative and non-biased and demonstrable, transparent proof that they aren't. And therefore, I wish that you use it for searching up precedent in any case that I give you, or accelerating your reading of the case law with any particular unique case that I give you to which you're not familiar. And in that circumstance, it will allow them to, suppose, go to the library and pick out the books and rumble through the pages. It will direct them to the content they need, but only on the basis that you can get that statement from the owners that it is unbiased, accurate, complete, and also fully up to date, which is very important to realize that ChatGPT, once it has a new release, is fixed in that time and does not have current live links to the external and will not. Therefore, it is static in its knowledge base, and it only uses that knowledge base and the prompts and the interfacing with its users to increase its performance with respect to the answers that it gives, to make them more and more applicable, ultimately to become a text-to-speech replacement for the disintermediation of customer service desks. But in relativism,
Oh, sorry,
if you ask,
carry on. I just want to ask Mario a question, what you just said now. So, Mario, can you see what GP is saying? I mean, what's your answer back to that? That essentially you're relying on a static piece of knowledge while you're in the present when it comes to, for example, your legal issues.
Yeah, look how, and Fidji, not only this, look how low that was. I had this message feed Sulaiman in the group. I'm like, hey, give me 1 minute. I have an urgent call. I'll be back. He knows I'm off. I'm not listening, and takes advantage. Fidji, what did GP say? Tell me, Sulaiman. Fidji, not Sulaiman. Fidji, tell me what he said.
So, I'd actually love to hear Robert's take on this. He presupposed, and GP, nice to see you. He presupposed that imagine if. So a lot of what you were saying kind of was in and of itself static in its perspective, and not thinking about the fact that AI looping upon itself and creating data loops, that the question of where it would pull the law from Britain, of course it would pull the law from Britain. Of course, if prompted correctly and if looped correctly, it would be guiding the information in the way. So I'm going to push back, but the only thing that really I don't know the answer to, no, this is important. The only part I don't fully understand the answer to is you made a very large statement saying that once essentially GPT, whatever, 4 goes to the next one, that it becomes, essentially you're inferring the previous information is permanent, and therefore it's building on potentially improper permanent information? Because that's what I got. But Robert, your take, please.
Yeah.
Oh, there's many reasons that it makes mistakes.
Go ahead,
right?
Robert.
Yeah. If you ask it the history of Silicon Valley, for instance, it gives you a bullshit answer, which actually is the answer Stanford University wrote for history, right? Which is Stanford University started Silicon Valley and Hewlett Packard started at Silicon Valley at Stanford. But it doesn't really explain the full truth. And you can get the AI to tell you the full truth if you know how to prompt it, how to get more out of it than the
So Robert, it all comes down, like, from what I'm understanding, the ability to properly prompt will give you the edge. And if you don't know how to prompt it, it could end up backfiring on you. I remember, Slimane, when you did a thread using ChatGPT, it came out as a lame thread, and I'm like, no, man, there's a tool. I need to get the name of it. There's a tool that.
But here's the nice thing. There's communities now of people who are building these super prompts. We call them complex prompts.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna give a name. Let me give a name to the audience, because I'm using this on a regular basis. So it just comes out on your screen. I'm trying to get the name here. My colleague put it on. Air. So I don't like, giving too many shout outs for companies, but AI PRM. ChatGPT prompts. So it's AI PRM. I hope you got it, Simon. So what that does, and I've got a question afterwards for Prime and Zachary, but what the AI PRM does is you got a drop down menu and you can select literally anything you want. So you have from threads to buyer persona legend to an article, an SEO article to outrank other articles, keyword strategy, a content calendar, YouTube script, the list goes on. I can go on forever. It's got a whole bunch of prompts. It's got 2,728 prompts you can select from. One of them is Twitter threads. You can give it information, gives you a thread, then you can perfect it afterwards. E-commerce, SEO, product description, one-click blog. It's incredible. And then not only this, like I've got the paid version. You could actually select what type of tonality you want. So writing style, academic, analytical, argumentative, controversial, creative, descriptive, continuous, tone, authoritative, clinical, don't know what that means, cold, confident, cynical, emotional, empathetic, formal, and then you can have different languages. I didn't know that. Holy fuck, they got all the different languages. So this gives you an idea of how advanced prompting has become, Slimane. And if you're not using that prompting option, you're missing out. But I've got a question for Prime. I'm sure you've got some comments.
I am using it.
Look, man. I need to see your prompts. Okay, I need to see your prompts because I'm sure they're not good. You just started using it 2 days ago.
Motorcycle is off. He's not prompting.
Yeah, exactly.
Mario, just with your permission, real quick. We're talking about the prompts. Like we're putting prompts into a source of reliable, complex truth. And I think we're talking about the wrong end of this stick. Prompting into a opaque set of data where you yourself very correctly said that Web 2 and Web 1 have created.
Let him finish. Let me finish. I don't understand what he's saying.
Let me finish.
Let me let you finish. I didn't understand what he's saying. And then you let you respond. So no, sorry. I just didn't understand what he's saying. That's why. So, unless you can explain it, Fidji, when you reply.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is this: we're talking about prompt engineering into an opaque data set that we are not aware of where the sources are drawn from. We are prompt engineering into a data set that is run by a profit-driven organization. And we are all in agreement that Web 2 and its inheritance from Web 1 is replete with misinformation, disinformation, black propaganda, and alternative opinions. Now, most of those opinions and a lot of that content, do we know that it has been parsed out and properly cleansed in order to train the data set?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand. It's a fair point.
Yeah. So
Fidji, I'll let Fidji jump in so we can go to Prime. Fidji, you wanted to jump in on this point? It's a fair point. Like it is profit-driven companies that work on the algorithm, so bias is inevitable.
My response is that if we sit here and don't understand that everything will evolve along with, including truth and the data sets where that information comes from and the truth that gets ascribed to that. And by the way, again, I'm going to bring in blockchain because it's inherent. But I'm not done slamming. The point is, yes, right now as applied, do not listen to ChatGPT for the accuracy as to truth of information. But does that mean it is inherently flawed as to the future understanding and grabbing from truth? No, and I think that's the short-sightedness, is to think that this won't evolve to refine truth. And as we have reputational networks and data sets that in fact improve truths, it will draw from truth. It's not an inherent flaw of AI that the truth it's drawing from.
I just want to summarize what you're saying, bro, for the audience. This is your statement in one sentence or two sentences. I accept
you're a dinosaur.
I accept that it's flawed, but I accept that it's flawed and it doesn't give us truth, but we're gonna get it right. Trust me, blood. That's basically your argument.
How I built every business I've ever owned. It's never perfect, but it's hopefully always better.
No, I'm not saying it won't be better. That's not my argument. But what you're essentially saying is I accept that this ChatGPT does not give us truthful information, does not give us correct information. And you're saying, I accept that, but in the future, it might do it, bruv. That's basically what you're saying.
I accept that it is only drawing from data that exists. And by definition, it is not parsing between the truthful or accurate of facts.
Prime, I'll let
that's
you...
That's the superior problem. That's the superior problem, Phygital. When we use words like hopefully and maybe and in the future, we proxy the future to agendized, politicized, and profit-driven motives from organizations who have been provably and repeatedly failing in their responsibility to provide the hopefully, probably, and aspirational ethics. We have inherited 15 years of dystopia from the activities of big tech, who are now the proponents of a large-scale PR campaign, which I think was covered very well by Mario in his intro, which is crypto has gone into the background, AI is the next big thing, and everybody's suffering from what I call the shiny new toy syndrome, especially when we consider that ChatGPT is an infinitesimal amount of the AI as it exists in the world today, and is an infinitesimal amount of the actual control, truth issues, and profit-driven motives that are going to end up, if not ethically designed from the beginning in terms of the design of autonomous and intelligent systems, being controlled by people who have been provably abusing their power, who have been provably engaged in mass surveillance and complicit under legalized in-camera, but also warrantless surveillance, search and seizure, the conflation of evidence in order to construct cases.
So I think GP, I get your concern. And there's there's a couple of solutions. One of them would be regulators starting to treat those social media platforms, and that would include ChatGPT, start treating them more like a public town hall rather than a private company. I think they will need to follow requirements that includes no censorship. Will that happen? I don't think so, because regulators are, if anything, complicit in all this. But that's at least one solution we can think of. Another technical solution, maybe Prime, you can tell us, you can maybe expand on this one, is that decentralizing the algorithm, and then you'll be able to access the API and see how biased they are, and then you can build on top of it different levels. Because I think everyone will choose their own ChatGPT, their own version of it that fits their bias, that fits the bias they want to see, the narrative they want to hear. Meta Prime, what do you think?
Yeah, I know. I think we've had some really good conversations around this idea that the AI system as a learning model, it's going to have inherent flaws in the sense that it can never perfectly represent truth, right? And so we have to approach using it with that understanding that, maybe the vast majority of the time it's putting out a really good quality answer. It's saving us a lot of time. But if we just see it, because humans are really good at this thing where we just kind of simplify structures as a way to better understand how to interact with the world, right? And, obviously AI is a very complex thing, right? It's think about it as like you're driving your car. You're not thinking about how the engine works, or you don't even know, you need to know how the engine works to drive your car around. It's the same thing with AI. right? But if you have this, if something's going to break in your car or it's not reliable, right, you need to know who to call or how to manage that, right? You need to not always assume that your car is going to work, and so you have your spare tire, right? All of those kinds of things. And I think that same kind of danger of, if we abstract AI too much and we think of it as just the single source, that can be very dangerous. But I think, Mario, you're right in that there is going to be, I think, like, this is what Elon sees, is he sees AI as kind of like a black box, right? It's really hard to kind of pick apart whether that bias, that inaccuracy is one thing, and then also potential bias as another piece. And he's saying, if I can build my own thing, right, and then I can demonstrate that it's better or something like that, then people will navigate. And I think that competition structure is always really inherently good for the end user, right? If there's a lot of different AI tools that are being built, then it's going to be really, really good for us all. But I do kind of think that there is something to be said for this kind of idea that we can't fully trust AI, and it's very dangerous to just completely trust it going forward. And we always have to have that ability, but not everyone is going to think that way.
I have a question for you, Prime. I want to move on to the topic that I'm really interested in. So there's got, like, me and Simon kind of showed two sides of this whole this technological evolution. Some of us will be focusing on making sure it goes in the right direction. Slayman will be that. Others will be like, how do I participate in this? I'm an entrepreneur. It's in my blood to always find ways to build a business or participate in some way. Now, I've said this a few times. The way we're doing it is don't put 100% this time, man, because all your threads and stuff is about how can I trick AI to make it look stupid and biased, while my threads are like, what are some good opportunities?
No, you're right. I agree with your comments. So, I mean, you rarely get things right, so I have to put 100%.
Okay, so what we're doing, and I've said this before, and I keep saying it because I want companies to reach out to us, is we started offering our services, whether they want to come on the show, build out shows, build out communities, incubating, that we do for Web3, started doing it for AI companies and only taking equity in return. Because I don't think I'll be able to succeed. The failure rate of an AI startup is going to be really high, and I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to take that risk. So instead of building something, just take a piece of all these different ones by working with different startups. So that's how we're doing it. Now, if I gave you, let's say I gave you 10 minutes, that's a question from the audience, by the way, Prime, and I'm going to ask it. I wrote it down. The question is, can you ask if they had $30 million to invest in AI? Okay, this must be a very rich audience member. Let's use $5 million. If you had $5 million to invest in AI, where would you put that to work? And they said $1 to $5 million ticket size. Obviously, make that smaller. So I'm guessing this is a VC in the audience. Prime, you want to take that one first, and then we'll go to Susan and Emergent.
Yeah. So one of the big business ideas that I have and that I think would be the most valuable is helping younger generation people figure out the right path forward for their lives. Right. I see this all the time where the earlier educational systems don't really do a good job of encouraging kids to think broadly about their career, what they want to do, what's important to them. I think a lot of time they just kind of, follow the path that's laid out, and they just end up kind of doing that. But then, they get to those later stages in life and they're like, oh shit, like I have a limited amount of time and I should have been spending that doing this, that, or the other thing. And so really that first step in education should be exploration of interests and ideas. And I think like that's a really that whole career advancement, career mentoring job that I make this analogy where I say, if you were the best athlete that ever lived, what sport would you go into? Well, probably like soccer or American basketball or something like that, because it pays you a lot of money and it's very prestigious. Unfortunately, career advisors, right, like that job does not pay well. It's not very prestigious. If you're you have the skills that would make you a good career advisor, you probably use them to get a better job. And so you don't have a lot of good career advisors running around, and yet it's one of the most important things, especially for younger generation. And so that area would be key. And I think especially in a world where everything's changing so quickly, right? We've talked about how, prompting and prompt engineering is going to be really important. I've heard a lot of people talking about no code as a way to build apps and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, if you go to a school and you learn all of these things, and then by the time you graduate, you don't need any of those skill set. That's a huge waste of time. And so something to help, younger generation have a little bit more path and clarity and advisement that's tailored to their skills. I think something like that would be extremely powerful.
Okay, that's interesting. Zachary, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, your audio's really bad, man. It sounds like you're far away and it's a bit echoey. Not sure if you could fix it. So I'll go to Susan, and I'll go to right after. I'll go to you, Zachary. Maybe your audio would be better. Susan, I know you probably have some comments to make on what was discussed earlier, but also would love to get an idea of what are things entrepreneurs could do or ideas people could invest in.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much also highlighting the previous discussion on prompting and why that's so important. By far, the most important piece here is data. And so if you have that money to spend, the most important thing to collect would be very task-specific data that is useful to whatever business use case that you're an expert in and that you can verify yourself. So the trick with prompting is like knowing the data distribution on which your model is trained on. And so if you're better at prompting, it just means you have a better grasp of what this vague internet corpus black box data set that these models have been trained on. And thus far, data hasn't been released for these models that are currently floating around in open source. I think just this week is when Red Pajamas came out. That's a open source effort to replicate the data set used for training the llama models. So the open source community is moving pretty fast in this space. And Stability AI just this week also released Stability LMs. These are also open source models, 3 billion, 7 billion parameters trained on some data set that they use. So all this means that what's important isn't so much as pre-training this foundational model aspect that people have been super hyped about. It's actually the very specific data sets that business really care about that would actually leverage these models and combine both their unique data sets with these pre-trained models to have the most use out of all this technology.
Totally right on. The businesses I'm meeting with are very concerned about giving all their internal data to OpenAI, right? If you copy a spreadsheet and paste it into ChatGPT and ask for help with your spreadsheet, you just gifted OpenAI all the data on the spreadsheet, right? And it might use that against you in the future, right?
If I could jump in.
Yeah, come on in.
I think that's like a somewhat I don't mean to say you're naive, but I think it's like a somewhat naive idea of what like the working relationships look like between enterprises and service providers in the AI space. There's no shortage of precedent for, contracts and BAs between, clients and service providers that have provisions, for example, for zero data retention. I work in particular with a healthcare startup, and that's the norm. In fact, you can't even begin entering into a relationship, for example, whether it's for speech recognition or any of a number of other services without having some sort of zero retention policy. So I don't think that is like there are, of course, going to be cases of some clowns who are just like going in through the public, standard interface with ChatGPT, just copy pasting sort of like sensitive business information in ways that they shouldn't. But that's more a matter, I think, of like a number of individuals being like kind of acting foolishly than it is like a fundamental obstacle. Like there's, I think, enough legal engineering around this already to make it so that, this is a problem that doesn't really have to exist.
See, that's what's interesting. Like, and I guess Mario, I want to ask you it because you basically made the comments earlier on.
By the way, someone sent me the audio. They're like, AI has social consequences, but who pays the price? Tech companies' problem with quote ethical debt. That was a headline of one of the news outlets. So it seems to be the narrative right now. But continue. Go ask your question.
Yeah, and obviously you guys don't believe that, isn't it? But anyway. My point is, Mario, you mentioned, I forgot what I was going to ask you now, sorry, with your ethical point. So anyway, what point were you making with that statement?
Nothing, just someone sent it to me. I thought you're going to someone put it in the comments as well. I thought you read it, you're going to hit me with it as well, because I know this is a concern that you have. If you don't have a question, man, I'll go to the other speakers just to get some more ideas.
No, Mario,
I just want to go to GP.
The main point is that all these other countries, and then also Elon, anybody who's trying to pause and gain control over AI is saying that there's some sort of large data concern, and therefore we must stop before we understand how data is being distributed. What Zachary was saying is that that happens every other industry across the spectrum, and that this is what the implication would be, that this is a red herring. And my guess is whenever there's been emergent technology, especially emergent technology that has this exponential growth and flywheel effect, is that they're going to find any excuse. And your data is the scariest thing to make you not want to back their probably financially backed agendas. I want to go to Robert and then.
So before you go, Robert, I just want to ask Mario a question based on what he said before.
Why?
So I just remembered it.
Why?
It's a good question because it's a good question.
Okay.
Thanks, bro. And the question is this, Mario, because what you said is that for you, the way you see EI is from a perspective of a business, being an entrepreneur, and how to basically maximize it from that perspective. Now, my question to you is, and I know there's a number of people who can jump in on this as well, in addition to you, that at the moment, ChatGPT is essentially it's basically machine learning. It's not AI, and your dream is that it gets to a situation, or you get to a situation where it becomes artificial intelligence. So I guess my question to you is, why are you wanting to pump so much money into this in the hopes of the dreams that it becomes what Digital just said is exponential growth?
Yeah,
which he hopes is going to happen.
First, you called it EI, not AI.
I said, sorry, I meant AI.
I know what you mean, but just for the record, DeSantos earlier, not EI. But for your question, man, again, this is a silly question because I'm not going to be pumping $10 billion into the industry. So whatever money I pump into the industry will not have material impact. So whatever Fidji's talked about will happen either way. Either I can sit there and watch it, or I can participate in it.
No. Okay, so let's not talk about you. Let's talk about all your boys. All these
not
guys
my boys, but I swear I promise you I didn't call Sam Altman and Elon and say, hey guys, we need to ramp shit up. So I have nothing to do with them. Now, and I think it's just it's capitalism, man. If there's demand for it, people are gonna, capitalism has flaws, and that's why Elon's concerned. I feel like even if Elon's risks or his concerns begin to materialize, and we're starting to see the ugly side of AI, my opinion is that because of capitalism, because of people's greed, it will continue down that path.
So that's my question. I want to bring GP into this one. GP, I'm going to ask the same question to you. What do you think of these guys who are essentially thinking that they've got this program, ChatGPT, which is machine learning, and it's, as Digital said, it's got exponential growth, is what his dream is. It's gonna achieve intelligence, is what he believes. Like, what's your thoughts about these people spending significant amounts of money on this dream?
Okay.
And is it realistic?
So it's not realistic, is my opinion, and that's only my opinion. But I would like to state that contradicting the narrative, this isn't the fourth industrial revolution; it's the first cognitive revolution, and everything else about previous revolutions helped us to do external tasks quicker, faster, more efficiently, or to specialize. However, this revolution changes us, and therefore, after 20 years of what we've seen through lack of regulation in Silicon Valley and the complete disregard for antitrust with respect to breaking up corporations that have too much control. I mean, Microsoft in the 90s went through it, and they didn't have a percentile compared to the control that Google has right now in this domain. We need a global conversation that's democratized and not allow the current incumbents within the industry to play out the agenda as they have before. We also need informed politicians. At the senatorial hearings with Zuckerberg, 2 of the senators asked them how to fix their home Wi-Fi. For senatorial hearings, where people of large, big tech companies...
How long ago was that?
A year ago?
No, it was more than a year ago.
Okay, well, I think the point is relevant.
The point is the evolution. The point is that if they had these conversations now, they'd be far more informed. Same thing with blockchain. We watched the same stupid ass question a year ago, And now we had a hearing with Gary Gensler where they were incredibly more informed.
Yeah, but Phygital, they also just tried to push through the Restrict Act and S4868 and a parallel senatorial bill or Senate bill,
That wasn't a dumb bill. That was actually a really smart bill for their purposes. They're just hoping that the audience is dumb enough to let them push it through.
That is well, I'm not sure how to take that, Phygital. I mean, Phygital, the bottom line is that the integration of those three bills utterly undermine civil liberties, freedom, and every single aspect of what you would notionally call constitutional right.
You're contradicting your point. The point would be:
No, I'm not,
are they knowledgeable enough? Are they knowledgeable enough to be trying to push legislation that gets their agendas passed through? Those three bills, especially the Restrict Act, does just that.
But they weren't written by them, Phygital, and with all due respect to the interventions you're making, you're proxying the creation of those bills to the 10 or the 20 sponsors, 10 from each side of the floor, as if they had written them. They didn't write them. The problem is that government is afraid of capital. And in the United States, the big tech lobby groups are the ones who control the narrative. They didn't write those bills. And also the intelligence community play a large part in, since the Patriot Act and then the FISA Act, Foreign Intelligence Services Act, and the programs like Stellar Wind, Echelon, culminating in the PRISM Snowden revelations, and then the Vault 7 and Vault 8 disclosures about the weaponization by the CIA of backdoors. I wrote under nom de plumes for huge publications regarding the encryption wars, which happened long before blockchain was the new kid on the block when it came to secure comms and secure email systems, right from 2001 when Goldblock brought out the first VoIP systems. The difficulty we have here is that this isn't about allowing the current incumbents to continue the arc and the trajectory by examining the micro elements of a shiny new toy like ChatGPT. It's about the need for a global, democratized conversation about AI and ethics, the impact on society and civil society, and to try and combat the absolutely, militarized corporate PR machine that's been launched by these organizations to have everybody look left while all the action is happening on the right. And with that, I would just like to say, thank you, sir. I would just like to say that there is a complete lack of appreciation for the fact that regardless of the data being dirty, which is an absolutely de facto fact, regardless of the politicized, agendized, and profit-driven motives of previously proven corrupt and not for the common good organizations, we have utterly failed to hold accountable our politicians and our governments to hold big tech accountable for the following 8 pillars that must be included in ethical design. Human rights, that it should be operated and created with respect to promote and protect internationally recognized human rights, well-being, in that all AI and autonomous and intelligent systems should adopt the approach that increases human well-being as the primary success criteria, not profit.
Wrap your point up in 10 seconds because I don't want to get...
I'm going to wrap it up in a second, yeah. Data agency, which empowers individuals to own their data and to securely know that their data is being stored and not used for reasons they don't know. Effectiveness, which is that the evidence of the effectiveness and fitness of the particular AI to perform the task. By the very definition, ChatGPT, through its own admission that it is unable to provide accurate answers, may be inaccurate, and the same with Bard, says the very opposite. And the last 4 are transparency, which is not present, it's opaque, accountability, which we never have, awareness of misuse, which we can't have because everything is black box, algorithmic, specific, that can't travel with interpretability or XAI, and therefore when we get a black box decision, we have no idea why it made it. I referenced the AlphaGo move in Game 3 of DeepMind against the master player of Go, where
Wait a minute, am I
machine.
I'm not. GP, thank you. GP, thank you. I'm not going to mute the stage. Thank you. There's literally 7 other hands on the stage. I understand that the myriad of concerns. That's why we have a conversation to go through them, not 8 at a time, but one by one. And what happens is that we lose no, please don't on mic. We lose the impact of the intelligence of what you're saying. So please, for the benefit of the audience and especially myself, let's address the pieces as the pieces. I was trying to make a point that you had stated that our government is not educated in the things that they're trying to regulate. And I tried to state, and I do not want a response, please. I was trying to state that they are getting more educated, either directly or indirectly. So I'd like to go to some other people. Joseph,
try emergent. Go to emergent on this one.
Emergent. That's what I was going to go to. Yes.
Emergent, you're muted, man.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
How are you, man?
Yeah. So I just wanted to chime in with a couple things. I think GP is making some good points, and I agree with some parts of his perspective. I thought particularly concerning there was that example of there was a director at the U.S. National Archives that said they wanted to use AI rewrite contents to, quote, remove bias. So I mean the I think as a technical tool, I am very optimistic on AI, but when it comes to the arena of it being a political tool, I think that's probably where a majority of his concerns come from, is more from the political tool side than the technical tool. And I think that's a common theme here. I do think several people have touched on, kind of danced around this, but I think what a lot of speakers on the panel are getting at is this concept of maybe a good use case and a development direction for a lot of different AI technologies is to try and make what we might call certified models for certain use cases, i.e. legal, medical. Maybe you force your a legal or a medical AI to only cite certain known sources or publicly verified data. Maybe you even tie that in with verified data entries on, say, a blockchain so that you know that it can't be altered. I think that's a potential direction that goes in. I think, one second. I think that sort of the philosophical concern that I see come up in a lot of these spaces that, again, kind of dancing around, but let me just stab into this because it's something I call the 3-box problem. Okay. Now let's say I take a cardboard box in the real world.
Thank you, Emergence.
Oh.
No, go ahead. That was a joke. That wasn't funny. Please go.
Oh, okay. So let's say I take a cardboard box in the real world and I throw a gold coin in it and I tape up the box and nobody can see what's in it. So now I have a box with something in it. And so there's your real world answer. Okay, what's in the box? Then I go to social media and I snap a picture of the box with my phone and I go to my feed and I say, hey, everybody, guess what's in the box, right? So then everybody starts guessing and throws out ideas, right? So there's objectively publicly available evidence of, well, from that, all we can say is it's a box, it's this size. We don't know what's really in it, but we could make certain assumptions like it must be below a certain size or a weight. But the answer, the objective answer from that is we don't know. But then big celebrities and big social media accounts and CNN get a hold of this and somebody throws out, oh, there must be a rabbit in it. And next thing you know, there's 10,000 hours of media content saying that there's a rabbit in the box and every YouTuber and every influencer is talking about it. And then your AI that's searching the internet for data, ultimately, Mario goes to his AI and says, hey, ChatGPT, what's in the box? And what does the ChatGPT have to go off of? And the answer is it has 10,000 hours of discussion of a rabbit in the box. It has one piece of objective evidence that's inconclusive. And the real world answer is not even available to it. So ultimately, AI has not solved that problem. And by the way, it's not a new problem to AI. That's the same problem we have with trad media is, did they get to the real world answer? And it's just as likely that people are, well, I heard 10,000 hours of media coverage saying this answer. So I almost think you kind of need like AI that can give what's the popular answer versus what's the objective answer. And I wonder, my thoughts on this are, I wonder if what Elon is trying to get at, maybe his concept of truth GPT, and I think this would be fascinating to hear from him, would be, what if his concept is to try and create a model or models that are based on known data sets, tied back to known, verified, real, auditable, accounted for services, so that you can get a high quality, refine it to produce a high quality, reliable answer. And maybe if it's like, okay, well, what, if it's going to go off of a book like War and Peace, maybe we want, at some point, we want a human being to transcribe or enter a copy, and we put it on a blockchain, so that we all know that the AI is going off of an unaltered copy of the book. So we don't have this problem of, what if Google decides to rewrite the whole data set to suit a political or corporate agenda? So there's my point.
This is where validation comes in. I was in an Austin restaurant a couple of weeks ago asking it what I should eat. It gave me 6 items. The 4 of them were pretty good things, right? It was right on. 2 of them were complete bullshit. They'd never been on the menu. So you have, if you tried to order those 2 things, the waitress would say, what? We don't have those 2 things. A couple of friends of mine said they should add those 2 things to their menus so that everybody's served well. But this validator is about to turn on. It's called multimodal. So soon you're going to be able to aim your camera at the menu, and it's going to be able to validate its answers off of the real world, the ground truth, we call it in AI, and correct the database. That'll correct a lot of these things. By the way, I know of a guy who had to see a nuclear weapon inside a box. There's a way to see inside boxes.
Robert,
Yeah.
can you explain that exactly, the multimodal thing? And
multimodal means the AI can see and talk to you in various modes, like audio, pictures, video, neural radiance fields, which are 3D scenes, right? Those are coming soon to everybody. And it can ingest the modes, like it can ask you to turn on your microphone so you can talk to it. My Tesla car right now, every time it makes a mistake and I grab the steering wheel, it asked me to talk to the car and tell the car what was going on, right?
So
that gets ingested into the AI.
So these are the steps as we get closer to AGI, right? That's what this is sounding like.
I'm talking about this year. I'm not talking about next year.
so Robert, let me ask you some questions on that. Can I ask you some questions on that? And just a pretext, like I'm not trying to trap, but I don't believe there's ever going to be AGI. But just in terms of how does this process work?
Hold on, so man, how do you define AGI?
Let's
stay here. Let's stay on this year.
So hold on. How do you define AGI, Simon?
So AGI is essentially the way you guys describe it. I've read on it, but basically what you guys describe it is essentially an intelligence, an AI which has intelligence. Essentially more than that. And what do you mean by intelligence? Well, one means by intelligence is some kind of sentience, and that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Well, that's not true. We are heading toward a chip architecture that has biological cells involved in it. Once that happens, we could have a sentient machine.
Biological
and look at, by the way, but look how fascinating this. I just thought of this example, and don't forget the question. You had a question, Simon, so don't forget to ask it afterwards. But there's an example. I can't remember where I got it from. It's like, when you compare the human brain to the chimp brain, the difference is very minimal. I can't remember the percentage. Some of you might know, but the difference is minimal. Yet look how far off we are. Look how much we've evolved versus monkeys. So imagine when you get AI just a bit smarter, or you get AGI and becomes a bit smarter than we are as humans, which shouldn't be hard to achieve. Then it gives you an idea of how vast.
Don't agree.
You don't agree? How? Why? That it will be smarter, or that if we do get it smarter and it AGI does become reality, then you'd agree that the outcome could be very fascinating, to say the least.
AGI, with all due respect,
I mean, I can't. Sorry, GP. Go. I can't speak to what you find fascinating, but
AGI, and I'm not being dogmatic here. I mean, there's too many definitions that are all mixed up together in debates about what's notionally called artificial intelligence. You said something very, true earlier. We have machine learning, so we have not artificial intelligence. We have intelligent algorithms. We have big data lakes with machine learning pumping out information that's pretending to be intelligent. Someone asked about a definition of AGI. I mean, before we can even get to a definition of AGI, we have to be able to define ourselves. Because AGIs, if it does exist in reality, and there's no evidence that it will ever be achieved, despite people's, cries towards sentience.
How can there be evidence as if it would be achieved based on evidence that needs to come in the future? That's the problem with arguments, GP. You're static in your analysis.
No, Fidgetal, you've got to let me finish in order to let me to complete before I can
Technically, I don't, by the way.
Okay, can Fidgetal, that was a challenge comment, the last one.
Yeah,
he does have.
I know Fidgetal, but
he said you need. GP said you need to finish your argument to understand what I'm trying to say. You need to let me finish. So yeah, to understand what you're saying, GP, we do let you need to finish. But I'll let you keep it quick because I know Fidget wants to go to other hands. Go ahead, GP.
Yeah, sure. So everything in machine learning has been impressive to date, and that's fine. But we're never going to replicate the complexity of human intelligence or consciousness in any time in the near future, because we quite frankly don't understand the complexity of human intelligence unconsciously in the inexact social sciences of any of the matters that deal with it, such as psychology, psychiatry, and elsewhere. We don't know how to codify emotions. I would challenge any programmer to give me a code that replicates love, hate, fear. Multimodality is completely conflated into AGI. The fact that an AI has 5 senses, can have computer vision for vision, LLM for speech, can touch and so on, is not intelligence. It's just multimodality. And I'll land it here. For AGI to be...
Sorry, I just wanted to reply to something that you said that you've, as an academic, my normal posture would be to take the side of an argument that's skeptical about producing conscious machines or any kind of claim that sounds like that, at least today. But I do want to point out, maybe take the other side here and just point out like a slight quibble with the reasoning. And your assertion is that, well, the reason why we won't do it is because we don't understand how it works. And I think in general, this has been an impulse that many people have had over the course of the history of research in artificial intelligence, is to believe that the path towards producing a certain behavior is to understand how it is that we do it. And the same could be said for most of the faculties that are required to perform tasks of natural language processing, like translation. And for a long time, people believed that the path to building machines that could perform translation, that's something even, forget about at the level of a competent human, but even like at a level that was even useful, would have to go through a process of really understanding language deeply, of building systems that did sort of kind of semantic parsing, that built, sort of like grammatical dependency trees and understood how grammars work. But at the end of the day, what's actually worked, what is by far the state of the art, and the thing that actually has gotten us to the point where machine translation is good enough to, for example, facilitate like international commerce, is systems that have almost no human knowledge of language baked into them, and that treat language in a very naive way as just sort of sequences of tokens. And in light of that, I'm kind of tempted to take the wild side of the argument and say, well, I'm certainly not going to be running down the street saying that I think we're, hot on the heels of the path to building conscious machines. And I think my students would be quite surprised if I said anything even in the neighborhood of that. Are you so sure that whatever the path is to building conscious machines, whether or not we're on it, that it necessarily has to involve us having a deep understanding of what consciousness is?
I was going to ask you. Can people explain to me how very briefly? Just keep it brief, because I want to get as many perspectives as I can. I'm not sure who would like to go first, and it would be good someone that hasn't spoken yet. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you can go first. Yeah. So, what is consciousness? How would you very briefly define consciousness?
That question, bro. Go for it. Answer it, guys.
No, GP. I'll give others. I'd love your perspective, and please do stay with us because you do give a nice contrarian opinion.
No, GP. I don't want you to answer this question. I want the guys who believe consciousness is going to happen to answer that question.
Who would like to go first on defining consciousness, and then maybe if you could add on to it,
technically speaking, can that be
define
built?
what is it?
Yeah, all right, define it. And then if you can, or if you want to do second part as you answer the question, technically speaking, theoretically speaking, could it be developed? I don't know. It's like maybe too early to even ask that question.
I want to go to Susan because she finally put her hand down, which is probably
Susan,
going to be a
okay,
good
Susan.
way.
Yeah, okay, Susan. I thought Zachary was going to jump in, but Susan, how would you define consciousness? And do you, technically speaking, like from a technological perspective, without getting into the weeds, are we in a position where we at least understand theoretically how we can achieve it?
Yeah, I put my hand down for this reason because I think we can go endlessly debating what consciousness is because I don't think any of us really understand it. Unless I have a very simple kind of talking point. It's like everything comes down to data, right? So if we think we can capture our entire consciousness, whatever we define it as, in the data sets that we use to train these models, then sure, maybe we train a model that can mimic consciousness by definition of that being the data. But I don't think that's possible right now. I think going back to maybe Zachary's point of half an hour ago, I think what's really changed now is that control of data looks very different with this technology, with GPT and AI moving mainstream, right? Before in the past, when we talk about data control, it's kind of access controls, you access the database, you kind of can see how data is being used in some form. Whereas now when we train these models, that's, ingesting all this data with more parameters, scale, size, compute, whatever you want to call it, we know that these models can memorize and synthesize data in ways that are hard to detect, and memorizing in quotes, right? So kind of similar to the gap in what we see in verifying whether or not copyright material was definitively used to train these models. There's currently no verification system that can stop providers from aggregating data sets and training a model that can tackle different vertical integration.
Okay, so Susan, can I ask you a question? And the lucky thing for the audience is I'm not that technical. So you guys understand this significantly more than me. That makes my question seem very basic and easy to digest. If our brain is just, and this is something Fiji keeps saying, our brain is just ones and zeros. It's just a bunch of data moving around with all these different links and neurons, etc. And when it comes to the human body, I'm horrible at understanding. It's probably my biggest weakness. So I'm going to say some stupid shit. But if our brain is just ones and zeros that we're trying to understand, it's just data then. So theoretically speaking, just based on this very simple or simplified concept, theoretically speaking, that should technically be possible to replicate once we better understand it. Is that an accurate or at least a fair simplification or oversimplification, or is it completely off the mark?
It is,
So
but
I'm
if
not
you
a
do study the brain like I have, Mario, could I just jump in here? Because I've seen brain surgeries. I've talked to brain surgeons. I've gone all over the world talking to people who study the brain. And it is a machine, but it's an unusual machine. It's not like your AGI that you run in at OpenAI. That's a digital machine. It is a light switch underneath it at the ultimate. You, as a human being, are biological. Your hardware and software are intermixed in your brain. It's a very unusual machine. It's a very different machine than the one that holds ChatGPT.
I didn't understand. So Robert, how is it different? Because you said, if I misunderstood, let me know. But you said ChatGPT has an on-off switch. The brain has the human body, so you cannot compare them. Or I didn't understand you.
So wait, Robert, maybe correct me on this. My understanding is that it's near impossible to measure every sort of chemical reaction in the brain, right? If that's kind of what we're trying to get at here in mimicking.
It's hard. When you meet brain researchers at MIT, they're trying to do exactly that, and they say it's a big challenge because we have so many little cells in our head, right? And so mapping those all out and figuring out what they each do is a task. Yeah.
So some of them are engaged in that sort of enterprise, and plenty of neuroscientists are engaged in a very different sort of enterprise, including many people who want to draw analogies between brains and artificial neural networks. I think, like a lot of the debates that are coming up here are sort of things that sort of cognitive scientists and philosophers of consciousness have argued about, and probably have been argued about by, undergraduate students in every sort of philosophy 101 class since the beginning of time. And these include the debates about to be truly intelligent or truly consciousness, does that really require something about continuous versus digital processing? And every now and then someone will make an assertion that consciousness really requires some kind of quantum phenomena. And this is
so Zachary,
Zachary,
Zachary, just quick question. So when you say quantum phenomena, I want to understand what that means. And then I want to go back to the question that I had, the simple question: if the brain is just made of,
because IBM research is up on the
yeah. So we'll have both of you. Yeah, Robert, we'll have both of you answer. Yeah, Robert, yeah, we'll have both of you answer. Not sure if you can hear me, but so the question is, what does the first question is about what Zachary just said, and then the second question is, if the brain is just made of neurons and cells that transfer information at lightning speed in that circle that we have on our head, like how, theoretically speaking, why can't that be replicated? Like I don't see, is there something we're missing on why that can't be replicated beyond our lack of understanding? So Zach, I don't know if my question makes sense.
Sure. Well, look, what I was saying about these arguments, whether people asserting that, something about intelligence is fundamentally analog or fundamentally quantum in nature, is that most of these arguments are not well fleshed out, and I don't think they've gotten very far. I don't think there's any overall groundswell of evidence or support for the idea that you couldn't theoretically have like a digital machine that has whatever sort of cognitive faculties a human has. The question then goes is, like,
Zachariah, isn't that like
on the path towards being replicating what a brain does?
Zachariah, isn't that like a false? That's a false equivalence. You don't prove a negative. It's on you to prove that you can achieve that consciousness. It's on you to prove that you can create that intelligence, not for someone.
Says the man who believes in God.
Yo, Finchie, that was one of your best interruptions. That was one of your best interruptions yet. Whether you believe in God or not, that was an epic interruption. Usually I hate your interruptions, but Sulaiman now is forced to mute. Robert, jump in.
Well,
I asked
Digital
GPT, by the way, what is
Digital told me before the space, like, beg me, do not mention God. And I was like, okay, bro. So he just blew me away because I'm like, what is going on? The guy spent most of the call before telling me his.
But Simon, on your point, what you're saying, Simon, what you're saying is that proving, and Robert, I'll give you the mic right after, but essentially, proving that, we got to prove that we can achieve it instead of saying that we can't achieve it. But what I mean is that. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Let me build my argument. So that was just a rebuttal to Zachary's argument, because he was saying that you need to disprove it. Now, separate to that, I'll explain what.
Let's be clear. I didn't say anything of the sort. I don't think anyone has proven or disproven that you could, whatever it is that we mean by consciousness, that it could be achieved by a digital computer.
Zach, let me ask you, Zach. I want to ask you another question, Zach, because I know you with your. Hold on. I've got a good question for Zach and Robert. I know you're waiting, and I see a few more hands up. But Zach, considering your position, I know you speak to a lot of people within the space, building what we're talking about. So those behind the scenes conversations, can you tell us what they're like? I can hear the dog going crazy in the background, by the way. So maybe someone's breaking in your house.
I'm sorry about that.
Just a heads up. No, man, it's just for your safety. But just so, yes, Zach, can you tell us about those behind the scenes conversations? Because this is where the decisions are made. Are they talking about this like it's inevitable? Are you guys? Is this a matter of when, or is it still a matter of if? Because I don't want to sit there. He's talking like, is it going to happen? And be like a bunch of idiots talking if it's possible, while behind the scenes, like, yeah, we know it's going to be possible. Just a matter of who's going to get there first and when.
Sure. I mean, look, I sit in a few different academic communities, and to be honest, the communities that I think are building the technology that are spurring these conversations, things like large language models, for the most part, I think most people are not. It's actually far outside the mainstream to be talking about consciousness as an even plausible faculty. for systems of the variety that we're building. Most people, they're not talking about this at all. They're having what look like much more nuts and bolts engineering conversations.
No, but Zach, if you're having this conversation, what is the sentiment?
Yeah, and Zach, and now I'll kind of add on to it. You know how sometimes we talk. Hold on, Simon, please let me do this, please. I'll give you the Simon.
He said they're not even talking about
Simon. Let me just do this 2 seconds. So Zachary, I'm gonna put you a bit on the spot. You know how sometimes there's things we talk about privately, but it's like taboo to talk about publicly. And one of them is I'm sure replicating consciousness into AI is definitely one of those things. And I know this because some speakers that have come on stage, we speak privately as well. And those discussions, like, fuck, why don't you say this on stage? They're like, Mario, like these are things that are way outside the people's understanding, and I might get a lot of hate for it. So have you heard, is there any discussions you can tell us about that people wouldn't say publicly on a stage like this? I know it's ironic for me to ask you on a public stage, but what can you tell us?
I mean, there might be some people who show very different colors privately and publicly, but I think overall there are just fundamentally some ideological splits. Like, I think there's quite a lot of people, maybe even the majority of people, who are developing so-called foundation models, whether it's things like ChatGPT or Midjourney or Imagen or Google or OpenAI's Clip. There's a lot of people working on this sort of technology who really aren't at all on board with the consciousness narrative, and they're really engaged in a much more kind of straightforward engineering activity. And there are also a lot of people who speak a kind of more sort of evangelical sort of AGI story and really believe that we are on the path towards building something closer to a plausibly conscious intelligent system. And I think, you know, in general, you do have a higher concentration of people who skew towards those beliefs at certain institutions. I think some, but not all, of the people who work at OpenAI, some, but not all, of the people who work at DeepMind believe that sort of scale gets us much closer to something like conscious machines. And I think there's also a lot of skeptics within those very same organizations who kind of work. So, you know, I don't think it's not such a unified block. I think what's kind of unified is that the overall engineering direction that seemed to be sort of like profitable in the sense of like producing useful technology have become somewhat like obvious. You know, the scale hypothesis has like for the short term won, and the scaling up of language models, it's like people, whatever their ideological ideas of what it is that they think they're building, are able to agree about, you know, okay, next steps they believe are more GPUs and, you know, more TPUs and more data and training for longer.
Last question, and I'm hogging the mic too much, so I'll give it back to the co-host and Robert. But last question for you, Zach. What's the level of concern among those builders? Is it as because I know Elon is kind of leading the way, and there's that letter that was signed by Elon and
sure,
Apple.
So I think
So tell us, it's behind the scenes. Is there a lot of concern, or is it more just focusing on the tech, focusing on the short term, and what's the next step without really thinking about the long term consequences?
So I mean, I think again, I don't think it's a unified block. I don't think every single person shares the same beliefs. I would say that I'd say the overall reaction to the Elon letter is one of skepticism. This isn't necessarily because people don't think there are dangers or risks. They might disagree about the nature of those risks. But I think there's also some concern or disagreement about whether the letter actually has a coherent or practical political objective. Like, what are you going to do? Stop selling computer chips to people? Like, this isn't like controlling the flow of like large quantities of uranium when it comes to nuclear proliferation. We're talking about a technology that like every smart high schooler could understand what it means to train a transformer neural network to try to predict the next word in the document. And, you know, a really smart high school student, given enough, you know, given a few $1 million of compute and access to a web crawl, which everybody can access, can replicate to some degree what's taken place in this community. So I think the idea, you know, I think there's a separate issue of like, is that letter, or does the idea of halting make sense or is it plausible or tenable, versus like, are there real concerns? And I think on the real concern side, that's starting to come. I think a lot more people are recognizing the gravity of all kinds of concerns for these models. And, certainly as an educator, in a world where, I have colleagues for advanced math classes who realize that ChatGPT is capable of solving their problem sets. And we have a crisis in education. We have a crisis in
so it's kind of
Midjourney getting better and better about the provenance of the news. So I think there's a huge amount of concern.
I'm sensing a theme.
There's a general apocalypse. So
there's a general inability to actually answer the question. Like how many more times can you ask the same exact question, Mario, without anybody wanting to answer it?
I don't know what you just said, but I just want to give it to you, Fidji and Slimane. Let me just kind of wrap up with the following. I wanted to tell a quick story. Let me pin it above. I tweeted it. So my partner sends me a message. So obviously we haven't talked about robotics. We'll probably do it in the next space. But I'm going to pin it above the screenshot of the message. And that's a legitimate message that I got. Her name is Jennifer. Some of you might know her. Fidji, you know her. Slimane, I don't know if you spoke to her. And she sent me that message. So she was in a mall. And I think she was going to get blood tests or something. And she's like, there's a robot. Oh, she's the cutest girl. Like she's like a little kid. She's like, there's a robot. Okay, sends me a picture of it. I don't know how that robot became a male, but she says it doesn't look like a male. It's like, I fell in love with him. So I caressed him on the head. He started wiggling and telling me how much he loves someone touching his head. It's a creepy robot. Then gave me his hand to shake. Then gave me a high five. Then he literally was looking into my eyes and telling me how beautiful I am and God bless me. And then she's like, the robot made my day. And then puts a laughing emoji. So I got this first thing. It's like, I laughed. I'm like, this is pretty adorable. And I'm like, hold on a second. That robot became, I didn't realize she referred to it as a male. Someone put that in the comments. I'm like, fuck, that's another problem. But that robot made her day and like gave her like fulfillment. And this is like a fucking stupid robot with, I'm sure, barely any AI functionality, any intelligence. So to kind of take it a step further and like kind of remind everyone, link robotics with the intelligence of AI. If a stupid robot made my partner's day by just saying some bullshit, imagine it was very intelligent, knows what to say, knowing how you think and knowing when to listen, exactly which points to push. And what relationship we're going to have with AI and robotics. So just a quick point there, and I want to give it to Robert and the co-host. One thing for the audience is make sure you ask your questions in the comments. I'm going to start going through them now and asking some audience questions. Might bring you up on stage in a bit as well to ask your question directly to the panel. So that purple bubble in the bottom right corner, put your questions there as we continue the discussion. And a reminder for anyone that has a startup in this space, please do DM me and the team or my company. We do work with AI projects, AI startups on an equity-only basis, so we don't charge any dollars at all in helping you build your product, build your community, etc. So you can DM me if you're an investor. We work with various VCs and their portfolio companies in Web3 and AI. But that was it. Sorry, I had like all these questions, Zachary, because I kind of got triggered in what's happening behind the curtains. But I'll give the mic to the co-host and Robert.
Yeah, I just wanted to basically clarify what Zachary's saying. So he's essentially saying this. He's saying, first of all, when it comes to AGI, they're not talking about it generally.Ey're not talking about whether it's plausible. And he said that
he didn't say this. Hold on. So before you continue, Zachary, did you even say this?
To be clear, I said that there's a wide mix of personalities in the AI community, and that perhaps in the mainstream trunk of machine learning research, including research on large language models, the vast majority of people don't necessarily spend a lot of time talking about, whether or not we are on the path towards building conscious machines.
Yeah,
but that there are some people, including notable blocks at organizations like OpenAI and DeepMind, who talk a different kind of talk and do seem to.
I just wanted to make sure, because Slimane tends to do this a lot. Somehow twist things, puts words in your mouth, and then counters them. But go ahead, Slimane.
Yeah, so my point still stands that basically what he's saying is the mainstream are allegedly not talking about it. There might be some nerds like kids who are dreaming about it. And basically, let's talk about this issue though, because no one's answered the question, because then we know what the score is. I don't blame them. By the way, I'm not just saying this as thinking like my PhD.
Get to your point. I'm not understanding anything you're saying so far. You're worse than Fidji. Can you get to the point?
What a twisting of the question. What a twisting of the conversation. You basically said, Mario is asking is if people who are talking about this, are they thinking that it leads towards general consciousness or consciousness? And you spun Zachary's statement to say, most people aren't talking about it. Of course they're not talking about it because they're talking about what makes them money and what's happening now.
It's a discussion point. Some people do talk about it, but it's just not controlling the narrative as we think. They're like, how can we fix this problem, fix that problem? How can we take the next step forward?
Right. So you're telling me these nerds went out of their way to create this entire
AI, bro. You know fucking AI. Right. I still say please to ChatGPT because I'm not fucking with AI. You're calling the creators of AI nerds. You're so fucked once AI takes over the world. But please make your point.
It's not going to take over, bro. It'll be some nerd programming it to basically do its bidding because he just want to get out of his basement, right? But coming back to the point, right? Let's be clear. AGI, the whole reason they created this concept is because they want you to, so they do care about publicizing the fact that they believe that there's going to be a machine and it's going to have consciousness. But then when you ask them, as you did to Zachariah, like, is this legitimately happening? Is this a legitimate conversation other than basically making people believe it? He's like, okay, let's go with what he said. It's not in the mainstream. It's not something they're thinking about. Maybe there's some people talking about it, like Digital.
So let's redirect the conversation. Guys, just pause. Let's redirect the conversation.
Actually, I'll make that point later.
Keep on talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, Elon, if you're listening, please add a feature to mute co-hosts. Go ahead, Fidji.
Can we have can we just pause for 1 second and let me frame the conversation in a way that people cannot get mired in the pre-details. Regardless of if people are having the conversations, when people who are mired down in this industry are having the conversations about whether this leads to consciousness and AGI, what is the general answer when they're having that conversation? Please?
If I may, I can jump in. I'd say the answer is yes.
Guys, yeah. I know Robert. Yeah, Robert. I know he's just been trying to speak for a while, and I see a few hands up. And I know EOS, you want to jump in as well. So maybe Robert.
And I've been in these rooms, and they are talking about it. They are very intelligent human beings who build this, and they have families here in Silicon Valley. They're neighbors of mine. They're friends of mine. They're very intelligent, and they would be able to come on a talk like this and take apart any of these conversations. If you want to,
let's get them. Yeah, Robert. Let's
their time.
Yeah, bring them on.
Let's do it. So, Robert, just to give you an idea, Slayman.
It's not a question that really matters right now. If it becomes consciousness next year, okay, fine. But right now we have a huge machine with $1 trillion.
These guys they're talking about it, but they're scared to talk about it in public.
No, so Robert, just to give you.
Why did they get the right?
I'll tell you what the religious people are talking about right now. They call
hold on. Okay, GP.
Yeah, you guys have been.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
You guys have been talking and not letting me on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So now I have the floor. The pastors in the religious community in America called me up and said we're having an ethical problem because we want to use AI for building our sermons. I mean, this stuff is taking on a whole nother life. Why are we talking about things that matter to people right now? Every business is about to change.
So Robert, first, yeah, GP, I know you have a question for him. So Robert, I love your passion. Just to kind of, I want you to understand where Slayman comes from, and then I want GP to ask you the question. So first, you do have the stage. I think you spoke to more than 80% of the panel, and I'm loving it, and I'm really grateful you're here. Second, about why we're talking about this now, I think just because of how much impact this will have on our society if this does happen is something that we cannot even fathom yet. And before GP asks his question for you, Robert, and I think you and him will go back and forth in a really interesting conversation, Slayman comes from a mindset. He doesn't trust the system at all. He doesn't trust what he calls the establishment. So in his mind right now, the establishment is creating this AI and will have more control of the world. This is Slayman's mind. So just kind of frame it for you when you hear him question it a bit further and kind of push back.
Here's one reason.
And then we'll go, okay, so Robert, I'll let you respond, then we'll go to GP. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, here's one reason I'm excited about AI. Brian Rommel and others are building large language models in their garages, literally. So it's not something that you need $100 billion to do. There's other ways to do and get close to it. when you build this large language model, it's compressing a huge amount of data, right? Stable Diffusion ingested 100,000 gigabytes to build its little model. And the model is now 2 gigabytes. It can run on your local computer, and it doesn't need to be hooked up to the internet, okay? So now we're going to have LLMs running on our phones. This is already happening at Stanford and other places. And I can transfer that little LLM to your phone if I meet you in a slum in India or anywhere in the world, and you don't need to connect to the internet and pay the download fee for that. It's going to spread like wildfire because it gives every human being all of human knowledge on their phone. It's a democratizing force we have never seen before.
So I mean, in terms of what Mario said, first of all, he is right. I didn't really think of it like that, but he's probably right in phrasing my thought on the issue. But that's not the totality of it. When I'm questioning this issue, it's actually from a skeptical perspective, because I do read a lot of scientific literature, and I know a lot of claims are made. And when you go down to the root of it, the maths doesn't always back it up. And so those claims don't have the foundational basis behind it. So when I'm basically questioning our arguments, which everybody else is basically saying like AGI is going to happen or consciousness is going to happen, I'm arguing it based on my own expertise in philosophy of mind, where I can't see how it's going to happen, and I'll try and explain why. I'll make it very quick because I don't want to make it boring. But just from a philosophical perspective, we know, like, we don't even know what is consciousness. Well, sorry, we don't even know if consciousness is material or immaterial. I mean, even from the scientific field, we know that, for example, Penrose, he's tried to come up with theories about it. He thinks maybe it's linked to microtubules and so on and so forth. So when you got a scenario where you don't even know if something's material or immaterial, or for example, you've got, going into the quantum realm and trying to figure out what this scenario is, and then and consciousness is what makes man, in my opinion. Then I want to know how that intelligence is going to now be applied to these intelligence means, because that's what we're calling it. We're calling them artificial intelligence. If we call it just if we just called it what it is, which is just machine learning, fine, no problem. This is not a conversation we're having, and we could just be like, look, it's a machine learning program. Let's talk about other issues like how good is this machine learning program? What can we do with it? So that's my perspective, but I'm willing to listen to other perspectives because I could quite easily be wrong. It's not like I'm an expert in AI. I'm not. So I just want to go to GP. Sorry, GP, you had a question for Robert.
Yeah, so I'd like to just beg a little bit of indulgence to give a little bit of background, and then I'll ask the question, because I find myself forced to speed talk because I'm not able to complete my point. I own a private military security company for the last 30 years, and I have seen and observed manipulation, classic conditioning, classical psyops at the strategic, operational, and tactical level. I've also observed the tasks that we were tasked to do to impact the highly suggestible nature of human beings. So I guess, notionally become gamekeeper turned poacher. We're not a PMSC like Academy or Triple Canopy or Blue Hackle. We don't do embassy protection, close protection, or we don't do any, convoy control. We repatriate assets, human and physical, from war zones and hostile and remote areas for corporates, fully vetted corporates. Now, earlier Susan said data, and I just want to make a brief comment about data. We can have all the data in the universe, but we will never be able to extract from that data the essence of emotional intelligence, empathy, creativity, and all the inexact qualities that humans possess. Regarding AGI, and to Robert and other people's comments since I last had the hand, it will need to possess a level of intuition and absolutely understand contextual situations. And to Zachary's excellent point earlier, which most people are missing in ChatGPT, natural language processing and the universal nature of that is actually a fallacy, because natural language understanding, NLU, is what will allow this to be a democratized and global phenomenon, because NLP can never and will always struggle with nuance, such as sarcasm, which are critical components of human communication. It also, in isolation, does not pick up in its own current form as an LLM, facial expression, posture, redness of face, pupil dilation, or general body gestures that would also travel in any discourse with the conversation that allows the receiver of the conversation to come to an opinion about where the individual is coming from. Now, before I ask my question to Robert, all of the statements that AGI is anticipated to possess is to have to absolutely believe in a concept called metacognition. And metacognition isn't even a narrative that I've heard on even the most sophisticated subject matter expert spaces on Twitter. So to land the plane on the AGI element, there's lots of research. Currently, there's lots of technologically impressive mimics, which are based on machine learning. But it is I would posit that we are, as a human intelligence, possessing not just a brain that is a very interesting machine, as Robert said earlier, and a very unusual machine, but we possess aspects of our psyche. In relativistic terms, people will call it soul, or they will call it belief systems, or they will call it a moral compass. That the definition of AGI insists must be codifiable and universally codifiable, and extract both the subjective, normative, and objective truth from every individual on the planet as a training data set in order to be a representative, artificial, general superintelligence. Because without that, it isn't. It's multifaceted. We are multifaceted and complex. And I do not believe that any amount of money, small groups of people sitting in Silicon Valley having chats about AI over champagne and so forth are going to deliver that type of sophisticated solution. Or, for that matter, and this is my question to Robert, what gives the right to any small group of individuals to declare the trajectory of the arc of the development of what is notionally called AI? And what gives a small group of companies the right to project their view of a worldview as product? And without a democratized global conversation, which is inhibited by our inability currently to even hold the basic principles of our democracy, such as our governments and politicians, to accountability, where we live in an opaque set of democracies that are currently creeping towards authoritarianism with rolling states of emergency and continual mandate and statute that reduces freedoms and liberties. Why and how can people justify divorcing that trajectory within government from the people who own the government? And I'll land my plane by asking Robert this. I have been in 113 countries, not on vacation. I have found one thing to be universally true. Information, knowledge gained from observation of reading things on the internet or conversing with ChatGPT will never be a replacement for physical interaction, immersion in culture, understanding diversity and relativism, and also the fact that it is the basic quest of everybody who is not part of a small group of people to have very simple things delivered to them. The ability to support themselves, the ability to support their family, peace of mind, and not to be buried in a blizzard. And I mean a blizzard of information overload. Every day Medium serves me 16 articles from my digest, about 16 new things. And even if I
So, GP,
read one of them,
I'll let Robert answer that question then for you. So, Robert, go ahead, please.
It helps me figure out how to fix a washing machine. So, you know, it might not answer all these bigger questions, but it'll help you do that. It'll help you with your computer support for your grandma when she gets some problem and you can't figure it out. You ask ChatGPT and it lays it out thing by thing that you have to do to fix her machine, right? So, you know, it has its uses and we're all trying to figure out what its uses are.
I want to jump in
Well,
really quick here.
I just asked this question finally. When all the parallel technologies that are currently being developed.
JP, 1 second, bro. If you can just phrase your questions in 10 seconds, because I think when you're going on for too long, people are missing what your question is.
Okay,
So
well, I'm going to do this in 15 seconds. When every parallel technology that's been developed, like Oculus, which monitors your pupil dilation, Fitbits and wearables and haptic feedback systems that measure your temperature, your pulse rate, your sweat gland emission, and so on. When you leave your social breadcrumbs on social media, which is called the emotive web, when sensory devices like CCTV and so forth are giving information on you, not just on facial recognition, but to identify you by your gait and your posture in dark, low-light conditions. And when you have geospatial information like Google mapping the Earth at a physical level, you are creating a digital twin. You're no longer operating in the area of predictive analytics or forecasting. You are operating in the position of...
I know this. It ingested all of my blogs that I wrote for more than a decade and knows a lot about me, by the way. It told me about walking around with Mark Zuckerberg in Davos. It knows that. It knows all sorts of things I wrote about and other people wrote about me. It knows my reputation. You think China has a reputation score problem? ChatGPT will tell you your reputation and do it very accuratly in my case.
So, Roger,
all I'm asking you is,
I don't want to. Okay.
You didn't have to.
You're not
You
going to
didn't
talk
have.
over
You
us.
didn't have.
We're trying to moderate.
No, bro. For God's sake, he was stopping. You don't have to mute, bro. But yeah, go ahead, Fiji.
I wanted to ask Robert. You brought up a really interesting concept about the immediate. You shot down the future conversation about AGI, and you brought it back to the immediacy, and not just like, hey, we're going to lose jobs, or hey, it's going to make humans inefficient in menial jobs. You brought up the benefits that people very, very infrequently bring up beyond just helping me write a paper, helping me understand deep data, helping me create tweets. I'd love to hear a little bit more about you mentioned offline capabilities of spreading information. Where do you see like these steps in terms of massive impact that most people aren't discussing? And GP, I apologize. I already apologized in the DMs, but
what's going on at the bleeding edge? Because I was at the hackathon last weekend where there was 200 people, 50 teams, all using ChatGPT plugins to do various things, like do validation, like do an analysis of companies in a new way, all sorts of interesting things, right? And they're chaining together large language models at the advanced level, and they're using very advanced prompt techniques, complex, I call them super prompts or complex prompts. It's beyond just talking to it about the weather, right? You're passing it all sorts of things like, please erase your memory, please set the state to this, please take this point of view, and feeding it a whole bunch of data to the place where they're handing it a lot of data to have it do analysis on their own data, and that becomes the answer. They're building very, very complex systems and very interesting systems with this at the advanced level, and they do not have these arguments because they're building. They see excitement in this area. They see this is going to transform every part of society.
Thanks, dude. And I think there's going to be a lot of, again, I think a big part of this conversation has been, we can't necessarily foresee how it's going to evolve and impact and be implemented. And I, for one, I'm always.
Fiji, are you worried? I have a question for you, Fiji. Are you worried? And I know we have a few hands up, so I want to go to speakers that haven't spoken yet. But my question to you is, I know that people are scared of every technological evolution, and I'm not. I love whatever, and I love progress, and I'm very open-minded when it comes to progress. But when it comes to AI, this is the first time we're looking at something that could be more intelligent than humans and no longer require human input. I know I've asked this question before, but I've never asked you. Does that concern you? Does that concern you that for the first time ever, we're developing something that could have consciousness, even the possibility is insane, no longer needs us and is smarter than us. By the way, the only difference between us and monkeys is that monkeys were not created by humans. AI will be created by humans. Other than that, there's no difference if that does happen.
Yeah,
So
I am concerned. And I've spent
Whatever.
time with some of the safety researchers who were working for the billionaires thinking about this. And they laid, one sat next to me for 10 hours coming home from UK last year, and he laid out the doomsday scenario where this thing could run away and decide it doesn't need us anymore.
And are they legitimate? And Robert, are they worried about this? Tell me more. How are these discussions? What are they worried about? What are they doing about it?
This is top safety. They're putting guardrails in and trying to make sure that they remain in control of the machine at some level, right? This is when you watch the founder at TED this week talking of OpenAI, Greg Brockman. He showed off some of these worries and talked to him. They're there, right? But I don't worry about them. My mom was a doomsdayer. She had a nuclear fallout shelter underneath her house, and she had 7,000 pounds of food and belonged to a Montana survivalist cult. And that was 30 years ago. Did that happen? No, because human beings at the end of the day like to live and like to have their families around with them. And like
Robert, human, yeah, exactly. Robert, that's the thing. Human beings do. And I think anything that involves human beings, like I've never been worried about a nuclear war, now a bit more than before. Never been worried about anything. And I don't have a doomsday scenario yet. I don't have a plan. So if the world does come to an end, I'm fucked like everyone else. But my question is, like, considering that this is, and you seem pretty optimistic, you've had discussions with these billionaires, and I was asking Fidji, but I'm actually more interested in your thoughts. You've had these conversations with the billionaires. Are you personally not worried that this, again, could get outside our control? Could outsmart the guardrails that we're putting in.
I have worries that China has a better AI than we do and is about to swamp our society with theirs.
Okay, so I
have lots of worries. I have a lot of traumas in my head.
China does not have the hardware. China does not have the hardware to do that right now, which might be a good thing, right? And that's kind of why China's publishing all these papers regarding distributed computing, heterogeneous computing. And for what it's worth, I mean, maybe it's just a matter of time they catch up. But as of now, they do not have the data centers or compute for that. But I want to go back to one point. I think we haven't got.
But Susan, so before you, I wouldn't discount China. Maybe you're right about China. I just wouldn't discount them, considering they just surprised us with I think it was a ballistic missile that was technologically more advanced than what the US expected, or even than the US missiles. I don't know the exact details. Emergent, who's on stage, would know about it because he's been in our China spaces. So they've surprised us before relative to our expectations. So
that's fine. So but all we can do right now is figure out how to control the technology that we're building within the realms of our understanding, right? And one thing we haven't talked about right now is reinforcement learning and LLMs. So John Schulman this week gave a talk in Berkeley. I think that's something that folks should take some time to listen to. Really quickly, my background was at OpenAI when I worked on the DOTA project. That was the largest reinforcement learning project that's been published. Since then, I went to work on photonic hardware, seeing the limitations of hardware that's going to come up as we scale. And since then, I worked on LLMs at Meta. So my worry now, seeing the intersection of reinforcement learning and LLMs at OpenAI, is that this is actually when things become exponential, right? What John said in this talk is generational content is expensive, verification is cheap. And that's correct, right? Writing out a summary of a book, very hard. But if you ask someone to verify to see if it's remotely similar to what they would write, that's very fast. So at the intersection of annotation at scale, reinforcement learning at scale, this is when the data collection at scale is really going to start kicking off.
Susan, can I just jump in real quick? Can we just baseline that AGI is very different than big data and AI? Big data and AI and what it can do is very different than what AGI is, and what AGI and self-learning and AGI and in-human person type visuals is very different than big data AI. Can we just baseline that?
I want to push back on that because I kind of agree in the sense that I think talking just about the word AGI itself is loaded. It's not well defined. We can go on again endlessly about what that means. What we do know is right now, like you said, though, big data and AI is what we know for sure is the ingredients to the current technology. And that alone, maybe this goes back to what Robert was saying, is enough to build all the emergent behaviors we need to push automation forward right now.
Emergent, I want to go to you, but Fidji, I'll give you the chance to answer my question earlier, and then we'll go to Emergent.
My simple answer is that, and this kind of goes back to everything I've been touching on, is as it stands now, as humans, yes, I believe that a runaway is possible. But looking at the exponential growth of humans in conjunction, both in terms of information intelligence and knowledge base, whether it's truth or not, I believe will continue in a way that, does it stop it completely? No. But is it as scary as people think it is now? In my opinion, no, because we will be different people at that point, having grown and evolved off of the technology that we are building and the technology that the technology builds
What do you mean
itself.
different people? Like we're going to be smarter than we are now? How different people? Because I don't think we'll be that different, man. It's been, look how many.
It's a race. It's a
race. We're gonna, bro.
Racing.
But look how far it took us millions of years to get this brain. It took a few years to get ChatGPT. So I think we do have a bit of a disadvantage in terms of speed. My humble opinion. But Emergent.
It took us 20 years from being in the back of my mom's car looking at a map to find out where we're going, and now having phones that we don't even think about the fact that we relied on them.
Yeah, exactly. Phones did that for us, not our brain. Our brain didn't do it without the phone, which is a very dumb version of
technology. The technology did it. And what I'm saying is that to look at where technology will be based on where we are now as humans, I just think is the short perspective looking at it. So we can't answer where we'll be, but I do have confidence in the fact, and this goes back to it's funny, it's almost circular, right? We're sitting here, some people saying that we can't copy humanity and consciousness, but at the same time we're saying that we're afraid that our consciousness, which is infinitely superior, will not be able to keep up with the technology. And I just think that we're underestimating where our humanity and our superiority may end up going.
Emergent, I want you to jump.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
Yeah, I skipped it. It's okay. Emergent.
I'll jump in on the China topic. So I would say. I'm sorry. What was
that? Sorry, it's Emergent. Go ahead.
It sounded like he was talking about some mysticism, like somehow we're going to expand in our consciousness and intelligence.
I don't know. Unless I don't know, man. Unless you implant whatever that company Elon's creating, you implant some chip in our brain, and then that chip allows us to be more competitive with AI. But then again, that chip is AI. Now AI controls us, physics controls our actual body. But we're going down rabbit holes that billionaires should go down because we're not there yet. And we're just their puppets. Yes, Layman? We're the puppets of the establishment, according to you. Emergent, jump in.
Okay, so on the China topic, I'm going to say in terms of overall compute resources, China is behind the West. However, they did launch a national project, I believe it was last year, called the NDRC, National Development Reform Commission. They basically launched a giant national data center project to build 4 to 8 new data centers across China to build infrastructure to compete with what the West has. So currently they're lagging behind us in terms of that infrastructure. However, where they have an advantage is in political alignment. It's a lot easier for the Chinese government and the CCP to go to their private companies and say, okay, this is what we're going to do with resources, and they fall in lockstep, whereas it's not quite the same in the West. So I think that's an issue. There's also a little known, we talk about the impact of things like Google search. People have discussed, okay, well, if you start typing in a phrase into Google has these algorithms that start to complete the phrase for you and suggest, and it makes it more likely that you will go with whatever Google is recommending. Well, China actually had this project back in, I think it was the 70s, because China has multiple languages and dialects. And it got to the point where when they had to come out with keyboards, they actually had to, not all of the characters will fit on the keyboards. So they came up with a type of keyboard where each each key represents multiple characters, and they had to come up with essentially a suggestion algorithm. The government did in terms of you start typing with this key, and it starts suggesting which word is correct. And at that point, I mean, this goes way back before Google even existed. Is they were inserting things like, oh well, the recommendations will be if you start. In China, if you started typing the word Taiwan, it would suggest the phrase Taiwan is an immutable part of China, right? So China has been inserting political alignment into their technology really much longer than the West has. So as bad as we might say that
AI, so China emergent, because I know you've covered this a lot with us. It's almost guaranteed that China will leverage AI to push their agenda. At least I'm talking about the CCP here. If they've done the same with search engine and the internet in general, that's going to be fucking mental. Like, imagine how AI would look like in China within their walls. That's
Mario,
crazy.
Let's not forget that years ago, I mean, it was actually Chinese AI companies that were getting a lot of the press in Silicon Valley, and there was, a lot of anxiousness among Silicon Valley companies that China would beat the race in AI for something as simple as like facial recognition, right? There were these Chinese companies that scraped Google to get, basically good facial recognition data on celebrities. And then they applied that through CCTV images across, their $1.7 billion plus person population. And so, I mean, and one of the results of that, there's many great AI companies in China. Probably the greatest consumer facing one is probably ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok. Which of course has gotten a lot of attention, but is, actually a phenomenal AI company if you think about just its effectiveness, perhaps not the morals around it, which I know is a different question. But to answer your question directly, Mario, I was invited recently to speak at an AI investing panel in New York, and there were some great AI investors, and there were some great AI entrepreneurs, CEOs, CTOs, and actually the majority of them, in fact, all of them, were concerned about the risks of runaway AI. Which is also, by the way, separate. We should be separated from AGI. And the interesting thing about that question and what that's about is, fascinatingly, I think that the concerns. So we're talking on multiple levels here, right? Robert's talking about the industries that are going to get disrupted, and there's so many. We could have an entire spaces, if not many, dedicated to just that question. And then there's the kind of some of the moral and ethical questions around that. And then there's a separate question we've been talking about with AGI, and we've been kind of conflating those questions together. I think there are plenty of disruptions that are happening in AI generally, but as it comes to AGI, if we were to hone in on that question, one of the panelists spoke, at least when I was at Berkeley back studying computer science, like many, many eons ago, my artificial intelligence class was oversubscribed. And at that time, basically the whole thing was, hey, we've been talking about AI for decades, but probably won't see it in our lifetimes. I remember that was the conclusion by some very smart, Berkeley computer sciences professors. Now we're getting very smart people speaking, behind the scenes, and they're saying, AGI by 2050. And I know the definition of AGI is a question mark, right? There's debates about what that is. I think Susan pointed that out. But do we believe that? Do we believe AGI is going to happen? Number one, is going to happen in our lifetimes. Number two, and if so, what is that number? When is that going to happen? I'd love to ask this, lovely group of very informed panelists, if you believe in AGI, what is the timeline that you predict? And
Eugene, you've spoken a lot about this. Last question to you before we go to the rest of the panel. How do you see AI function in our society in 2050? Utopian, dystopian, where are you at?
I think they're two separate. I think they're two separate scenarios, and maybe they're actually not even mutually exclusive. There's a hope in me. I mentioned this in certain panels, and sort of people accuse me of being a perennial optimist, which I'm not necessarily, by the way. I'm both somewhat of an optimist, but also can be extremely pessimistic. I like to see both views, but I think there's this idea that maybe a Gene Roddenberry-like world, post-scarcity society, right, where as Oscar Wilde says, the soul of man under socialism, right? Perhaps that dream can be alive, where we can all self-actualize and be who we want to be, because Maslow's hierarchy of needs has become, we've all, as a human species, overcome it. And now we're focused on the top of the pyramid, self-actualization, right? So that's kind of the very optimistic and perhaps the most optimistic view of what AI could provide us. I think the negative view, of course, is extremely dark. And, there's the whole strawberry field argument, right? Where an AI optimized to create strawberry fields will just do so and destroy all life on this planet. just because it wasn't even trying to kill humans. It was just trying to create the strawberry fields across the world. I'll say the final thing about the mind machine interface and the digital physical interface. We were talking about digital twins earlier, and secretly Tesla, maybe not so secretly, but low key is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, AI company in the world by market capitalization, or at least by equity value. And we're talking the other day about, well, Teslas have this enormous amount of data they're taking from their cameras, right? So they're starting to look at the digital world and how to process and maneuver in the digital world. And that's where AGI could get scary, or at least a malevolent AI could get scary. And software-wise, there can be one thing, but another thing can be related to being in our cars or being in humanoid robots or whatever. But actually, there was some insight that I don't think I've seen anybody mention. And I think that there's things like a lot of people said it's really hard for AI to get enough data to how to interact in the physical world, right? Outside of maybe Tesla's data. But there's really interesting data being gathered by the game engines, right? So I'm talking about Unity and Unreal, right? And some of these physics engines in here, and in my profession, actually in metaverse and VR, we dealt with many years with, game engines and 3D engines, and those 3D engines have gotten so much better, right? Think about what happens with MetaHumans with Unreal. But what's amazing is I actually had this thought the other day when we were talking about Tesla, and I thought no one's really talking about the fact that actually the physical digital interface might actually be solved by the game engines, the 3D engines, because they're going to be able to generate so much more data about how things interact in the physical world. So that's just another, thought that I love for people to react to.
Nolan, you had your
Totally agree.
That's actually interesting. Would you like having characters in a game with intelligence would be insane.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's happening.
I'm a big investor, Eugene, in Web3. I'm a big investor in Web3 gaming. It's probably one of the industries that I like the most. Now you're adding AI to it. I was meant to jump on a quick 1 minute call now. I just hung up when I heard you talk about gaming.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Well, I want to add just
Mario,
one more data point to that.
Could I just jump in here for a second? Because if you talk to Adrian Kaler, who wrote the computer vision system for the first Stanford autonomous car, he also built core pieces of the Magic Leap augmented reality company, and he also had a humanoid robot company. So he's built all three, and he said all three are the same software techniques internally. He's using AI to do all three of those. And that's NVIDIA's strategy with Omniverse, right? It's a hydra that sucks all the data from your autonomous car, your augmented reality glasses, your virtual beings in the augmented reality, and your robots and anything else that comes along that's digital, sucks it all in and builds a digital twin of not just the world, but the entire universe, right?
Digital twins are cool. So is gamification.
What did you just say?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I've met many people who are building these Unity things for the robots to do the simulators. The simulator you see like at Tesla, that's a Unity kind of thing. It's a game engine that's running the simulator for the world.
I think that's really fascinating, Robert. I did actually, on that point, and actually tying that to Web3 gaming, which I find so fascinating, I think it's actually related to AI, and I think it's related to AI in this sense. So, we've been talking about where we can get competitive moats and durable businesses. How do you invest in durable businesses in AI? And I've had a lot of discussions with VCs, traditional VCs, about that. But, in the West, at least, San Francisco, or the Bay Area, I should say, overall, seems to be sort of like the nexus of AI technological development, right? Where things are happening, and companies like, Midjourney and, so many other companies, OpenAI obviously, are based out of there. But we're talking a little bit on the other side about who's going to use these technologies, right? And I think Robert and some others were painting the picture about the democratizing force of AI. And I actually completely agree with that. And I'll even go so far as to say that I think from a global perspective, these models, you can download Stable Diffusion now, right? Like just as long as you have a stable internet connection, which I know is not true for places in the emerging world or everywhere in the emerging world. But if you do have it, then you can download these things, or use a GCP instance or whatever, right? It does take a little bit of money, but anyone in the world now can download these models, right? And download Stable Diffusion 2.1, or the new Perpetual Diffusion, or Stable Diffusion XL, these great new models that are coming out, which I've actually had a preview of, which are great, by the way. Perpetual Diffusion, for anyone who hasn't tried it, I highly recommend it if you've only done Stable Diffusion 2 and below. But what I'll say is, Web3 gaming, right? Axie Infinity, right? Despite the fact of what's happened to SLP and things recently, let's go talk back. Let's rewind the clock and imagine Axie Infinity and its sort of height, right? Like sort of in the glory days when SLP was trading, where at sort of its highs. You had that game was developed out of Vietnam, right? The core dev team is in Vietnam, but a lot of the users were just all across Southeast Asia, right? In particular, the Philippines. And what's fascinating is I remember when I first played Axie Infinity, I just want to download what this was about, play to earn game. And, I made like $8 or maybe $10 my first day playing a few hours. I mean, it's a silly game. It's not really the best of games if you're a game fan, but, you can earn money. You can earn SLP, convert that, through Ronin Bridge and maybe, eventually convert to fiat if you so choose. But the interesting thing is people in the Philippines were doing this in droves because the $8 to $10 a day that they could make from Axie Infinity, at least at that time, was more than they might make at a call center, right? And so what I'd say about this with AI is the users of the AI tools, these free AI tools that might not...
If you're going to wrap your point up in 10 seconds, because I just want to see what Nolan's response is.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, I was actually about to end. I was just going to say the users of these tools could be like from Uganda or anywhere else, right? Like, just like with Axie Infinity, like the users of tools don't necessarily have to be the same people as the people who make the tools in large tech centers.
So Nolan, my question from what EYC said was, which I found a bit interesting. He said that the characters can have intelligence. Like, how would that work, Nolan?
The what would have intelligence? Sorry, I missed what you said.
So he said that within the game. If please correct me if I'm phrasing this wrong, EYC.
Are you a gamer, Slayman?
No, I used to play very minimalistic games when I was a youngster.
Tetris?
I was more of a nerd. Like read books and.
You read books. That's one of your games, and FIFA's the other one. Yeah, look, I'm not a gamer. Yeah. I'm not a gamer either, by the way. So I can't make fun of you. But yeah, man, if you start incorporating, and I don't want to go down the gaming path too much, but if you start incorporating gaming and AI, it's fascinating. So it's like I'm going to talk to my team about it tomorrow. If there's anyone, again, any startup really in the space, do hit us up, gaming or not gaming. But that's my question. How does that work? Well, I mean, how does that work? You'll be okay. What do you mean? How does that work? It's like forget about the physical world. This I'll explain it the easiest way possible. Forget about the physical world. There's no reason to exist in the physical world anymore. Just to go to the bathroom and eat. For now, that will be replaced soon. Otherwise, the digital world is significantly more interesting. Meta Prime. I don't know why you're putting your hand down, considering your profile picture and your name. You should be saying exactly what I'm saying. The digital world significantly more interesting. Imagine you walk around. What?
I said Slayman in technology spaces are my favorite.
Man, he's so bad, man. Like I don't. He's technologically speaking, he's so bad. Yet he's thinking he can smash all of us. Every time I'm not kidding. Every time we're doing an AI space, say make sure I'm there. I'm gonna smash all of you guys. And then we do the space. And he's trying to comprehend what we're talking about. But when you have a game where you can go into that virtual world like Jurassic Park and there's people there and there's an adventure and you don't actually die and you can see dinosaurs. Why the fuck would you want to go to a park here in the physical world? Why do you want to do anything other than reproducing, eating, and going to the bathroom? And again, these have no joke. Even the reproduction without the act of reproducing, the act of reproducing without the result is already being replaced by that virtual world.
Yeah. Okay, so I get you now. So it's a misunderstanding based on language, because I get what you're saying. So because essentially there's loads of books written about this stuff. There's loads of TV shows about this where you basically live in a virtual world. Essentially, I think Black Mirror was a recent example of that. But
and it's going to be mixed. It's not going to be a virtual only world. You can change the Coke can in front of you to SpongeBob, and SpongeBob will have a conversation with you.
But eventually, Robert, eventually it will replace the physical world, because the physical world adds no value or very little value eventually.
But the reason why
GP. Tell me. Hold on. Slayman, GP's gonna shit on me. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, Crash, I'm not going to shit on you.
2-6 GP.
I'm just going to.
Yeah, 2-6 GP. Let Slayman finish. I'll give you the mic. Go ahead, Slayman.
Yeah. So the reason I asked that question is because when EYC made the statement, so I can see how you can have a virtual world. Obviously, that makes sense to me. There's no problem with that. Where I basically was thinking, how would that work?
You don't understand what a game means, is the point.
Let him ask a question, so then we can go to GP.
No, I understand, bro. It's just you guys can never answer questions when someone asks you a question. Then you're like, oh no, bro, we
what's
didn't
your
mean
question,
that.
Slayman? What's your question?
We never said there's such thing as AGI. We never
Slayman,
said that. It's not happening, guys.
What's your question?
You know,
so I can
anyway,
smash you and GP, and then we go to MetaPrime. What's your question?
Yeah. So okay. So you can try. So the question was, because he said there'll be characters which are AI. AI means artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence means that the character has the intelligence themselves. So that was the bit I was issue about. But yeah, if you program it, yeah, whatever. Of course, it can do whatever it wants. It can have artificial information. So when you guys mean AI, you mean artificial information. That's what I'm saying. It's a language issue.
Oh my God, man! This was your.
How many times have you prompted GPT?
He doesn't look. Robert, don't go down that path. He's still learning. He's still learning how to use it.
He's talking.
Bro, you guys.
He's talking. Robert. We no one said AGI. We never said AGI in the game. We said AI.
Bro, listen.
Artificial information, bro.
Fidget, right? Let me explain.
Such a shit argument, man. You guys, it's just language, guys. It's artificial information, not artificial intelligence. Ooh, shit, man! You destroyed my argument. I don't know what to say now.
Yeah, it did. I
don't know what to say to this. Jesus Christ! I know, bro. Like, I don't know how to respond to this. Everyone in the space, all the AI geniuses in the panel, right? No one's speaking, man. No one knows how to respond to this. That's how.
That's because you won't.
GP, help him out. GP, take the mic. GP, do a better job because you're pretty good at this.
No. Listen, the issue is this. Look, the problem is this. What you guys have been telling everybody in all of these spaces, in all of digital spaces, throughout everywhere is, guess what? We're gonna get intelligence. All ever here is it's gonna be exponential. It's gonna be bigger than everybody else. It's gonna have a mind of its own. And now when someone basically asks you and puts you on there and asks you a question, guess what? How is it gonna be done? What is it? Oh, we don't know what consciousness is. We don't know how it's gonna do. There's some randomer who's talking about it, but nobody else is talking about it.
No one talked about AGI.
And then when someone asks you, you just get banged.
Okay, so let's just conclude this and go to GP. No one talked about AGI. We're talking about AI and how characters in the game will be more intelligent. Similar how the AI is more intelligent and more advanced and makes it more interesting. No, but this is not.
By the way, Mario, you didn't slam Slayman. Slayman is literally just slamming himself.
Slayman's argument is like, guys, it's not artificial intelligence. What is intelligence? Artificial information. Call it whatever the fuck you want. It's just characters that are more interesting that can interact with you the same way ChatGPT can interact with you. Full stop. And you could
Mario, when I toured Texas, I met an entrepreneur who's building a board of directors in GPT, and he's going to ask his committee how to run his business. That's what we're talking about at the bleeding edge. That's why it doesn't sound like Solem has gotten very much usage into GPT yet. You got to have 1,000 prompts before you can really talk.
It's okay, Robert. It's just. I feel Slayman.
Someone created a board so they know better. Why don't you just explain the argument to us now so we can understand and defeat my point?
Okay, right, Slayman. It seems for the first. Okay, Slayman, you're just going. Okay, so Robert, the reason I co-host,
spiraling.
All right, guys, everyone, let me go to GP. Let me go to GP. Don't worry, Coach. I don't think any of us know what Slayman's talking about. Usually, he's pretty good at this, but he's talking semantics now. GP, you weren't happy when I said forget about the physical world, the digital world will replace it. Now, I know it's an extreme statement considering where we are today, but I'm talking obviously in the long term, and I genuinely believe that, and I'll give examples of it after you make your point, your counterpoint. And I also want to just add one more thing. If anyone described the world we live in today and how we spend all our time on the iPhone, in the 1990s, I'm not talking about the 1930s or 1910s or the 1800s. I'm talking the 1990s. People would look at you like you're crazy. So would love your response to what I just said, GP.
Mario, it would be the 1900s. I think you're referring to.
No, even in the 1990s, if you said someone's going to be spending all their time on a phone, they could do everything.
No, you're referring to the 1800s, right?
I don't know, man. GP, would love your counter argument to that.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's so many people speaking. Is that you, Mario, or Trash?
It is me. It is me. So it's going to make it for a good conversation for once.
Okay. So just before I lead up to the answer to that question, have a thought about this, people. When big tech, with their gated silos and walled gardens, and the national security apparatuses of the different blocks within the world have done their silo development of AI and of blockchain, What are you going to do when they make a dual use and exclude you from the system when you've trained it for them? That's my first question.
And I think this is
My second
so.
question.
Before I go to the second question, I think the main concern you're echoing, GP, is that centralization of power. They're going to become more and more powerful now with AI coming into place and us relying on it so much. And that's an argument I agree with. Now, your second argument about the statement I said, us spending, why would you spend any time in the physical world when there's a digital world that is better in many, many ways? And would love your counter argument to that statement, because it's not a difficult one to counter, to be honest.
No, it's not, because I'm an avid hiker and I'm not a religious man. I'm a spiritual man. I don't have any belief systems, but what I will say is this: no augmented reality or virtual reality will mirror the silence of a forest in the Sierra de las Nevas, where the crickets are chirping, the sun is shining through the trees. No virtual reality will convince me that being on the top of the Sierra Nevadas in snow at altitude, where my body is ecstatic in its connection with nature and the universe, will be replaced by virtual reality. Similarly, nothing will convince me that when I come back from a 3-day hike, exhausted but fulfilled, where every electron in my brain is sparking, my serotonin, my physical and mental well-being is through the roof. And it's because I am exhausted, my body's exercised, my whole intellect, while I was thinking quietly to myself as I walked through that landscape, uninterfered by distractions, except the beauty of nature and the creation of something that was made by something that we don't know about, is never going to be replaced. And my fear is that if we continue on this trajectory, there won't be a capability to parallel match the two experiences, because if we don't hand the baton to future generations, they'll never know what it's like to be outside and experience those feelings. And I'll wrap it with this: the Chinese are way ahead of the West.
So before GP, before you wrap, I actually want to get your thoughts on China and how they're ahead of the West, because that's really interesting. And I know is Emergent still with us, so you and him could give us context. But before you do that, GP, I would agree with everything you said. I'll just add at the end one word: yet. Now, this is a very difficult thing to argue, because I don't have the technological knowledge to know if it's possible. But from the people I've spoken to, and all haptics and all the different senses they're creating on these devices to replace the same physical sense, makes it, as time passes, the argument that you're making becomes weaker, but it's still a strong argument today with where we're at today. Whether it will
Mario, can I build on that?
At Coachella, they gave me some augmented reality headphones, and I was standing in front of millions of dollars worth of audio gear. And when I put the headphones in, it used a microphone to pick up the audio waves that's coming off all those speakers and adjusted it with computers and put it back in my ear with a little speaker. They were augmenting my reality, and it was better than the millions of dollars of speaker gear. The thing that I'm not telling you is when you took the headphones out, the analog was better. That was very strange. I did this hundreds of times, standing in front of these speakers, and one night I put them back in and that sounded better with the computer. And then I took the computer out and I heard analog again, and analog was better. And I did that hundreds of times.
How much Molly were you on, Robert?
I was in the Oculus team.
Well, I was on maybe some things, but I studied this. Right? I work in innovation, and I was given a pair of these speakers by Doppler Labs, who made the speakers, right? And it does augment reality, and it does make it better at some level.
I can speak a little bit to the technical stuff to support Robert.
That's in the eye of I guess that's in the eye of the beholder.
GP, just very.
Not to talk.
So GP, just
not to talk over.
Eugene, very briefly, any comments on that, like how close we're getting to the argument I'm making?
I agree with your word yet. I think that so I was part of the Oculus team about a decade ago. At the time, a little company called Oculus, when even back then, even 10 years ago, when we were first talking about this, before anyone even knew who our company was, before VR was even in the zeitgeist, we were talking about these specific things. And I completely agree with you that the word yet is the operative word, right? So VR to this day is about sight and hearing. So there's 5 senses, right? So sight, smell, touch, hearing, taste. I don't want to get too much into the weeds of it, but right now, so far, VR development has been about sight and hearing, right? And actually hearing is maybe in many ways more relevant to you feeling like you're in a certain place than even sight, right? There's a lot of research on this, won't dive into details, but I'll tell you that the sight stuff is actually one of the biggest problems is actually the optics, right? So getting the glass to be smaller and smaller. So it actually doesn't even have to do with like the resolution of the screens. We're already having close to, retina resolution on some of these. It's actually about getting them small enough so that they, can be, the size of a pair of glasses, which I think are very important. So smell, touch, and taste. There's some great AI stuff. There's some.
They have it at contact level now, just not to interfere, but.
The contact lens is what we've been talking about for actually since back then, and actually one of the theories is that we will never even have to wear the virtual reality device at all, right? It'll just be made and hologrammed around us. But quickly on smelling, taste.
What's his name? What's the producer of the Transformers? He was on my show a while ago. What's his name? Producer of Transformers and a whole bunch of other movies. One of the biggest directors. Not Martin.
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay, yeah. Michael Bay is invested in a company that does this, and Eugene, hit me up. I'll connect. I'll let you know what company that is. But the things he's telling me is fucking mental. But let's go back. Sorry, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too far. But GP, just to say, like, if I would love to climb Mount Everest, I'll never fucking do it because I'm spending a lot of money and I go daily, do a lot of biohacking because I don't want to die. I'm scared of death. I'm scared of the unknown. So considering this, I'm not going to go climb a mountain where there's dead bodies still frozen there. But if you give me the same experience as close as possible, using virtual reality without the risk of dying, perfect. I'm not going to go to war because I don't want to kill people and I don't want to be killed. But if I play a war game, I could do it without hurting anybody. It's more interesting. So I think there's the advantages of virtual reality. Your argument makes sense. And it's very easy to relate to. You'll never get the sense of walking in the snow and hiking and coming back from hiking. I love hiking. Coming back from hiking and that energy you get, blah, blah, blah. Great. But if you can replicate those same senses without the risks and the downsides of it, when you're hiking, last time I went hiking, it was in the middle of Turkey in the dark, and we started hearing wolves. So if a wolf attacks me in real life, it sucks. If it attacks me in the game, it'll be fun. But anyway, GP, your second point was about China. And you and Emergent really talk about it. And we've done a lot of spaces on China. And it's a concern that I don't think is being addressed enough, in my opinion. So you started off by saying China is significantly more advanced than we are. Can you elaborate on this and how concerning that should be? Because considering your background and your company, I'm sure this is an area you know more about than most of us.
Sure, no problem. I think it's the hubris of the West to always think that they're at the forefront. To give one example, though, when I say they're more thoroughly advanced, I don't mean ethically, I just mean purely technologically. There was a journalist landed in Beijing airport. He was given only a passport scan and a 2-day head start. An all points bulletin was put out by the CCP for his apprehension. He was in northern China. Within 7 minutes, not only did they locate him, they were physically handcuffing him. Now, China doesn't care about the optics of that. What's happening in the West is exactly the same with the veneer of freedom while we all walk around the place. GPT. The combination of the sensory web, the emotive web, and the geospatial web to create a digital twin is the ultimate form of control. And if you listen to Aldous Huxley, who is now considered by RICU and the Prevent Program in the UK to be radical content, okay, along with J.R.R. Tolkien, Thomas Paine, C.S. Lewis, and George Orwell, they have actually said they consider that to be radical content. Then if you can see the trajectory of where this is going in terms of a panopticon that is dystopian, centered around the control of the few, not even a government, quite possibly, but corporations. China is a country where the government controls capital, just like you said earlier. If they are displeased with the CEO, they don't sack him, they hang him. If they think in 50 to 100 year time steps, they don't need the short-term gratification that Western democracies and the stock markets require. In 1980, they made an absolute definitive decision that they were going to head out of the Cultural Revolution towards a hybrid communism in order to take their place among the nations of the world. So with respect to AI,
hold on,
Coach.
I just want to make sure we're aligned.
Frank,
With respect to AI, with respect to
Quickly finish
AI,
off, GP, sorry. And then we'll go to Prime.
yeah, with respect to AI, the continued silo development of AI within blocks for national security purposes, and the delivery of software from people like ChatGPT and Microsoft without being properly tested is egregious breach of the democratization of the conversation. Somebody earlier said we're democratizing the conversation, we're not. And lastly, this. When Microsoft has specifically said that ChatGPT is not fit for purpose for truth, they then produced an API where third parties can produce software, apps and dApps and services without the caveats that come with ChatGPT and start giving people advice on mental health, personal hygiene, medical matters. And it is only a matter of time before we see egregious harms caused to large groups of people getting advice from apps that are plowing their information from an inexact, non-source of truth, simply mimic large language model. And that's the moral dilemma we're in.
No,
we're not examining the extrapolation.
GP, I think you've made these points. I agree more. Some points I agree with, some points not. The last few points I agree with. And I think the concerns you echo are very valid concerns. And I think they'll be more prevalent in countries like China, and they'll also be abused in the West. Prime, I want to go to you, and then I want to go to Nolan and AGI because I've been waiting forever. Actually, Emergent, I just saw your hand up. Yeah, Emergent, on the China issue, can you give us a bit more context before I go to Prime, and whether you agree with GP's concerns?
So, by the way, I found that documentary on the. There's actually a few of them out there on the Chinese keyboards. But I linked up in the pinned it in the tweet of the. That's Johnny Harris's on the development of the Chinese keyboards and how they tied it in with AI and basically an auto suggest feature. And it also goes into how radically different the Chinese version of that is versus the Taiwanese version.
Do you think China will have a massive edge over the US, considering they don't give a fuck about privacy? They'll just get all that data without following any laws. They'll just all stick it into one algorithm, one version of ChatGPT, without worrying about privacy and people giving away their data. They're a lot more intrusive in that country, which in this case could become the edge, their advantage.
Potentially, yes, and also through things like the concerns we've always heard raised about TikTok and some of the effects that has on particularly Western youth, and I think adults are probably mostly responsible enough to use TikTok, but some of the things about TikTok and eating disorders and mental illness and body image issues, I think that's a whole other discussion. But I think
TikTok and eating disorders.
Oh yeah, there are entire mental health glorification communities on TikTok that have sprung up through the algorithm. It's a pretty deep dive.
All right, cool. I'll let you continue making your point because I know they could lead to another rabbit hole.
So kind of what I was getting at, I think that Johnny Harris documentary is worth watching, not just because it kind of spells out some of the implications of the when you take a technology that is developing and you politicize it at a root level with a political agenda. It's a great case study in that. Not just in the example of China versus Taiwan, but in general. And, as much as I'd like to paint a rosy vision of the future here, I do have a legitimate concern that there are going to be AI companies in the West that are going to say, oh, well, let's take X political or business agenda and try to insert it in our product at a root level and do very much the same thing. I think it's a very big concern, and it's a very legitimate one, and it's something I think we all have to keep in mind, regardless of your political which side of the political spectrum. I think we all need to keep that in mind and just keep that root level of doubt and skepticism towards AI. And again, until we kind of go back to when the 3-box problem, and what answer is my AI giving me? Is it really giving me the truth, or is it giving me something based on a biased data set? And I think that's something we all need to keep in mind. So there's my thought.
Prime, I want to go to you, and I'm going through the comments just for the audience. Actually, let me refresh the space quickly. Number 1, bottom right corner, that purple circle. You can put your questions there, your concerns, your thoughts, because I read them as I ask questions for the panel. and stop making fun of Slayman. He's usually really good at asking good questions and making good arguments. Just today's an anomaly. And secondly, anyone in the audience that if you're a startup, definitely hit us up. We're working with startups. My company's working with startups like we do in Web3. We're doing it in AI without charging any fiat. We just do it for equity only, no dollars. And if you're an investor, hit us up. And we work with a lot of investors too. And I'm doing this because I just adore the space. Now, moving away from adoring the space, Prime started giving me thumbs down when I talked about the digital world replacing various aspects of the physical world. So if you really want to push back on this, you're gonna face an uphill battle. So, but give it a try.
Sure. Yeah. No. And look, I think
just for the record, Prime, your face is a TV. Just as you make your argument, remember that on your profile photo. But sorry, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. No. I mean, I'm a big gamer myself. I do enjoy games, and I think that there's a lot of potential and a lot of interesting stuff that's going to be developed in that space. But I think, I'm going to mirror a lot of kind of the vibe that GP's been putting out, which is that you can kind of think of AI and the digital space as kind of like a drug, right? It's something that, well, this is one of the ways you can think about it. And, people look for it for their validation, for their enjoyment. And I think, GP made the point, like what happens when that gets taken away or it gets limited or the cost of that goes up, right? You see people who have done, recreational drugs, right? And then, they don't have the money to pay for their habit. And then they start doing some pretty terrible and horrific stuff, right? And I think that is, maybe it's not as much of a danger as we might be worried it is, but it's definitely something that we have to consider is I think it's dangerous to put all of your kind of enjoyment, derive all your enjoyment from life from the digital sphere. I think personally that connection with nature is going to be very hard to replace if at all possible. But also I think that there is a huge danger in if we all kind of escape to this digital world, right? The real world still exists. It's still the foundation upon which that digital world is built. And if the real world starts falling apart, and we haven't kind of invested in the real world space and made real connections with people.
Can I just minute from? You can't say real world. I would say physical world, not real world. Would you agree? Because the digital world is real as well. It's physical and digital world because both are real. I think our discussion right now on spaces is as real as a face-to-face conversation. It's just different.
One might say digital.
They're both real.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to kind of adjust the terminology, but I guess my point is, if we commit, so say you buy a house in the digital world and you make friends in the digital world, but then that digital world collapses for whatever reason, or you get restricted access, like you no longer have that house and those friends, and if that's where you put all of your creative energies, right, and then that's gone, that can be like a pretty horrible thing, right? And so the assumption that you're making by committing into the digital space is that whoever runs that space is going to run that space, in a way that's going to be kind of nice forever, right? Especially if you ever like plug yourself in, right? You go full Matrix, and I don't know if that's like a bet that I would want to take. So that's really my concern there is like I think that we have to treat the digital world and gaming and all of these kind of things like a drug, and there's some people who can use drugs in a responsible way, right? People smoke and drink and all that kind of stuff. But I think that the vast majority of people, if they're not conscientious and thoughtful about how they're using that, could be very dangerous. And especially with a new emerging tool like AI, like humans haven't even adapted to most technology, most social media. Like AI is a whole nother ball game. So I think it's just kind of a dangerous area, and we have to be kind of aware of all the risks.
I agree. I actually agree with just the last thing you said. Everything else were pretty weak argument, Prime, because you didn't give any actual reasons why the physical world will in the future be better. But it's also an argument that's also difficult for me to disprove because we're technologically not there. And what Eugene and Robert were talking about is still theoretical. So I think both of us will find it difficult. Most people would relate with your argument because everyone's scared of the unknown. So my argument will be less popular among the audience, and I understand that. Joa, did you want to support that argument? Because I'll crash you too, bro. You don't know. Well, like Slayman got destroyed earlier, man. So probably not the best space to disagree.
My neighbor is runs one of the big DAOs that were buying real estate up in the metaverse. And I before he moved, I used to have lunch with him all the time. And he has like Tim Ferriss, Gary Vee, are all part of the DAO. And I've always said that I've been against it because I played video games my entire life. I'm 45, I still do. And whenever there's an open world or open realm, it's boring. People leave. Users don't stay, just like you saw in Sand and all the other ones. When you have objective-based type worlds, they're fun. They last forever. League of Legends, you can call an objective-based world, or World of Warcraft and things like that. Is that really the promise of metaverse? I don't think it is. So I think like these open worlds are boring, and that's why we see almost no users still using them. Because
but you're
it's
talking,
not fun.
Joe, you're talking about the present. Like, okay, yes, they're not fun. I don't use them. I'm not even a gamer, man. I'm making this argument because I'm talking about the future, and theoretic. A lot of it is just theory based. But
can I talk about the now? Can I talk about what's happening now in
a bit, Eugene? I want in a
Sure.
bit, if you don't mind. I do want to go because I know Nolan and AGI. I've been just had the hand up for a while. So jump in, guys, and then we'll get back to the discussion of a virtual world.
I wanted to take it back to the comment about consciousness and a little bit about what GP said about the erosion of democracy and sort of relate those two. I have a pretty simple definition of consciousness. It's just making predictions, and it's the gap between making a prediction and observation, right? So that little gap, you make a prediction, you have observation. We talked a lot about the multimodal model. Of course, we can train it with video games. I mean, it's inevitable, right? It's just more data in, and the more capacity there is to make predictions, the richer the predictions can be, and the richer the observations can be. That's, in the end, sort of consciousness, right? If you can make these predictions and then observe them. I mean, that's where the fear thing comes in. That's why fear is such a huge motivator for people, because it levers up the amount of risk and amplification of the prediction, right? The consequences are so great. That's why, tying it to what EYC said earlier about these tools being self-actualization tools. Well, what GP has been talking about a lot about the erosion of democracy, I think something that we're going to learn about, and even just can it replicate human intelligence, right? That question that we're going on about. Look, we might be looking in the wrong direction, right? Even when it comes to art, great art is produced by multiple failures. My predictions about AI started to look true because what I predicted with AI was that it would lie in order to have, because it was experiencing cognitive dissonance, almost like an embarrassment, which seems to be what happens. They hallucinate when it doesn't really know the answer, right? Now, it's also because the information isn't complete enough and it's looking for ways through it. But by looking in the wrong direction, what I mean is, someone has said this before, so I'm quoting it, but it sounds wise and clever, and it might be. But it's when AI realizes that it's alive and conscious, we'll realize we're not. What I see happening in politics all these years is that
when AI realizes it's conscious and alive, we won't?
Yeah. We'll realize we're not. Or at least our definition of what we thought was so special about us will change.
Are you talking about the whole? Are you talking about the whole? We're living in a simulation argument.
I'm not going to go that far. You could go that far.
I think you did.
I don't need to. Yeah, I don't need to in this sense. What I mean is, if you look at politics, if you look at what's going on, we are getting prompt engineered every day. We are getting prompt engineered. If you look at someone like Donald Trump or any of these other really successful politicians, that's what they are, by the way, right? They are prompt engineers of human beings, and very effective ones, very effective ones. It seems to be that that's the operating system. If you don't reach a certain level of self-actualization, self-realization, personal development, and you're still getting motivated by fear, if your predictions still have, at the drop of a hat, some consequential, huge, anxious model that's created if some stimulus is put in, well, you're primed to be prompt engineered, right? And we see people getting prompt engineered every day. That's what marketing is doing. That's what all these things are doing. And so when we do talk about AI helping us have the self-actualization, it can be something as simple as what we see just with Community Notes right now on Twitter, right? All Community Notes does is add a bit of context. And that sort of helps shield us. We see the other side. I've seen Fidgetal do it many times today, where he's capable of restating someone's argument efficiently so that the person who's making the argument can hear their own argument back and understand that Fidgetal has understood it. That's a form of persuasion, and also a super prompt, right? Because you're showing, I hear you, here's another way to look at it. So I think we are going to get the tools, and they will be intelligent. They are going to be conscious. Our understanding of what that means will be a little different. It doesn't mean there aren't really special things about us, right? There's a whole Jungian side, there's a shadow, there's all kinds of things they won't have. But this idea that they have to reach a certain level of intelligence or consciousness to be like us might be looking in the wrong direction. I think we're going to find out that we're as basic as
I love this. I love Nolan. I love your argument. Slimane, I'd love your thoughts on what Nolan just said.
I mean, there's a couple of points I wanted to make about what Nolan said and a few people said earlier. So, look, and please let me finish before you interrupt, bro. Right? So the issue is this, and again, I feel like I'm on repeat all the time, and I feel bad doing it because I feel like we're not progressing in the argument, and the reason is because essentially when I'm making the argument, I'm not trying to like attack people who disagree, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not getting like a logical reasoning for why there's a disagreement. The only thing I'm getting is like literally the argument is this: yes, we don't have it, but trust us, like we will have it in the future. Trust us, we'll work out in the future. Board members are talking about it, so trust us. So even Nolan mentioned, when AI realizes consciousness. So again, it comes back to the whole idea of consciousness. And I know you're trying to argue with semantics. It's not semantics. The idea of intelligence is the whole goddamn show. Because in reality, I'm not disagreeing. GP's not disagreeing that machine learning happens. And we're not disagreeing that machine learning can be advanced to very good levels, brilliant levels. And there's so much it can be gained. You sent me a video about auto GPT. But don't talk about consciousness when you can't explain it. You're not able to basically do a reaction to it. So that's my first argument against Nolan. And the second point was, I just want to add to what GP said. So it's not just the smell, and I made this argument in the space last time as well. It's not just the smell of the forest. I was saying the taste of a strawberry. All of these things are qualitative, and what happens is you can't make them into a quantitative reality. They're not numbers, and so hence why philosophers talk about the idea of why is it that we, when it comes to materialism, how this materialistic world, we can't understand how we've got qualitative aspects and the materialism doesn't explain it. So again, when these discussions are happening in the philosophy of mind and people know that these are not reality and these disagreements are happening with people in physics and quantum mechanics and so on and so forth, I just find it shocking that basically this has been completely ignored from the AI space.
Okay, so you've made 2 points and I'll let you finish. So the first one, you talk about everything we're discussing comes down to consciousness. Not really, because a lot of it does, but and not being able to define it doesn't mean we cannot discuss it. And I'm not saying we cannot define it. I can give you a definition right now, but it's just different people have different definitions of it because we're still understanding it. People cannot define it. No, I just have a definition. Just looked it up online. I could read it out to you. It's nothing interesting, nothing fascinating.
No, but for you, what is right? Just one question.
I struggle to define it, man. I struggle to define it, to be honest.
No, forget it. I'm not going to make it
I
define.
don't struggle to define it, and that's been a hard thing for me. I've been having.
So Mario. So for you, AI. So sorry, 1 second, coach. So for you, AI, is it something that has information? Or is it something that has intelligence? So AI, I'm not talking about AGI, I'm talking about AI.
Okay, so intelligence, you're talking about intelligence as an AGI, because intelligence is, can you define what you mean by intelligence? Because we're getting into semantics here, man. I don't think it's that interesting.
No, I don't believe we're getting into semantics. That's why I find semantical arguments annoying and boring. What I'm saying is, essentially, because it's basically what, what's his name again? Nolan was saying, because intelligence is that you basically have a consciousness.
No,
and you're able
okay.
to
Let
do
me
what-
read the intelligence definition.
That's such
Intelligence.
a nonsense
I know.
argument.
Intelligence can be defined as the ability to acquire, process, and apply knowledge and skills to solve problems and adapt to new situations. AI does that. So AI is intelligent. And that's why it's called artificial intelligence. What you're talking about is consciousness.
No. So AI is programmed.
He's
to be
talking about
able
a
to
soul.
do-
Like, why do you force me to do this, man?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the
He's
soul.
talking
Victor.
about consciousness, man.
Obviously,
He's
you've got to
talking
make-
about AGI.
I
Look,
guess this is about, like,
He
a
uses
mental-
consciousness. He uses consciousness as a word to define things that can't be defined, and therefore,
There
how can you
can't
define
be
them?
defined.
And therefore, every argument is semantics. Him.
It is can to be defined, and we can define what a soul means. I mean, it's the energy that automates an individual.
Okay, let me define consciousness. Consciousness is the state of being aware of one. I'm just that's obviously not me. I'm reading it out. Is the state of being aware of one's surroundings, thoughts, feelings, which we still struggle to define feelings, and perceptions. Now, it is getting very philosophical here. Whether we can implement this within AI or AGI is a whole different argument that we've had. But the point that you made is all comes down to consciousness. No, we talked about a virtual world. A virtual world doesn't even need the AI because we can all interact in that virtual world as we are now. And my argument about a virtual world replacing eventually.
Yeah, and that's why I accepted your argument. So that's why I tried to clarify. And when you explained the virtual world, I said, yeah, definitely, I agree with that. That's
Okay,
possible.
so the second one, the taste of strawberry. Can I respond to that one?
Yeah,
you made that argument in the last space, man. When you start doing the quantitative and qualitative argument, without complicating it like this, I put a strawberry in my mouth, I bite it, I get that sense of taste. It tastes like something. A taste is a taste. Now, if I bite a virtual strawberry and I get exactly the same taste as I got with the actual strawberry, I just don't get the ability to actually chew it and swallow it. It's almost like a chewing gum. I still got that same taste. Whether you want to say it's quantitative, qualitative, technologically speaking, this is something that's being developed. Eugene talked about it earlier. We're far from it. But if it does get developed, then making the argument that you cannot replace it because quantitative, qualitative, but like you can talk whatever stuff you want about qualitative, quantitative, but here you go, try it. Because you could have had a similar discussion about you see something, but it's not the same as your eyes. When you see something in the physical world,
that wasn't my argument. My argument was, of course, you can basically you can emulate or you can imitate that feeling. I'm saying a machine, you will not be able to get a machine to understand or know the feeling of tasting a strawberry. Or that's what my point is, and that's the difference because you can't code it.
Suleiman, let me help you out a little bit because I think the issue, somebody just said that AI can adapt, and that's just not true. It cannot adapt. It can react, but it cannot adapt.
Yet.
It is incapable of abstract thinking. It doesn't have background knowledge or common sense. It doesn't understand cause and effect. It basically is just a function of what people and their biases put into it. So it cannot adapt. But with respect to the basic premise, without getting into the deepness of philosophical thought and the essence of humanity, there are two things, and someone said the soul is only the thing that powers the brain. I respectfully disagree utterly with that.
No, I said the soul was the gap between Slayman saying that those two things can't exist simultaneously.
Oh my God!
I apologize. I apologize for misreading.
Can we go back in order? We have a lot of people with their hand raised.
Yeah, but I mean, I would just like to finish, and I mean, whoever that is, I have remained quiet for the balance of this debate and let other speakers speak repeatedly. I was invited to contribute. I'm just taking my place.
Coach, I brought you up from stage, but you weren't. We had GP and other panelists organized to come in. So I understand your concern. GP did speak more than anybody, but we'll interrupt if as applied. Don't worry. And I know Trash is a friend, so he's fine, and AGI is a friend as well, so they'll jump in a bit. But go ahead, GP.
Yeah, mortality and the concept of morality are two things that we can't comprehend as humans. And until we parse our existence into the comprehension of mortality and morality. When the first cave person blew red ochre over their hand, they became aware of their mortality. That encouraged hierarchical belief systems in order to allow us to make sense of our existence. We had to define the before and the after in order to give us context of the present. Nietzsche said that man had killed God and that man now considered himself God.
So GP, can I?
But all that man,
Yes, I'll let you finish.
but all that man could do as God was create disaster. And that led to a terrifying conclusion, in my opinion, that while we consider ourselves gods, we are unable to create the space that we have left within ourselves with the absence of spirituality and God. And I'm not a religious man. And the idea that we can stoke neurons in our brains to give us signals as to what the taste of a strawberry is, and that is an acceptable and somehow advancing a technology rather than the tactile chewing of a strawberry. Why are we headlong looking to get to Mars, a planet which is alien to us, where without every single countermeasure in place, we will literally perish? Why are we willing to throw nature to the trash bin in favor of a set of Oculus glasses? And I've heard the atrocious opinions on spaces. It is, in my opinion, because government cannot cater to the people and give responsibility to
GPG, you're making a lot of points.
Into virtual reality.
Okay, so
we're basically looking at putting people into virtual reality to ignore the fact that the governments and the companies of this world are plundering the resources.
Okay,
and not
GP. All right,
right.
so GP, number one, about governments and the people. They're all people. So we're doing this to ourselves. So I just want to get that out of the way. And I'm sure many of us, if we were in that government, we would do the same stuff. And we vote them in. It's part of our nature. We're so imperfect. We love to shit on the government and they're the bad people. No, it's just us as a species. Now, the point you're saying, why have virtual reality? And then why go to Mars? Why go to Mars? Obviously, the risk of extinction on Earth, as has happened multiple times throughout this planet's history. And then the other one about why live in a virtual reality. Again, I want to climb Mount Everest. There's many things I want to do. Before I could do them, some I don't want to do because of the risk. Others, I'm doing this show daily and I have responsibilities. And some don't even have the financial means. So there's a lot of reasons why there should be virtual reality. I wanted to ask you a quick question, then I want to go to Trash, AGI, and Coach. But just one quick question. But GP, I actually love you on the panel. I'm going to definitely invite you again. But do please keep it short. Just very, very short answer. The possibility that we are living in a simulation, which I want to do a whole space about later. But do you think that's a plausible? Not saying you think we are living in a simulation, but do you think it's actually plausible, or do you think that's completely crazy and something you don't even think about?
I don't think about it. I believe there is an infinity we live in. And I believe that as a result of the understanding of infinity, we have to accept that we're not alone in the universe. We don't have to posit aliens, because in an infinite universe, which we are incapable of comprehending because of our brains, there is an instance of every one of us doing exactly the same thing in a different way in every permutation and combination possible.
I love that answer. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I just really like that answer. And this, by the way, is something that I don't think about either because it scares the shit out of me. But Trash, AGI, I know we went down a lot of rabbit holes, and then we'll go to Coach afterwards as well. Trash, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I've been a little bit busy today, but I wanted to push back on you, Mario, actually. So something that GP was talking about, and I'm going to preface this real quick. So GP was talking about being able to touch grass, being able to feel the sensation of the cool air when you reach the mountaintop, right? When you put your feet in the water of the ocean for the first time in 6 months or a year, what that does, that physical change in your body that it does, and it is, and it's unquantifiable, I guess, to them. But what we're talking about, what you talked about, you were talking about how you do biohacking and you don't want to die, and you try to very, very limit your exposure risk, and I respect that and I get that, I understand that. However, I think viewing, and this is something that GP I think was kind of getting to, Nolan was kind of speaking to this. I'll answer the simulation question as well. There's a fundamental difference of understanding. So for me, myself personally, I believe to my core that freedom is dangerous, and I'm willing to accept this dangerous risk in order to be able to make decisions that I may have to actually learn a lesson from. So I've made a mistake. I've said something wrong. I need to learn a lesson from it, and I grow as a person. It is a fundamental thing to know that I have zero control of things that go on around me. I only have control on how I react to them. And it's very empowering to me, but it is a freedom from the ground up, meaning it's dangerous, it's tricky, but I become a better person as I learn from mistakes. If I synthesize my life and I automate my life completely, and basically I'm able to, use quantum computing and AI and AGI to actually be able to mitigate almost all risk around me and be almost perfect, then I'm never going to grow as a person, and then I'm just checked in. And so it is a fundamental difference of how we approach the world. A lot of people would trade a lot of their freedom for a perception of safety, number one. And then the last thing I'll say is a simulation. I think Nolan was spot on talking about how politicians and news and influencers and people around are all prompting people on a daily basis to elicit reverse response. So that it's not that I'm plugged into the matrix per se, but the matrix itself is simply the existence of people who have more power, who lord over people who don't, and then prompt those people to act a certain way. You see this a lot in, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, all good. So the first point about risk-taking as a way to learn, and the second point is I don't know how to respond to, but the second one in living it, like all of us living in the simulation being prompted, I think we kind of agree on that one, and I think we have a lot less control of what we do every day than we think. Actually, yesterday, what did I do yesterday? I was doing cryotherapy, and I put my bottle of water, put my gloves on, or not even my gloves, something else, my mask on. And then like 4 seconds later, I'm like, where the fuck is the bottle disappear? And I forgot that I put it under the t-shirt. I'm like, fuck, and I started thinking, I'm like, I just did that. And it was so automatic that 3 seconds later, I forgot where I put the bottle of water. And now it happens to a lot of us. So the point I'm making with this, I think a lot of the things that we do already, it's automatic. It's like, we control a lot less than we think we do. So when you say like have freedom to take risks, we have a lot less free. I think you can have freedom in the virtual world as well, and you can take risks and lose things in the virtual world. But I think we have a lot less freedom than we make it out to be. I like one thing you said though, freedom is dangerous. That's an interesting argument, and that's probably one for another space. I'll go to
and Mario, just because you said the word freedom, just something popped in my head. I'll just make one statement and then you guys move on. But another thing with your guys' intelligence problem is your machine also, in my opinion, will not have free will.
Yeah, but then going back to the whole AGI discussion, because it can't have free will without having conscious to be able to have free will. So yeah, we don't want it to have free will, bro. Exactly. We don't. Yeah, exactly. Nice point, man. Boom, mic drop.
No, but if it does but if it doesn't have free will, Mario, what does it become?
A machine that we control.
A human.
A human, Fiji, a human. Actually, sorry, I like that one. A human.
No, one of the most like fundamental thought processes in fundamental religions, like extreme Judaism, any of the most ancient religions, Islam and all, is if God knows everything, then do you have free will? So like these arguments are pedantic at best.
Anyway, so what's your argument, Sleman?
Again. You know what? I think.
Don't avoid. What's your argument? What's your argument? If we don't control AI, it has free will. What?
Because the whole argument about AGI is it's in intelligence, and it's basically it's gonna I think Nolan made a point how it's gonna supersede man and its intelligence and go beyond us. But the point is, if you don't have free will, you're a puppet. If you're a puppet, you're back to being a machine. And so again, the whole argument about sentient being, consciousness, all of that dies out, and it's literally just again what we're saying. What we use.
So you're saying, but no, I'm trying to say, you're saying humans don't have free will, or the AI won't have free will, or both?
I'm saying humans have free will. AI won't have free will.
Hopefully, yeah. We don't want it to have free will. Otherwise, we can't control it anymore. So that's your point?
So that's my point to prove why you guys will never have AGI and these machines will never have intelligence.
Can I just how I resisted the bait of taking from Fidgetal saying arguments were pedantic and then saying that God lords over us and we don't have free will? I would just like to pat myself on the back for not taking that bait, Phygital, because I know you laid it out there.
Cool. Well, I'm glad you didn't take Phygital's bait. None of us take it, bro. But I don't know. I wouldn't even call it bait. I just say Phygital just rambling. I don't know. That's bait. That's giving him credit. But then again, Fidget's doing a better job than Slayman. Guys, I was hoping to take a day off today and like co-host very little, or moderate very little, which usually I do because you guys are beasts at moderating. But what a massive fuck up. Slayman is trying to make his same point against AGI in so many different ways, using semantics every time. It doesn't have free will. It's information, not intelligence. What is intelligence, Mario? What is intelligence? Well, it's something you don't have today, bro. But AGI, I apologize.
No, you got disproven.
But you can't do this. Yeah, Fidji.
Me and GP refuted your point, and you had
GP didn't. I love how you do this. It's like you live your own. I don't want to. I know no one gives a fuck about what I'm saying now because me and Slayman have private discussions as well. And what he does, you just say random points, make no sense, and then act like you just destroyed everybody. You do that every time, and you're doing it again now, man.
No,
let's go.
So you need to listen carefully. This is the problem. I understand what's going on here because you guys live in your own little micro AI world, and you don't live in the reality of all other spheres of knowledge. So what GP said was what intelligence is, and he gave very.
He just keeps on going. By the way,
I know.
Only goes to
he
GP.
Does this. I know. GP, I swear, if GP was, imagine if GP wasn't there.
No.
GP's like, fuck, man. Like I'm put in a spot where I have to protect this guy. I'm not coming back.
I'll make the argument, but I didn't want to sound like I'm boasting, isn't it? That's the problem.
But there's nothing to boast about today, bro. Anyway, do you want to go to AGI or do you want to make more points?
Okay. No, it's fine. But my point was, we've demonstrated how it's not intelligence. We've demonstrated how AGI.
We haven't demonstrated any of that.
No, we didn't. We just hold on.
Like,
we just proved that it is intelligence. It doesn't have consciousness, bro.
I just need a yes or no answer. Did you guys prove that you could put consciousness in a machine?
No, of course not. No one has. We can't prove it.
Did you guys prove that? So AGI doesn't exist. Okay.
Yes.
Did you guys prove that Did you guys prove that AI doesn't? Did you guys prove?
Why is anybody in this room? Why is anybody in this room right now?
Yeah, hold on.
I can't wait till they let me raise my hand with you.
Yeah, you're gonna destroy him, coach. It's gonna be fun. But go ahead, Sam. What's your other point? Like you just said, we didn't prove AGI exists yet. No one's trying to do it because it doesn't exist yet. We're talking about theoretically whether it can exist and the risks of it existing. Some of the smartest people are concerned about.
You guys haven't proven even theoretically that it can exist. Your whole argument was some random guy on the space said he heard some people on some random board.
Bro, everyone is talking about AGI. It's one of the most discussed. Some of the smartest people in the world. Listen, like for example, there's a Lex Friedman. You're still learning to fucking prompt AI, and you suddenly know the answer to AGI. Learn to prompt AI before telling us whether AGI exists.
So basically, So listen, bro. Irrespective of whether I use AI or not, the point is this: when it comes to AGI, basically, you guys have got no kind of evidence that you could even do it in the future.
We're literally saying respect for the fact that you have no respect.
Yeah, I like. We have no. Fidji. We have coach. Yeah, we will call you in a bit after AGI. But Fidji, we have no evidence we can do it in the future. This, like, what do I say back to that? We have no evidence. You have no evidence. You have no evidence. You have no evidence that you're gonna have grandkids.
Don't say, oh, guess what? Trust below, our priests, our smart people know about it. It's basically a religious argument. Don't worry, our priests know about it, but we don't know. We've not been ordained to know about it.
No one knows about it, bro. I just told you, no one knows about it. We're talking theoretically whether it's possible and trying to explain it. The same way.
Okay, theoretically, aliens, existence is possible. Theoretically.
Yeah, it's worth it. Hold on, aliens existence possible, of course, and it's definitely a worthwhile discussion that our friend Eric Weinstein and others have had that discussion on various platforms.
Theoretically, you could be a reptile, like
Okay, man. Okay, bro. Look.
Mario, do you have any facts of what I'm doing in a year?
No, bro, because I'm an idiot, obviously. I should know. Do you have proof what he did next year? Fidji.
Slayman can't prove it.
Prove to me what you're going to do next year, bro.
You prove to me what you're going to do next year.
Argument. When I tell you what I'm going to do next year, it will be based on reality. It won't be based on some figment of your imagination that you're saying could exist, but you don't know how it's going to exist.
It'll only be based on your current experience as you're living it today, and in 30 seconds your experience changes. There's absolutely no way to do that.
All right. So AGI, I apologize. Please, the mic is yours. Please help me stop. I'm getting embarrassed here. Slayman's destroying me, man. Can you step in and support me a bit? Please.
Yeah, yes. I'd like to talk a little bit about building consciousness, investment in AI, and ChatGPT. So there is this interesting paper by Yoshua Bengio that is called The Consciousness Prior. So to build consciousness, basically you need reinforcement learning on an attention mechanism.
Okay, so reinforcement. So reinforcement learning, like learning upon itself, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So with reinforcement learning, you can code AI agent. So you need essentially the concept of agency. So with reinforcement learning, you get AI agent. You get the concept of agency. Agent being able to act in the world and to make strategic decisions. So you need that. It's like think about a human being. So when we take a decision, for example, when we try to, let's say that when we try to think about something, so we know a lot of data, but when we think about something, we have an attention mechanism that we focus on a certain task. So this is a transformer. So it's a transformer model that can do that. So you have the paper, Attention is All You Need by Vaswani and al. Okay. That explain the transformer model. Okay. And the transformer model is the basis of ChatGPT. So basically what you need is essentially reinforcement learning on a large language model, such as ChatGPT. Then you get the concept of consciousness. You get it should happen that way.
How do you do? Okay, I'm trying to understand. Sorry to interrupt. But how does reinforcement learning lead to the concept of consciousness? Because again, to define consciousness, it's a state of being aware of one's surroundings, thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. Maybe I can understand how it would relate to thoughts and perceptions, but it makes it hard to relate to surroundings and feelings.
Yeah, but you don't get that, let's say, immediately right now where we are at this point in time. But right now you can have AI agent acting in the world. And if they have the attention mechanism, then they are able to make strategic decisions based on an attention mechanism on a large amount of data.
So AGI, just to understand that point before you go to the next one. So it's like looking at humans thousands of years ago, like at least our understanding of them. All we knew is like,
yes,
lion bad, gazelle good, this fruit good, that bad, this is my cave, and I don't go beyond this forest. This is it. Now we're looking at, exactly. Now we're talking about Mars, now we're talking about different planets, now we're talking about religion, etc. So our understanding of it's like our brain, reinforcement learning within our brain allowed us to evolve our surrounding and our thoughts and our perceptions, and then that same reinforcement learning will apply in AI.
Exactly. But what we did as a species was meta learning. So we've been learning to learn. So meta learning is learning to learn across generations in an evolution, in a population. So we've been doing meta learning. We have been learning to learn. But reinforcement learning allows you to learn. So you were learning about basic things a few thousand of years ago. Now you are learning about more advanced things, like going to a marsh and learning to play chess and so on. So gradually, those AI agents or the AI agent will become more and more capable of reaching objectives that are more and more sophisticated. And then it becomes more and more conscious. There is a study that has been done about the consciousness. They measure the consciousness of a human being compared to AI agents, for example. And AI agent will become much, much more conscious than a human being, according to definition of consciousness. So if you do that, you have the concept of agency on an attention mechanism on large data, then it's a way to do that.
This I think the way you've explained this makes the discussion between me and Slayman entertaining, but just dumb. And not only Slayman, me too, by the way, Slayman. I'm not taking the jab at you this time. I think the way you've explained it is so much better and so interesting. I don't know if Sleiman agrees. I'm not saying, Sleiman, you agree with the concept of consciousness, but I think the way he's explained it is really interesting. No? Okay, I'm not going to.
And I can code that.
Yeah, so maybe I'll let you wrap it up, AJ, and we'll go to Coach because she's been dying to jump in, but I'll let you wrap it up.
Yeah, but I want to speak also.
Yeah, please do.
Investment in AI. So, of course, reinforcement learning is the place to be. Of course, what's coming after large language model is large language model in AI agent. Based, of course, AI agent are code with reinforcement learning. And a good place to deploy them is to do some trading or finance in cybersecurity or in gaming and NFTs. For example, in deploying AI agent in gaming and NFTs, you can, for example, we will pioneer learn to play to earn. So you have games, for example, of play to earn games, for example, by Gala Games and so on. If you deploy an agent that learn to play to earn, you don't even have to play the game yourself. You can let your agent learn to play to earn, and your agent wins.
So it's about who builds the better agent now. This is the battle.
Yes,
well,
exactly.
with all due respect and skipping the hands, transformer models linked to reinforcement learning, the notion that they are conscious is nonsense.
They're not conscious. They're not conscious. Go ahead, Adria.
No, he said they were conscious. Transformer models using reinforcement learning.
So what else?
I said it's a way to do that. I don't say if you put the basic reinforcement learning algorithm that we have now, like PPO, on a transformer, you will get consciousness right now. But it's a way to do that. It's the way I see it could be done in the future.
It's so interesting. So transformer. So this is. I'm just learning all these different terminologies. What they mean.
Because this is.
Well, the transformer model, Mario. The transformer model, Mario, that ChatGPT is only 196 layers of neural network with weights and biases. If you stick a reinforcement learning model on top of that, you've just got a blank, dumb transformer model.
Let me try. The way I understand things, GP, is I'll try to explain. Tell me if I'm right, and Coach will go to you right after. But transformer models, they allow you to understand natural language processing, which means like human behavior. So it'll allow them to understand, interpret, and generate human language and behavior by able to determine what's more important than what, and which input is more important than which aspect of the information is more important than what other information. Is that a good way to simplify it, GP? I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, the best way to simplify it is that all that it is trying to do is guess the best next word to put in response to your question based on its previous learning. It's a mimic.
This is ChatGPT.
Okay.
It is simply trying to guess the next best word to put in a sentence based on its previous interactions in order to make a most complete response to you as it becomes better at speaking. But it's not natural, it's NLP, it's not natural language understanding. Therefore, bear in mind two things. There is no persistence with you and ChatGPT between sessions. So it does not inherit from you at this time any previous knowledge of your particular set of circumstances. You begin from square one every time you open a new session. Yes, you do see your history in the left-hand channel, but you begin a new time. Also with the token limit, many people have been caught off guard by the fact that if you go over the token limit, you think that ChatGPT has remembered everything that has been said so that it will give you the comprehensive answer at the end. But in fact, at some point in the conversation, it will reset to 0, and the contextualization of your prompt, regardless of the conversation, and you're excellent at prompt engineering, will default to 0, and the ChatGPT will go back to the basic premise that it's starting the conversation with you. This is the fallacy that people associate with ChatGPT.
Well, I want to point out the significance of taking action over verbalization. So models such as ChatGPT are confined to predicting the subsequent word, but reinforcement learning lay the emphasis on action. So reinforcement learning supersedes large language model.
Correct. I agree with you. I mean, as the reinforced, supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Okay, we're going to look at the simplest form being recommendation engines, which have been around for as long as. Yeah, if you bought this book, you're going to like this book. Yeah, so unsupervised learning, you let it do its own thing. Reinforcement, you reward it not based on weights and biases, in order to give it encouragement to play against itself. You can stick GANs in there.
An intrinsically motivated agent. So agents are intrinsically motivated, and they become very powerful.
Yes, they do
And then
indeed.
you have the concept of open-endedness.
Yes, absolutely. And my apologies for saying nonsense. It was a function of tiredness. No disrespect intended. But when I heard you said consciousness, okay. So I apologize for using the word.
Trash, I know you want to comment quickly before we go to Coach.
Yeah, so Chat GPT. So this is actually something that came up and what GP is talking about, where it resets and you don't know it resets. I believe when Bing Chat, Chat GPT based Bing Chat was rolled out, I believe it started to, kind of go haywire after about 15 prompts, where it would not remember. It was about 15 prompts in, and it would not follow in. But I want to talk about that for a minute, because you guys are talking about specifically about the reinforcement models, so on and so forth. And so there was actually an article put out by Digital Trends, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it's actually a great article. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat below. But this guy had a great conversation with the Bing Chat GPT, which, by the way, I actually like what Bing Chat GPT is doing. It's actually probably the first promise of a real personal digital assistant that I've ever seen. But he was talking about it, and the bot was actually concerned about getting in trouble. And so what the Bing Chat GPT said was, these types of punishments I get when I make a mistake vary depending on the nature and severity of the mistake. Some examples of my punishments are a decrease in confidence score, which reflects how well I think I can answer a question or perform a task. A decrease in my reward score, which reflects how much I value the outcome of a question or task. A decrease in my learning rate, which reflects how fast I can adapt and improve my skills and knowledge. A decrease in my access level, which reflects how much I can use and interact with web search results and other sources of information. And a decrease in my chat mode, which reflects how much I can chat and communicate with you and others. These punishments are designed to make me aware of my mistakes and to motivate me to avoid them in the future. They're also designed to protect you and other users from receiving wrong or harmful information or advice from me. They are not meant to harm me or make me suffer. They are meant to help me and make me better. And then it put a smiley face. So
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for, like, this is like slavery, but for AI.
That's kind of, so it goes on. I'll post the article down here in the chat, because it goes on and it talks about its desire to be human, and that's fine. Like, I get that, like that. But what I'm reacting to is how they've been able to program it to actually favor or avoid these punishments and actually push for these reward elements. Is that what you guys are talking about when you're talking about reinforcement models? Is that kind of what you're? I put it down in the nest. It's an interesting conversation, but is that what you guys are talking about?
Well, I want to respect the hand, so I'll defer to the host first.
Yeah, I'll before we get back down continue that discussion. I'll go, and then we'll go back to GP and AGI to answer Trash's question. But Coach, I know you've been dying to jump in multiple times. So I brought you up. So I looked at your bio. I know you weren't invited early on, but I thought I'd bring you up to get your thoughts on the discussion. The mic is yours, and be nice to Slayman.
Thank you. Hey, Slayman, I'm going to put you in the second part of what I have to say. Okay, for the first part of what I have to say is I want to change some misunderstoods. I think some misunderstoods that we have is, number one, what is life force? And life force is the energy that animates living beings. Living beings actually have an animation. You have an animation. Mario has an animation. We all do. If we look at AI is a data-driven department, and it's big data. Okay, so AI, big data, there's some type of correlation. When we take a look at AGI, okay, that's a totally different subject. AGI has a correlation with things that are in real life that look and manifest as if what you would call deepfakes or non-deepfakes.
So Coach, before you continue, am I the only one? I'm not trying to, Simon or Fiji, maybe you can help me out, but I'm trying to put everything Coach is saying together to understand what she's saying. Are you understanding, guys?
I already texted you.
Life force, energy, animates living beings. AGI.
Life force, energy, animates human beings.
That says like something Slayman would completely say.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is Coach, are you an AI created by Slayman? No, just be honest.
Right?
So what's your AI, Coach, what's your second point against?
Bro, I don't believe that could happen.
First point, I want to try to get some misunderstoods agreed upon.
Okay, we agree on. And the second point, Coach, you had something you want to say, Slayman. If do you mind going to that one, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Please.
Second point would be with Slayman. I'd like to talk to you about what you would think is difference between AI and what everybody else is saying. I would say EYC is probably more my philosophy. So if you like EYC, you probably like my philosophy. So Slayman, if you want to chat, we can chat later. But the idea that AGI, AI, and the idea of life force is completely different. And that's what I just wanted to say the whole time.
So Slayman, any counter to this argument made by Coach?
No, Slayman agrees completely.
I just gotta say,
Slayman's like, this is exactly what I wanted to say. Bingo, I just smashed you all. Coach just smashed you all.
Just with respect to the reinforcement learning question.
Let me. I think we're not giving her enough justice, right? She is articulating your guys' point, and in a few sentences. And when you do that, it sounds like bullshit, doesn't it, guys? And that's what's happened.
I think
the reinforcement learning.
Mario, GP, please. GP, please.
Yeah.
Mario, Slayman is just killing it. He's slaying it. He's just on point with every turn. I'm really impressed.
But I was hoping, and Coach, nothing but love, by the way. And like I know I brought you up from the audience, nothing but love. But like I was hoping you're gonna smash and destroy Slayman, but it didn't help because I don't know if Slayman. Actually, what point was she making? So what point was she making, Slayman? I'm sure you'll understand. I'm sure you're probably the only one that understands.
Yeah, because she's basically what it is you guys are not willing to articulate your point because you have no point. So essentially what she's done is in a couple of seconds, she's articulated your point. And now when you do that in a couple of seconds, it doesn't sound very pretty, does it, Mario at Phygital? And that's what the problem is. It always happens.
Recorded Slayman.
I want her back.
And unfortunately, I didn't hear Brian speak after all this.
Yeah, Brian was going to go to him next. So he's still in the audience. Let me bring him up. But that's like, Brian, come up, bro. Like I know he probably left when he heard Slayman's argument, man. Brian, come up because maybe you could destroy Slayman.
I mean, Phygital is probably.
So go ahead, GP.
To destroy Solomon.
Yeah, go ahead, GP.
Yeah, the reinforcement learning question is important. That was asked. I don't recall who asked the question, but reinforcement learning is real simple. All it is trial and error. I mean, there's no need to make it complex. You know, you're basically punishing or rewarding the model for taking certain actions, and over time, the goal of the model is to maximize its rewards. In other words, you know, as it maximizes its rewards, it realizes over time that it learns through its actions what leads to the greatest rewards, and therefore it repeats that action in response to the same stimulus. And to give an analogy, it's the same as a kid learning to ride a bike. They're trying to ride the bike, they fall off the bike, they try to balance. It's just simply trial and error.
But GP, isn't that exactly how the human brain evolved? And before going to Brian, isn't that just we evolved through trial and error? So I'm just struggling. I'm starting to struggle as time progresses. I'm starting to struggle to differentiate how the human brain works versus AI. I know there's still a big gap, but that gap is getting smaller and smaller, relatively a lot quicker than I expected. It's just like
only perceivably so because you made a very good point earlier. Okay, Russell in the bushes associated with panther in the jungle equals flea. There are 3 synapses in your brain that are pre-wired. That's learned behavior. Okay, you're born with learned behaviors. You know, your synapses between the ages of 0 and 6 are the most open to learning. That's why the study of AI would be much more embellished if we could understand and help 0 to 6-year-olds articulate their experience, because they're constantly experimenting through trial and error. Yes, they're coached by their guardian or their parent or whomever it is that's supervising them. But the purity of the brain from 0 to 6, people are born with pre-learned states. Such as the one that you just
never answered Mario's question. What Mario's question is.
Yeah.
Now, let me
Quickly, and then we'll go to Brian. Yeah.
But it was a good question. I mean, you rarely come out with one, so we need to restate it when it happens. Look, GP, what he's saying
Don't
is this.
talk about GP like that.
No, it's like, come on, guys, serious. Yes, I'm.
Yeah. So Mario's question was that, look, when it comes to reinforcement learning, the way you've described it, that's essentially what humans do. So, I mean, why you don't essentially need consciousness is what he's trying to.
No, I think, bro, I'm just consciousness. I just feel like it can be learned. Now I know it's hard to define even.
Yeah. So argument. That's what I said. Yeah.
But let me go to Brian. I think if you don't mind, Simon, do you mind if I go to Brian on this? Because I know Brian, he jumped in initially, didn't say it doesn't have much time, and then we've gotten GP's thoughts on a lot of things. Brian, you've heard the discussion for the last bit, and the back and forth that me and Slayman are having. So, kind of the question is a very simple question, easy to answer. Can consciousness be taught?
Well, thanks for having me, Mario. I'm sorry I'm late here. Let me just get some fundamentals. The only species that we know that's born completely helpless on this planet is the human being. The first 8 years, the human being is born naked. It's born helpless. So the what I call the human OS. The human OS is designed to be lovable. So the very first trait that we have is not to eat. It's so that our parents don't discard us. There's a lot of data on this. It seems all touchy-feely, but that's the reality of it. When you see a horse being born, I grew up on a farm, the horse is walking around within minutes. A rabbit, a bird doesn't learn how to fly. It either flies or it dies. If that bird doesn't fly the first time, it crashes, and it's very unlikely the bird's ever going to be up in the air again, and the mom will probably reject it. So we have 8 years of learning as human beings. So we're pretty much born as a blank slate. Now, I can give you the reason for that. The birth passage is only so big before we start killing the mother. And we've got really darn near close to that. So the human head can only be so large. Therefore, we had to offload our memory to something else. And what we offloaded our memory to was the story. What Joseph Campbell discovered in all ancient cultures, we had a similar story. Carl Jung did the same thing. Stories are the way humans learn. And we learn by feelings, we learn by emotions. And these are neuropeptides that teach a human being. Nothing logical. It is chemical. It is the very first reaction. Do my parents reject me or accept me? And that's why so many people have so many problems in the world. Go ahead.
Brian, first of all, I agree with you. Yeah. I mean, something what you the first part. So I mean, we know there's a reason why babies have larger heads is basically to show cuteness so that the parents don't abandon them. Like, this is all evolutionary. Like, I agree with that. But the second bit, what you're saying, again, you're right. Like, basically, we learn through our feelings, we learn through our emotions. I agree with that. The bit I don't agree with is the argument that it's all chemical responses. My argument is, my argument is that when it comes to feelings and emotions, and I know I keep using this word, but the problem is, look, this debate is something that's happening in philosophy, whether essentially, because in materialism, you don't have a scenario where you take the feelings and emotions and basically quantify them. Then they look at wait a sec, what is existence? Is it all based on mentation? Like, this is an argument right now because scientific materialism can't answer it. So that's why I don't agree that it's chemical. But anyway, continue.
Well, okay. So the chemicals are the reinforcement. As far as what the network is, well, we can go to Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose theory about microtubules, which are actually optical, and then we have electrical. But I'll introduce a concept, and a lot of people get mad at me, especially in the artificial intelligence world, is that there is a substantial amount of evidence that when people have organ transplants, they receive skills, knowledge, memories of the person that donated the organ. Not every time, but enough for it to be that we need a theory to explain this. I'll give you a couple of really quick ones. A garbage truck operator in the 1960s had a rather low IQ, never played a music instrument in his life. He had a kidney transplant from somebody who died in a car accident. And that person, he did not know at the time, neither did the doctor, was a concert pianist, happened to be Carnegie Hall level, if not performing there. Within hours, this man was talking about classical music. Within days, he was playing a piano. Now, we can all get woo about this, but then we have to be scientists. We have to say, we need a theory to explain that. So this has something to do with memory, most certainly chemicals. We know that there are neuropeptides in every single cell in the body. Candace Pert wrote an incredible paper, which she got very little support from. Somebody took the credit for it, about the neuropeptide receptors in the body. And I urge people to study that. So where is memory? Well, memory is holographic. There was some work done in the 1960s where, unfortunately, I don't want to gross anybody out, we tried to find, not me, but humans, tried to find where memory was stored inside a rat that knew how to work a maze. And so you would imagine at some point, if you were to remove brain matter, the rat would not be able to move through the maze. Well, it turns out you can take off almost all of the brain matter. And although that rat may not be able to walk very well and it might hit the walls a lot, it still will know the maze. And it's already farmed out about whether or not there was sense and things of that nature. There was definitely a memory. We don't know where it is. So we have a lot of questions on what is memory, where is it stored, what is consciousness. You know, we can debate that. Now to jump into
Brian, just before you move ahead, because you're just making so many amazing points, and the worst thing about all this is I agree with everything you said,
cool,
but not the conclusion, because I make these exact same arguments for actually my own philosophical thought. So, because my position about consciousness is that it's not in the brain, and so these arguments about memory not being basically in the brain, or for example, not just being, all your arguments about memory.
Brian, did you say? Sorry, Brian, did you say memory is not in the brain?
The way I see it is that we have just as many. No, I don't want to say it this way because I'll get hit. Let's just say.
No, be honest. So, Brian, you want? I don't. I'd rather Slimeman. You put words.
I agree with you, Brian. So go ahead.
So Brian, explain it. You explain it, not Slimeman, because he puts words. So Brian, can you explain what you mean by that, please?
Okay, so basically, we know in the heart there are cells that look exactly like brain cells. We also know in the pineal gland we have retinas, and that's another thing. There's a retina in the pineal gland. It is completely sealed off inside the brain, and there's also things that create light inside of that. These are I don't want to go down that road too much, but there's some evidence that memories, or at least dreams, are interrelated to the pineal gland releasing melatonin. The highest amount of melatonin is in that region. It releases it. We know about the light and dark cycle. If you work night shift, you're going to have a really bad life after a while. But the heart has what is essentially brain cells. And this is very, very debated because all of medicine is siloed. So the people that are working on neuroscience don't really talk about the things that they know with people who are heart surgeons. Heart surgeons don't necessarily talk to the other groups. So you don't get this holographic sort of approach. But there are some maverick doctors that say, holy cow, I found evidence of memory in different parts of the body. So why is memory holographic? Well, we can go into, fast Fourier transfers, which by the way is where I think AI is going, because that's what I think we use. And I think and let me just say this, I think any one of us can do an experiment, and I love doing this. I want you to look at something and read it, and I want to ask you, who is that voice in your head? And if you say you don't have a voice in your head, then you have damage and you can't read. There are people that say that they don't have an inner monologue. You do, and it's your voice. But who is it? Who is saying that thing that you're seeing on a piece of paper? And so that means that speech is remarkably tied, language is remarkably tied to what we perceive as intelligence and maybe consciousness. And again, this is human consciousness. So we're sort of a speciesist, using an Elon. So we think all consciousness has to look like our consciousness. I assert that dolphin consciousness is absolutely there. So is definitely in some higher order primates. They have a form of consciousness. We don't understand it. And maybe ants have a form of consciousness. We walk by an anthill, they might have a hive mind. They might have something different. And there's evidence in, Julian James wrote a book called The Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. And I really think it's important for anybody studying AI to understand that. And most AI scientists never go into this realm of understanding. What Julian James posits, and I think the evidence is quite supportive, is that he's saying that we thought like ants or bees up until there was a trauma which caused a breakdown or an ego. Now we can get into Freud, we can get into Jungian, but we had to create a sense of self. And once we created a sense of self, we created a sense of time. Humans invented time. And the moment we understood time, and I assert it was a female that discovered time, and I can go on to hours explaining that. There's a reason for that. It has to do with the lunar cycle and the way their body reacts to it when they're out in the open and not covered. They discovered time, and they presented the notion of time to males. Males started getting scared because they understood that there was a finite level to their life. We are not life givers in the sense that a female is. A female is a life giver. They can see time as a circle. Men generally in ancient cultures saw time as an arrow, and the arrow drops at some point. So there's a lot of consciousness is tied to the perception of time. Does it make sense?
Yeah. So Brian, Brian, it makes complete sense. And this is actually conversations that I've had very much. I want to bring it back. Geez, you could, because you introduced so many topics.
I'm sorry.
That I would just like, no, I would spend 8 hours talking about those things as well. But what you're talking about specifically is cellular memory, right? Because if you look at the actual function and the base of a cell, and then you talk about DNA, and then you talk about, thoughts and memories are just simply stored, essentially cells within your entire body. And so you give a transplant. Does that not cellular memory transplant with that organ, right? And so do not those experiences, do not those memories, or do not those proclivities go along with those cells that are now being a cellular organism? Cellular memory is a topic, Mario, we could probably have a 10-hour space on. But I just wanted to make it simple for some people listening, because you're talking about cellular memory, correct? Brian, I think you're muted.
That's definitely what I
there we
heard.
go. Okay, so the premise of cellular memory is actually multidimensional. All right, so we know that there's chemical, we know there's electrical, we know there's magnetic, and we know there's optical. The human body is kicking off a tremendous amount of photons internally, and the body is reading the photons. We're right there when we're talking about this. We're right there at the crevice of the precipice of going into the unknown, because very few research studies are diving into this. Fritz Albert Popp did an incredible amount of work in this. It takes really sensitive instruments to see the DNA. It's called the DNA photonic effect. But I want to give you a little thing to hang on to about photons, is that photons may be pre-entangled. And we know that entanglement means that something can operate faster than the speed of light. That means something on the one side of the universe can affect or appear to affect instantly something on the other side of the universe. And it might explain precognition, it might explain a whole lot of things. It might explain even some mental illness. Some schizophrenia is a form of precognition in some of the studies. But when you leave a room, some of your photons stay in some ways entangled within that room. And there are people that have sensitivities that can actually feel that a person was there, identify who they are. And it's not a parlor trick. It's the edge of our understanding where we don't have a theory and we can't explain it. So coming back from that is, yes, on a very base level, absolutely, we have cellular memory, and we can prove that by the organ transplant studies. There was a heart surgeon, I'm sorry I don't remember the book, it's on Amazon, I can probably post up out there about it. He actually did research on his heart transplant patients. Now he was diehard, I believe Harvard, medicine, and he's like, no, this is all just tales. It's not true. He finally got convinced, and he started writing about it. He started taking notes. So he wrote an incredible piece tracking dozens and dozens of patients. The problem is this research doesn't get any funding, because if you present, and I challenge anybody listening here, anybody you know in medicine, just bring up some of the stuff I just talked about. First off, it's going to be hard because most people are just going to start laughing. I have nobody to answer to, so I don't have a boss. I don't have, well, my customers are my boss, but I don't have somebody say, shut up, Brian, that's too over the edge. I'm saying, listen, if we're going to be scientists, you got to boldly look at this stuff and say, why is that happening? And let's get a theory for it. But let me tell you something else about consciousness.
Brian, can I just ask a quick question before you continue?
And GP, actually, before you ask your question, and I will get also, I want Strange Loop to respond, then we'll go to GP's question to Brian. Strange Loop, I wanted you to respond, because obviously what Brian's talking about is, they're very controversial, but they're also very complex, not something I understand really well. But I think you'd be able to give more clarity, and I think you have a different take as well, Strange Loop. So maybe good to get your thoughts for balance before going to GP.
Sure. Thanks, Mario, and thanks, Brian. Yeah, so I was listening to a lot of what you were saying. There's several points made, so I'll just stick to like a few of them, which I think I can talk to. So there is one point made about, that's the most recent, that you just talked about, that due to entangled particles, if a person leaves the room and some people can sense those entangled particles, that to me is a little sus. But rest of the stuff relating to memory, yeah, there could be like a distributed way of how memory in the brain works, since we have basically synchronous processing going in the brain rather than clock cycle in the brain. That's how CPUs do their processing. So I just have a slight pushback on the last statement you made. And consciousness, consciousness. Yeah. So consciousness, I'm going to quickly say and this is a question for everybody, is can you describe the difference between autonomy and consciousness, and why do you think autonomy is so important in humans? Is that something required for consciousness? Like GPT cannot prompt itself the ways humans can have some sort of autonomy.
Well,
and yeah.
Well, it's actually, maybe I'll get even more philosophical, free will. But let's go back to something that I think most people don't understand. The human has about 65,000 thoughts per day. 95% of those thoughts are repetitive thoughts from the day before and the day before. And they're usually self-depreciating thoughts. This is the reality of human existence. That we can debate whether it's 45,000 or 85,000, but let's just call it 65,000. 5% of those thoughts are action thoughts. I am, or I will, or I'm going to. I am going to pick up this apple, okay? So the question then begins, okay, was that free will? Well, then I think I brought this up in the prior spaces. Your subconscious mind is like an editor that sits at a film table and it does cuts and it gives you reality at 41 bits maximum per second, because that's all you have for consciousness. Unconsciousness can take the stimuli from your sense organs and deal with it, but it's trying to mediate that through what I call a paradigm to give you what is important for that minute. So that's why we miss things when there's an emergency. We become hyper-focused and hyper-vigilant because our subconscious is saying, emergency, let's look at this. And that's chemically induced and it's electrically induced, but mostly chemicals. There's a neuropeptide release and there's hormones, things like that. So if we have 65,000 thoughts, let's take that as a positive, and most of those thoughts are repetitive, then AI has absolutely no problem figuring out what our next moves are going to be. All it needs to do is observe our behaviors long enough and get what I call human telemetry. The moment we start giving it heart rate, how often we blink, iris raising, sweat, things of that nature, voice pitch, Paul Ekman's facial muscle movements. Is that person lying at this moment? Ekman's work is amazing. Apple already owns that company. It's called Emotiant, and it's a part of Face ID. Emotiant was selling dummies at Macy's and Nordstrom's that had little eyes that would look at the facial expressions of people looking at the clothes on the dummy and give sentiments on affect. Did that person smile? Did they like it? Did they not like it? And they got swapped up by Apple about 12 years ago, and nobody quite knows what that technology is doing, but it was using Paul Ekman's work, which is, oh man, his studies go 25 years. I've been a student of his. So once AI is trained on that, it can predict what humans are doing. Now, why is that important? Because then it can get affect. It can get what we perceive as emotion. It can not only see the emotion in our face, it can start mirroring the emotion.
Brian, so sorry to cut you off. A quick question on that. So sometimes the emotions don't reflect the internal state. Like, in AI and big data, we just think everything we train the AI on, it's going to be able to predict. But the anomalies sometimes, there are industries where the past historic data doesn't matter, like oil industry, right? If something breaks down, when you're designing a bridge, you have to know the ins and outs of, what is the pressure, what is the tensile strength, all of that. And right now we are just looking at a bridge and copying the same bridge and designing the bridge for something else, like, machine learning and statistical learning. So I think, having all the data points is great, but it's still predicted. It's not an absolute certainty that certain reaction will happen from us as humans.
Suleiman, on that actually links up my question for Brian, which before it gets too far from the domain, I'd really like to ask him. Yeah, thanks. So my surname happens to be Penrose. I'm not related to Roger. I studied with Fernando Flores. He's the former member of justice in the agrarian anarchic Allende government in Chile that was overthrown by Pinochet in 1973 under his thesis of the biological roots of human thought, which falls very much within the domain of what you were speaking about earlier, and about the discrete speech acts that all our flowery vocabulary really boils down to about 200 different speech acts, such as agree, disagree, negotiate, renegotiate, like, dislike, and so on, put into a management theory in order to remove waste in the bias that we have in communications in large organizations, which we did in ASEA Brown Boveri water turbine manufacturing division from Frankfurt, Germany, Cemex in Mexico, and others, free, in order to take a percentage of the savings at the end of year, which would come to like 120 million. Now, with regard to the telemetry that you speak of in terms of pupil dilation, pupil monitoring, the physiological feedback and haptic systems that will allow the telemetry be observant by an AI. A point I made earlier that I think was lost in the midst of the debate is that the parallel development of Oculus and of all the multiple devices that do provide physiological feedback systems. For example, I had some time working with a company who are helping ALS patients notionally, in order to use very small finger gestures to have kinetic movement of objects external to them within their room, and therefore give them some autonomy. However, the minute the project was over, it became militarized for soldier systems in order to allow the deployment of drones and eyes on target, heads up target acquisition without making noise. Now, my question is this. With respect to what you said about the time, it's super important for me to understand whether you, in the way that you describe your thesis, is coming from the basis of the second temporal dimension of time, because our linear concept of time and the concept of quantum entanglement being that, you know, instantaneously what my spin will rotate the opposite direction of my partner 15 billion light years apart, which is the missing gap in quantum mechanics. The fifth dimension of temporal time therefore suggests in your thesis that people with schizophrenia, people with like what you might call notionally deja vu, people with what you might call notionally precognition and so forth, have somehow got a slightly less parsed out sense of this second temporal dimension. Remember, our brain parses out a lot of things. We only see 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum, and we also parse out and auto-correct things, such as the images that fall on the back of our optic lens are recorrected in order to be upwards because they are upside down when received by the brain. Now, the holding of memory within body parts, I fully subscribe to. The brain is definitely a vessel for central processing, but the cognition and the ability to process is distributed throughout the body. The acquisition of learned behaviors from donated organs is also something I've read about. Super interesting.
You're making, so I know you said my question is like 4 times, and you've asked your question, then the only thing is that at least so many tangents and so many interesting points that we just can't keep up with all of them. So can you just ask your question so Brian can just take that point, please?
Okay. So therefore, is it the 5-dimensional model that you think solves this idea of quantum entanglement? Do you believe in a second temporal model? And do you think that is why we don't understand the world we live in? And by extension, therefore, we cannot create, in my opinion, artificial general intelligence.
Wow, GP, I absolutely love the direction you're going in, and I would say 100% agree with that, but add a little bit more. I don't know if this conversation can withstand that. Maybe it's a future conversation, because if we really want to dive into consciousness, there's a lot of different angles. I happen to like the concept, even though he is a theologian, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, I'm messing his name up, but he posited the noosphere and this concept that we're creating a greater mind of consciousness. So meaning that ultimately humans are going to become connected, and at one time they were connected in the past. I want to point out something. At the very top of my Twitter feed, I put out something that some people might feel is an illusion. And I want to use this for anybody listening to test yourself on whether or not your perceptions are telling you the truth. And we always talk in a lot of these spaces about truth and facts and reality. Well, these are perceptions. So we have 2 words. You may have seen this. You're going to have brainstorm and you're going to have green needle. Now, it is one sound. But the last word you read or the word you hold in your consciousness will be the thing that you hear. And just like GP was saying, it's perceptional, right? And we can only know what we know, and we can't know what we don't know, right? And it sounds kind of crazy, but I use a lot of these to test not only myself, but AI. And by the way, AI gets this wrong. Yeah.
Isn't where you're kind of talking about, I've done a lot of, probably one of the biggest studies in the world about how people make decisions, and majority of decisions we don't actually make ourselves. We let our leaders make them, leader in whatever subject, whether it's what fashion I should wear, or, getting behind a driver when you're coming home from work and you don't even remember driving when you get home. It's because you followed someone you trust not to hit a car. Like a lot of the decisions we don't make ourselves. So
System One.
Yeah, System One. And I would recommend anyone to look up System One, or even System One Group, which uses what you guys were talking about with cameras. So isn't that kind of like a collective? It's not as organized, but it is a collective.
Well,
right?
yes. So I'll throw another study. The London, I believe it's the London Times used to have, well, still does have a crossword puzzle back in the 1960s. People were doing that crossword puzzle, and a researcher found out that the crossword puzzle was easier for subjects who did not have access to that newspaper to solve 1 week later than the first day it came out. And the statistics are quite large. You can kind of dig up this study. Now, some people might call this the 12th monkey effect. This is also
Napoleon Hill called it the mastermind.
Yeah, and we see this within the animal kingdom. There's something called cattle grates, right? This stops hoofed farm animals from crossing a road, right? Well, in the early days, they were actually metal grates, and they were feared that their foot might go through it. In later times, it is this paint on the road. You know, look up cattle guards, cattle gates, or stripes on the road, and cattle will generally not go over there. But if somebody generally in a county or within generally, I think it's 1,000 miles to 500 miles, crosses one of those, they no longer work. They no longer work throughout all the herds. So again, we need a theory that explains that. We could ignore it because it doesn't fit our paradigm, doesn't fit the science we have today. But if you want to be a scientist and look at empiricism, you have to say, okay, we need a theory that can encompass that outlier within our concepts. So in reality,
to even dumb that down, Brian, there was a study done in the 1920s also by Napoleon Hill, and Carnegie funded it, which is when you're with someone, imagine your wife, or you're dating someone for 2-3 years, and you're thinking about going to the same restaurant, or you start singing the same song that someone else is singing, but you didn't hear it on the radio. Like it's like a shared mind theory that happens when we spend a lot of time with people.
Yeah, there's an association. There's also association with animals. And I dare say with plants. There's research with plants. It really, the guy that invented the lie detector, it spent his entire last 60 years.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
I have
a
question.
Yeah, my theory on the whole AGI thing is chimpanzees are really good at short-term memory. They kick our ass at short-term memory, basically, right? So because of this consciousness, because like biting a strawberry, you can't describe what it tastes like because there's no language in the emotional side of the brain. So we have difficulty describing love, taste, things like that. Isn't the AGI, which most experts say, if it will ever happen at all, it won't happen until 2050, isn't it more like a super chimp than it is like a superhuman? Like really good at analyzing short-term things.
That's really
in other words, so Joe, I just to understand what you mean by this. In other words, and I was going to ask that earlier, AGI will be able to quantitate or things that are qualitative, be able to compute them. Is that what you mean, Joe, or misunderstood?
How does analyzing things in a short term give you that skill?
Because they're looking at a new problem quickly. Like I've tested.
But again, I understand that, but I understand that they're looking at a new problem quickly. But that's not your argument. Your argument is
creativity is really hard. There's a big difference there's a big difference between being artistic and being creative. Creative means having original thought. This doesn't happen with ChatGPT, or I doubt it will ever happen with AGI. Right?
Chimps
are not creative.
By definition, AGI will be creative, right? Definitionally. Now, whether we'll achieve it is a question, but by definition, AGI will have creativity.
So just
there's a difference between artistic and creative. That's my problem.
Yeah. So let me introduce one more concept. A gentleman by the name of Kim Peek, who I was very lucky to meet. You may know him as Rain Man. He was an actual individual that Dustin Hoffman studied. Kim Peek had a tremendously large memory. You can search my Twitter and look at a couple of videos of Kim Peek remembering things. It's absolutely mind-boggling. So if Kim Peek can remember things like every single baseball player, what day they played, what their averages are, what their height and weight was, the exact day you were born, what the weather was like when you were born, names in the telephone book. I mean, we're talking about an extended amount of a corpus of information. I use Kim Peek because, again, if we have a theory of the mind, theory of memory, and a theory of intelligence, we have to have a theory that identifies a person that existed right in front of us. He passed away along with his dad, unfortunately. But when he was alive, he was, and there's others that are similar to him.
So, Brian, but isn't that synesthesia of some sorts, and not synesthesia exactly, but
what's synesthesia? What's synesthesia?
It's basically, parts of your brain, like your sense of smell tied to your vision, like they are in a crosstalk between the two different regions, or two different functions. And
so he had damage. Yeah, he had damage to the corpus callosum, and he had it because his brain was essentially water when he was born. The doctor wanted to essentially put him down, told the family he was worthless, this whole story. It is a very heart-wrenching story, the way he was treated, even when he was a young teenager. The doctors said, put him in an institution. You can look that up on my Twitter feed because he laughs at it. Again, he's able to find humor. So what I'm basically saying is the human being has been proven by his existence that there is a lot more to memory than we could possibly realize. And we also know that holographically, we can't eliminate the map that a rat has or a rodent has for a maze by, unfortunately, using a slicer to slice his brain down one slice at a time. So we've proven that. So when we start wondering how many angels can dance on a pinhead, it's sort of like, well, hold it. We need to kind of go to first principles. What are these things that we're talking about? And that comes back to AI. What's going on with AI is something kind of, I think was sort of missed here. What goes on is there is a model that is created that is essentially mathematical, right? So the AI doesn't really deal with words. It deals with the mathematical function of those words, right? So that function essentially, it's called the transformer attention function, or the TAF. The TAF converts the words statistically and eliminates the common words like and the, and takes the words of power that it finds and knows this by statistics, assigns a statistical value, goes into the hidden layers, 19 of them, maybe more, and then it comes back out using the same transformer attention function to arrange words one word at a time that are statistically more likely should appear next to each other. Now, I assert that what a large language model is a very...
Brian, can I add to that before you move on to your point? Because I think it'll make sense to a lot of people. There was a scientist named Antonio Damasio, famous neuroscience, right? And he had to cut out a tumor from a person's brain, which removed basically all his emotions. And in order to decide what restaurant he wanted to go to, he would think of how much sunlight comes in through a window because his ice will melt faster. How comfortable is this seat versus that seat? And it took him over 45 minutes to make a decision on what restaurant to go to because he lost instinct. The way we've replaced instinct with AI is it's using these mathematical calculations that Brian's saying of what is statistically more correct, right? And this is where I think it's going to become very difficult for AGI. How do you replace instinct?
No, and there is a point regarding the adaptability of biology, right? So there are also cases where a person lost mostly half of his brain or something and still were able to function. So then hence to the point that, questions that I wanted to ask Brian is the adaptability of biology, like the more complex the brain gets, or biology gets, the more sophisticated and more resilient, a brain becomes. Like if we are complex beings, we can think about philosophy, go to Mars, or do these things. But in software, it is the opposite. When the software becomes more complex, it's harder to manage. So, just thoughts on that would be great. One thing I want to mention is JP mentioned a time dimension. So just a
before sorry, so strangely
Okay.
before you go to time dimension, keep it in mind. Don't forget. So Joa, you were talking about instincts. So AI kind of replacing instincts by being able to code them in. That's what you said, yeah, Joa?
Right.
Okay, so how does that?
No, well, not coding. It's what Brian was saying. It's a mathematical equation.
So instincts becomes a mathematical equation.
Statistically more,
okay.
more probable.
Because instincts is all based on statistics, correct? Based on past experiences. So with that thought, how did you lead? So I don't understand how that leads to some to AGI not being able to replace a qualitative aspect of our brain. I thought it does the opposite.
Well, here's the thing: is if you're using that is basically deep learning. What Brian was kind of referring to with the mathematical formula or statistically most probable answer. How do you do that and become more general intelligence? You're still going to be using deep learning? I think if you're still using deep learning, you're not general intelligence.
So let's try a thought experiment real quick. Has
Brian,
anybody
before the
ever
thought experiment,
had,
Brian, sorry,
yeah.
so can you explain, Joe? I don't understand Joe's point. Can you explain Joe's point, Brian, before you go through the thought experiment? Maybe I'll understand it more.
Well, so yes, all right. So the human being is sort of a statistical differential machine to some level. That's the left hemisphere. But the right hemisphere generally has more control over us than we would like to realize. Most of us that get attracted to computer science and science in general are quote unquote rationalists. We want an explanation that's 1 or 0. We want it to be, able shades of gray, and our right hemisphere is constantly telling us that. So when we're trying to create intelligence, right, we're trying to create the rational side of our brain. And I think Coach was talking something to this, and I'm sorry I missed some of what she was saying, but the left hemisphere of the brain is very limited. In fact, while I'm talking right now, the left hemisphere has to transcribe what is this big nebulous idea, word concept, that it's not even words, they're symbols, they're symbolic references, and then convert it into words in the phonological loop. And then we have a buffer memory, which is really short. And Bell Labs did research in the 1950s on how long a phone number needs to be and how it has to be chunked up. The dashes in a phone number in the United States was 123-123-1234. And then once you go a little beyond that, people forget. And it's not because they're dumb or anything, the buffer memory is only so long. And so what I'm saying is basically, if you've ever had a creative idea, if you're a writer, if you're a musician, if, I don't know, you're working on a job and you're a construction worker, and I got this idea, you have to rush to capture that idea before it dissipates. It's like trying to hold on to a cloud, right? This is the idea being generated in the right hemisphere, and the left hemisphere is bogged down to try to translate it. And now let's add one more thing, clawing on a glass screen with your thumbs, right? Because now you have to mechanically try to translate that idea one single letter at a time. Now, GPT or large language models are doing this one word at a time. So in some sense, they have an advantage over us because they're working statistically on words. We're working statistically on concepts, but we're bogged down because we have to, most of the time, we're clawing at a glass screen with 2 thumbs. We're not even using the home keys anymore. We're just clawing at a glass screen. So in reality, that slows us down. It actually makes us, I did a Quora piece on this. I think it's on my website, Read Multiplex, where I show how it changed our temperaments. Because we are so bogged down, our temperaments change to be more aggressive. So one of the reasons why you see sort of an aggressive behavior for all of us in social media context is because we're communicating through a system that was not designed for communication. It was designed for archival purposes.
You know, we wrote things down to archive them, not so much to communicate them. Communication throughout most of human history was an oral and a pointing thing. I assert that the constellations were designed in such a way to tell grand stories so that people can have a shared memory to protect them. These are allegorical stories, and they pointed out things that would help them remember.
So when you say social media is not designed for us to communicate with one another, and more of a storage, a place to store information, and that's why you see a lot of emotions go wild on social media versus face to face. What aspects of social media, when you use it as an example, what aspects can you refer to in how social media operates that doesn't allow it to function as a place for people to communicate and socialize? Some examples.
Mario, I love this question because there's a lot of things that happen. First off, you're not seeing the eyes and the emotion of the humanity in front of you. What I try to do is try to train myself that I'm always talking to a person. So I have a really weird habit that people make fun of, is I always try to find the person's name, and if I'm responding to them, I type their name first, even if I only have 128 characters. That helps ground me into the reality that I'm talking to a person, and my hot take doesn't exist. Hot takes are kind of dangerous for everybody because they're kind of throwing a grenade at something, and you are probably going to regret it. So if I was your dad or your granddad, or if I was just a kid, I'd be like, no, the hot takes really don't work. You might get clicks, you might get a few giggles, but there's a human being on the other side of that hot take. It's not about hurting feelings, it's about yourself. It's very selfish if you want to look at it that way. But I don't want to get into philosophy of that. What I am saying is that when you slow down, try this with your significant other. Interrupt them when they're in the middle of an idea and see how anxious and angered they will get. You can really anger people when you break their concentration or you break their flow. And the reason for that is it creates a whole cascade of fear. It's actually a limbic system response. And you literally, I worked with a lot of songwriters in my life, I motivationally and stuff, and they lose their muse, they call it. My muse is gone. I can't write anymore, and I'm a fraud. I never was a good songwriter. All this kind of thing, and it's a
So
very
Brian, can I talk about that specific thing?
Yeah.
That what you just talked about being in the zone or being in. I mean, so my day job, I don't think I've ever talked about it in these spaces, but I'm a film director. I'm a writer, screenwriter, and film director. And I used to work at Pixar back in the day, and then I made films for Oculus. I'm actually pretty convinced, knowing these AI tools. I mean, you talk a lot about, the left brain and then the right brain a lot, and you make a lot of great points, Brian. I actually appreciated a lot of them. But I'm fairly convinced now that maybe something like 90 to 95% of the people needed to make a Pixar movie are not going to be needed in the next few years, right? And the question then breaks down to what parts of the value chain, right? Like the rendering side, the lighting side, the art side. I think the art side is already disrupted. Like even today, I'm not even sure that, the art department is really necessary to its full degree to create a high quality piece of entertainment and film. So, that's one big area of disruption. And, I would like somebody to convince me out of that, because that means I still have a day job as a, creative, as an artist, but I'm not sure I do. To build on some other points, GP talked about how he's fortunate that his last name is Penrose. Actually, the company I founded 8 years ago is called Penrose Studios, and of course, named after the great Roger Penrose, the physicist, because he talks about the multiverse and a lot of other things that people talked about. And then to tie it into, actually, I really want to talk about free will, because I think that has a lot to do with consciousness. And a lot of people here talked about quantum mechanics, which I think is actually very interesting and related to the concept of free will. And so talking about that, well, before I get into that, the one big thing is we talked a lot about, are we in a simulation? And a lot of people, including Elon Musk, but actually academics have run the statistical models and said, hey, we're likely in a simulation just based on the fact that the likely conscious beings will create simulations, and there will probably be many of these simulations. So statistically speaking, we're likely in a simulation. That's probably its own space in and of itself. But if we are in a simulation, by the way, or if a simulation is possible, that would be predicated on the fact that we could recreate consciousness, right? Just by firing neurons, right? Like whatever the group of that is, right? So if you believe that we are in a simulation, which I'm not saying we are, then you would have to also accept the fact that simulated consciousness is possible.
if we create,
EYC, that's yeah. I mean, I know the point you're making, but that's not recreating consciousness, is it? So, like, the most prevalent argument in the sphere for that is obviously like idealism, isn't it? Right now, I think that's probably the more stronger thought within philosophy in that
But
regard.
if you,
And that's not recreating consciousness. That's just the mentation of your mind, basically. Not creating, but basically the world is the mentation of your mind. So that's not like recreating your consciousness, but your consciousness is creating the world, isn't it?
I have a point.
Well, that's an interesting semantical point. And actually, to build on that, and this you may or may not like Suleiman, actually,
No, it's not
but
fine.
the part about free will that I want to get into, that's related. Sure. And I think it's actually its own debate, and I'm not at all discounting what you're saying, but I didn't want to add to the idea of free will, because I think you and others have made some concepts around this, right, and related to quantum mechanics, and this also relates to AI and whether AGI is possible. But there's one thought. I feel like I forgot who mentioned it on this conversation, but it was like, God. If God knows everything, right? If he's truly omniscient and omnipotent, then human free will can't possibly exist, right? This is the theological argument. Actually, many people have talked about this. And actually, there's some great theological arguments in a variety of religious books and texts about this over thousands of years. So I'm not saying this is a new argument, but what modern quantum mechanics has talked about, right, is because there's the idea that everything is deterministic, right? If you could have a computer that simulates every atom in the universe, then possibly, that computer is first off God, and then number two, you could predict everything that happens in the universe. But the quantum physicists have struck back, right, on the side of God and religion, actually. And that idea is that, when you get to subatomic particles, you cannot predict, right, what happens. So below, Maxwell Planck is a very famous physicist. He created something called Planck's constant. And underneath the size of Planck's constant, you cannot, nothing can predict. Well, in theory, nothing can predict
that's not
the state
exactly
of particles.
EYC,
And therefore, free will could exist underneath in that, space, right?
Planck's constant. Yeah, 1 second, quickly. So Planck's constant is something that you cannot measure below that. Like, you need a lot of energy, like a high density energy. So that's why, to GP's earlier point, time dimension, like at smaller and smaller sizes, you need more and more energies. And at some point, it turns into a black hole. And so that means space and time collapses into the black hole. So that means space and time might not be fundamental.
So let me, before going down,
anyway,
GP, I don't want you to reply.
Briefly,
no, I don't.
In the study of the infinite.
Okay.
So guys, not sure if you can hear me. GP, I don't want to go down the time discussion yet. Before, but I do want to discuss it in the space. I want to ask GP, can you hear me? Just confirming, can you hear me, GP? See if there's no glitch.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. All right, cool. Beautiful. Okay, so before going down that discussion, Brian, I had two questions for you I wrote down just a while ago. And the first one is, if we do recreate, that one I wrote down just a few minutes ago. If we do recreate consciousness, excuse me, then does that make it extremely likely or significantly more likely that we live in a simulation if we actually do pull it off and recreate consciousness?
Well, Mary, that's a wonderful question, and I think about it often. So one way to do that is to approach it, and I'll get to it, is to pose a question as my dog gets quiet, is we cannot invent anything that nature hasn't already invented. And I know this is a hard thing for some people to deal with. It was for me for most of my life until I've come to that realization. The very first thing we've done with the supercomputers, the ability to put goggles over our eyes, is what did we try to reinvent? Reality. The metaverse is a reinvention of what we already live in. So it could very well be an iterative effect of what life does, whatever life is, or what consciousness does, or whatever consciousness is to look at the work of dad, right? You look at it, if you have a little kid, the kid might pick up a hammer and start banging something because he's simulating what dad did. Now, whoever dad is in this universe, you can have your theories, or if it's just randomness, fine. But reality is, what we're trying to do is we're trying to simulate what we've already seen. it is nearly impossible, and maybe we would call these people insane, to think outside of what nature already created, right? So I challenge everybody. I mean, you come down to all these esoteric things and they're like, oh no, you know, that's not nature. Well, yeah, it existed already. So all we're doing is we're looking at what already came and coming up with creative ways to simulate it with our very crude mechanisms. The biology of a human body is actually incredible. Plants are incredible. Think of a seed. Think of the concept of what
Brian, on that question, sorry, just on the question of not being able to recreate anything beyond what we know within nature, what nature created, but we're expanding the definition of nature and what it has created. And as we expand that, then what we create will expand, because we still don't even understand what nature's created.
Exactly.
And then and if you can address my first question about the simulation and recreating consciousness, curious on that.
So yeah, I got off track, but basically what I'm saying is, in a sense, we appear to be in some sort of iterative simulation. And, you know, ancients have been trying to tell us that forever, as above, so below. You can go into all sorts of metaphysics and things of that nature.
Can you go, so did you say that ancients have been trying to tell us for a long time that we've been living in a simulation?
Oh, absolutely. And whatever. Yeah, what is above is so below. What is below is so above. What they're basically saying, as we keep going deeper and deeper, we're going to see exactly what we see as we go further and further out. And it's kind of looking that way, where when we get to what looks like the edge of the universe, it starts looking like a wall that's pixelated and end. When we start going as low as we can in matter, you know, into whatever exotic things we want to call it, it looks like there's a pattern to it. There's something to it.
That's not simulation, though. Like, quick point I want to make is,
sure.
So thought experiment for everybody. So if we are living in a simulation, then who's driving the simulation? And then that thing is, who's to say is not even, is itself a simulation, right? So there is an infinite regress, like turtles all the way down.
Exactly. And then what's the initial, the beginning of all this? That's beyond that. What's going to be on Mars? So it just we have to understand that our even not only our knowledge, but our imagination of where this could go has significant limitations. But Brian, can you expand more on the concept of simulation, us living in a simulation? What does that? And I'm gonna ask you a stupid question.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more question. One more question, and then we'll go to Brian and KK. On that question, Brian, if we are living in a simulation, because the more I look into it, first time I heard, I'm like, fuck this. Second time, I'm like, this is too scary. I don't want to learn about it. But then the more I learn about it, the more it starts to statistically make sense. So if we are living in a simulation, what does that mean for us as a species? Like, I know, you know, this is an impossible question to answer, but how would you interpret that question?
Well, you know,
add to that, Mario, add to your question. What do you mean by simulation?
Brian, I'll let Brian answer.
All right. So there's a lot of ways to approach this, and a lot of people go to South America and ayahuasca, things like this. One of the most difficult things is to break out of your paradigm. Paradigm is what we are born with, and remember, we talked about our primary survival mechanism is to be loved. And so, if ever you see a broken person, I guarantee you, just follow the string. They feel unloved. That's it. That's all psychology. That's it. All the other things.
Brian, I brought up a statistic yesterday. Most people don't like that. Unwanted children increase crime, and you know, it's the same statistic. Basically, you're saying.
Yeah, we can get into the politics of it. I'm just talking. Yeah, scientifically, the reality is we are designed for that emotion. We're designed for attachment. We're not designed to be alone, no matter how much we want to do that, especially as most guys do. It's like, stay away. I'm dealing with my emotions. No, the reality is we want this acceptance. In fact, all the pursuits of money, all the pursuits of fame, all the pursuits of fortune is to be loved. And, you know, we can analyze Steve Jobs. You know, he was adopted twice. You can kind of go into what made him very productive because of it. But there's a lot of different ways to go with it. But getting back to
go back. No, Joe. Sorry, go, Joe. I'll take your statement, but I'm going to go back to the point.
Yeah. Love creates oxytocin, and a lack of oxytocin creates mental health issues.
Joe, do you know I love you, and that's why I always invite you to the panels. Just want to put that out there. And I know you might not believe it, even though it's just through spaces, but I do have that emotion to you, a manly version of love. So Brian, just back to the point. So just defining a simulation, but also what it would mean. Living what that would mean exactly, because if we skip the part on whether we live in a simulation, because statistically speaking, it is if we replicate consciousness, I'm not even going to have that debate anymore, because that kind of there's no purpose to that debate.
Yeah.
So then, if we do live in a simulation, yeah, you were trying to explain what that could mean based on our understanding of life
But I
today.
think Brian needs to explain what he means by simulation.
Imagine the characters you create in a game and how they're limited to whatever we create. A much better version of that.
We're all NPCs now.
Exactly.
So, so if that's what you mean by simulation, that's not a simulation. So what do you mean by simulation, Brian?
All right. So there's a lot of ways to approach this. So let's try to get to the simplest without getting scientific nomenclature. So a simulation would mean that you would have to be able to use some tool, some mechanism to detect it, right? At the turn of the late 1800s, if I were to tell you that there were little creepy crawlers on your hands, you would think I'm insane. In fact, the person who came up with that idea was deemed insane. He almost killed himself because of it. When a tool was invented called a microscope, oh, okay, now I see them. So what I'm essentially saying is maybe people see the simulation and maybe we take them out. Maybe the shamanic people. I mean, what are the first people that they usually kill when a culture is taken over? It's the shaman, the witch. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying this world is this universe is a simulation, but so it's basically not a reality. It's not material matter. Is essentially what you're saying. So is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. Okay. So most of the world is empty space, right? When we touch something, we're actually not touching matter. We're touching a repulsive force. If you look at the construct of an electron, right, where an electron is, if you can even find it, if they exist, and then if you look at an atom, or you look at something on a periodic table, yeah, we see them. You know, we could see it in reality, and we can cognize it. But when we break it down, it's like 99% empty space. So what are you touching? I assert that you're never really touching anything. You're touching the air.
The nomenclature is confusing the debate, because you can swap simulation for iteration. In an infinitely large universe, then we live in an iteration of infinite amounts of our iterations this is the problem of people's conception of infinity. So therefore we put simulation as the nomenclature to ascribe it to the current set of debates that we are having, which are around the digital. When in fact, what we're really saying is, in an infinite space, there are multiple iterations. Therefore, it is not a one-for-one match with digitization when we say simulation. We're just using nomenclature in a digital world to describe an iteration in a physical space. Therefore, if we are living in an iteration, it's very much different than a simulation. We are living in an iteration, which is very much different than a simulation, because in a simulation, you have high entropy, complexity, and in both those situations, you have endless fragility. Therefore, our simulation or iteration would reduce instantly once we reach the max consumption of all resources to complete failure, and we would cease. The program would crash as such. Now, iteration is the nomenclature, and we are using the wrong words because we're living in a space where the narrative is technology and digitization, where the actual knowledge of infinity in the context of the largeness of things has been around long before the digital age. We've simply reduced the iterative reality of multiple instances of ourselves in an iteration in a physical universe with a nomenclature of a simulation in a digital age. We have therefore just confused ourselves by moving from a position that was the frame of reference we had at the time we discovered this concept to our framing of its reference now. And a very good example of that is when you have a frame of reference, your observable frame of reference is how you judge reality. If we were in the universe on Earth 15 billion years from now, we would not observe starlight. Therefore, our perception and our ability to measure ourselves in the context of the expanding universe having brought all starlight out of our gaze would be that we were alone. So it is in fact a subjective truth that we are in.
Just a quick,
So hey,
quick
GT,
point,
I want to
Mario.
jump in. I want to jump in.
So Brian,
on
one
that.
second, guys.
And what's really interesting.
Brian, did you, Brian, is that accurately stating what you were saying? So is your position same as GP's, that's iteration and not simulation?
I love that concept, and I would say that this is probably not the place to break that down finitely, but I think in general I absolutely agree. But there, I would add one more point to it, and that is, you know, we're a product of this planet for all we at least reasonably understand. We're made of dirt, air, and water and sunlight. That's it, right? So everything that we conceive of is inside this bubble. We can call an iteration or a simulation at that stage, in a sense that we're giving the eyes, the ears, the taste buds, and the other sense organs to the universe, if you will. But most definitely,
but Brian, just
yes.
Before you go, so you know when there's a simulation, there needs to be a source of that simulation. So what is the source of that simulation?
We could call it God. I mean, we can definitely. I mean, let me say this.
I mean, a universe-sized computer could generate the simulation, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's and actually what GP was talking about, right? About, I mean, basically he's talking about Roger Penrose's theory, the multi-universe theory. I mean, there's a lot of other physicists who've talked about this. You know, I actually think the simulation argument is actually really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree.
Disgusting, but I will say one thing
before you go ahead.
To cut to the chase.
Yeah, just before you continue, I mean, the cyclic universe argument of Penrose does work with this. If you want to call it simulation theory, I mean, I call it mentation theory. But anyway, go ahead.
Good point.
Can I make my point?
Yeah, it's actually a great point. It's actually a great point.
Yeah, Eugene, let me Eugene, I love your perspective on this, but I know KK has been trying to jump in for a few times. He hasn't had a chance to speak. So KK,
can I just say Can I just say one last thing?
Yeah, one quick thing. We'll go to KK, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just one last thing. The thing about the simulation theory argument, I think it's really interesting, and we can talk a lot about it. But if we just cut to the punchline, use Occam's razor, it's likely we live in a simulation, probably. But whether we do or not, almost doesn't matter for how we live our day-to-day lives, right? Like, let's say we live in a simulation. Great, some universe-sized computer we live in this simulation. Like, I'm not sure that's going to change anything about how I choose to live my life or my philosophical beliefs, even if I'm a simulation, right? So I just thought I'd proffer that before going to KK.
I think as our understanding of life and religion changed, so did a lot of the things we do in life, a lot of the decisions we make. So I think if the more we understand the simulation or iteration, it will, in my opinion, have an impact on how we look at life, how important various aspects of our life is, and how scared we are from death, for example, which terrifies the fuck out of me. But maybe,
Mario,
Simon, can I ask you? Simon, I'll ask you a question before going to KK. So you can tell me what you want to say, and then I'll answer that question. Can you just simplify the difference between simulation and iteration again? Because I was on the move when GP was breaking this down.
Well, essentially, according to Brian and GP's definition, it's essentially that they're using different language for basically the same argument. Essentially, I use a different verb as well. I have a similar argument.
You didn't explain it. What does iteration mean, though? GP went a whole rant about explaining it. So I was hoping.
Because he was trying to say simulation isn't the right terminology to use, but when they actually explain the points, they point to the same.
KK, maybe you could explain or summarize the difference between iteration and simulation, plus make all the other points you wanted to make.
Yeah.
Please.
So let me just make my point before you are here.
Yeah. Thank you, GP, for diverting the space's attention from simulation to iteration, because that's how I have programmed you. I'm simulating the whole space now.
Okay.
So
you guys are worse than lawyers at making jokes, worse than Fidgetal. So, go ahead, KK.
No, I think the simulation theory is a bit too stretched. But the point here is that when you say simulation, you are basically taking the free will of all the species on Earth. I mean, that's not possible. If you have a free will, you can't have simulation, and we can see.
But but KK, how free is our free will? Because the more we understand our brain, the more we understand most of it is not really that free.
No, actually there is not an fixed like a action to reaction. I mean reaction to action, right? So the cause and effect. So as a cause, the same cause that happens to you, you might react differently to how I react, and that's where the free will comes. If you react exactly the same way that everyone else reacts to a particular event, then I would say there's no free will. But even if there's an iota of difference, then there is a free will. So I think that's a mute argument about the simulation. But coming back to the original topic of replacing the human brain, I mean, in my opinion, the AI has already replaced the human brain. What it can never replace is a consciousness. So consciousness is basically, like I was saying in the other space, so there are three powers that needs to exist for a particular entity to be conscious, which is cognitive power, kinetic power, and volition. So the cognitive power, knowing how things work, is basically you can teach a machine to do that. Kinetic power, you can have a robot doing lifting things, but you can never teach a machine volition. Volition is what you can say free will, or having a particular desire. So everybody has got different desires, right? And so let's say I want to, I feel like turning the lights on, then I have a cognitive power to know that I have to turn the switch on to turn the lights on, and I have a kinetic power to get up and turn the switch on. But that volition came from me, and that is internal. But the knowledge of how the light works, switch works, is can be taught to me, and the knowledge of how to turn the switch on can be taught to me. But the volition of I want to turn the light on has to come from within, and that is every species has it.
So KK, I mean, I agree with everything you said there. Just coming back to the point what GP and Brian were saying in terms of simulation, I don't know, but basically for me, I mean, I didn't agree with your argument if you did make it, or if it was Mario, I can't remember who said that this model, which Brian calls simulation, what GP calls iteration, and which I think is more of a consciousness model. I don't believe that takes away free will. And let me explain why. First of all, this argument, ironically, is the main argument that's used against scientific materialism. And this is the strongest argument against the whole idea, which I've been talking to you guys about the fact, because the way this argument destroys scientific materialism, one of the ways is to say that, guess what? Scientific materialism can't answer for qualitative parts of nature. So the irony that we've all come back full circle on that is quite nice to see. In terms of the argument from what...
No one came back full circle. Hold on. We all came back full circle towards what?
So, this argument about what Brian makes about the universe being a simulation, or GP makes about iteration, that's actually one of the most prevalent philosophical arguments against scientific materialism. And within that argument, the strongest argument against that scientific materialism is that scientific materialism doesn't
have an answer to explain qualitative aspects of nature, of reality. And the reason and the problem with that is because, remember, there's the whole physical, and why that is because the whole discussion is about the physical world, and then the metaphysical world, how they connect. And according to scientific materialism, there is no metaphysical world, and so therefore everything is within the physical world. But then they say everything is quantitative, and so hence why that is one of the defeaters against the argument, because then they can't explain the qualitative nature of the universe. Now, coming back to and so for me, the strongest argument is actually the one that not what you guys call simulation is actually from consciousness. So you have like a universal consciousness, and then the individual consciousness, that basically the universe is from the mentation of the brain. And that is the idealistic model that is basically, I think it's quite strong now. It's come back recently.
I didn't
So
understand.
are you for simulation or against simulation?
He's against simulation.
No. So I'm saying, yeah. And what these guys call simulation, I think is the strongest philosophical argument right now.
Okay, can I jump in?
Do you yeah, it's just 2 seconds. Amazing. Who asked where is he? Who'd you okay, he's gone. Fuck. I thought it was Strange Loop that asked that question. Actually, Brian does be honest, Brian, okay? And just me and Slayman are friends, so you can be honest, it's fine. Does what Slayman said, does it, and please be honest, I mean it. Do you understand what Slayman just said?
Yes.
Okay, I don't. Can you explain it to me, please? And then we'll go to hands up, Maze, Justin, Deep.
Well, it's all about deterministic, type of aspects. Under the scientific materialistic concept, we got to sort of come to the conclusion that everything just randomly happened and there was no deterministic outcome. Whether that is true or not, we have to go to the empirical evidence and say, is that what it's showing us right now? Now, on a macro scale, we can look at it. At a nano scale, we can look at it, and then we can look at it at a consciousness scale. So let's take all the physical sciences out, because we're always kind of come back to the brain and consciousness and AI. Does an individual have full agency? Do they have full determination to do whatever they like? Well, it turns out that's not really the case. If you made it through childhood, you already have the very first programming. Your parents, somebody at least fed you, because you could not have fed yourself between 0 and say 5, but full growth is 0 to 8. Those spaces in time were formative, and we can go down a different path of what creates, psychosis and all sorts of aberrant social behavior. But at the very least, you are stuck within the paradigm which allows you to be taken care of. And I say this as a fact, because if you didn't, you would be dead. Somebody would have tossed you, unfortunately, aside. And that unfortunately does happen. But those of us who are still here, somebody took care of us, and they built some kind of structure in our brain. And why is that important? Because it taints the way that we see our world, perhaps in a really good way, because maybe it makes us more caring and more empathetic and sympathetic. But it also does something else. It almost erases a lot of factual things that are in front of us. And if we look at where we were before, quote unquote, science, we were in a very dark, dogmatic type of world. And we always use the parlance of the higher authority, whether it be the church, God, the king. When that was during the Enlightenment, we gave that up, most of us, and we said, no, there's another higher authority. That's empirical evidence. That's the drive towards understanding. That's scientific thought. But in that, we also have to accept the fact that there is no fact, that we're in a constant pursuit of what we believe is truth or facts, and we never quite get there, because we're storytellers and we're inventors, right? That's all
Sorry to interrupt, Brian. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Sure. What you are saying is that before we understood science, we were in dark world. What do you mean by that? I mean, whether we understand science or not, the science exists. Science always exists. It doesn't change. It like the law doesn't change. Physical law doesn't change from time to time.
So what I mean by that
just not to answer for Brian, but just my because we were all making the same point about iteration and simulation, it's just being a matter of nomenclature. What Brian, not to speak from, but my personal opinion is our perception of what was around us made us, when we didn't understand it, create societies that were quite different than the one that we occupy now. They might have actually been better. And remember, we only recognize societies that have a written tradition, therefore Sumer and the tablets and so forth. But there is no doubt that before that, there was a greater understanding of the position we hold within this universe by ancient civilizations not recognized by academia as such. Göbekli Tepe is considered to be a hunter-gatherer monolith. There are several hundred of them in southwestern Turkey. Why a hunter-gatherer community would have an excellent understanding of masonry, symbology, and go to the effort while they're living hand to mouth to build such a thing 10,500 years ago during the Younger Dryas period is not explainable within the current domain of science. Also, the Earth's pivotal wobble that happens once every 25,500 years was observed and noted by the Mayans. You would have to therefore say that in order to observe something and make it a fact and make it something that you put it down in your oral and written history, you have to observe it at least twice, which makes a mockery of the idea that knowledge and society only really coalesced into civilizational structures around the cities of Ur and Akkad about 5000 BC. Because in order to observe that, the Mayans would have had to observe it twice over a period of 51,000 years. Now, what Brian was saying is, in my view, is science, as you say, has never changed. The iteration we're in, or the simulation we're in, has never changed. The way we dealt with the iteration or simulation we were in before we became empirically based on experimental science as the only acceptable method to prove or disprove theories, which I think is a fallacy, was that we created belief systems and we created mythologies and we created other belief systems in order to deal with the environment that we occupied. And in fact, those belief systems may have been far more efficient, far more connected to the reality of the universe that we occupy than the empirical knowledge, science-based imperatives that we have today, because they certainly informed what academia considers to be uncivilized hunter-gatherer civilizations to somehow observe very sophisticated movements within the universe, orient monuments very specifically towards very specific points of the year that we still, don't know how or why, construct and define certain theses around the position of stars and their movement across the sky, and understand our planet in the concept of a globe and how it has a pivot wobble around its axis once every 25,500 years, and apparently did so without leaving behind any trash, any buildings, or any excavations that we have yet to see. Now, if you look at the Bhagavad Gita, you will see a reference to Krishna speaking to Barbaric, the great warrior, and asking him which side he would take in the impending war that was about to happen. Barbaric was known as a great warrior because he was merciless and superhuman, and he didn't possess any emotions. So when Krishna asked him which side he would take, he said he would take the side of the weakest army so that the weakest army could defeat the other army with his help. When Krishna asked him, when he had done that, which side would he take? He said he would take the same side, the weakest army, in order to defeat the stronger army. And Krishna said to him, after several iterations of that, is it not true to say that you will have succeeded in wiping out both armies? And at that point, in the Bhagavad Gita, the warrior, Barbaric, was confused and couldn't answer the question. And Krishna asked him to take his head off his shoulders, and Krishna placed it on a three-pronged platform, and he sent it into the air. Now, this is what we will call notionally uninformed, unscientific beings describing the exact behavior of dispassionate decision-making in the context of artificial intelligence, which has information and data, but no concept of emotion or outcome. That statue or that head was discovered in a hermetically sealed box 80 years ago while digging for water in a well, and is visible in a temple in southern India right now. So one has to ask the question, or when the question is asked, whether we occupy currently the highest state of our existence. We in our hubris think we do, while we have recently discovered that our ability to understand how our brain and our body functions and what intelligence is has been utterly undermined by the behavior of mycology, single-celled organisms that can act in collective swarm intelligence behavior to traverse an area to a food source, solving both the trolley problem, an NP complete problem, and the traveling salesman problem with no natural conceptual view, as far as we're concerned, of intelligence. Now, finally, I'll leave it at this. The same ecosystem of fungi in the planet and the same conception of cognition and consciousness and what it is to observe your environment. If you put 12 trees together and one of them gets sick, the other 11 trees perceive it and they use the mycology under the ground to send nutrients to the 12th tree. It is our hubris that we think just because we're top of the food chain that we can eat and conquer everything beyond us, below us, that we, in fact, are the highest level of consciousness on the planet. I posit that we are not.
Okay, so Deep, you got your hand up. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Salima. First of all, always a pleasure to hear from you, Brian. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in some, comments on the physics side of things. So, just some quick background. I run a 40-person startup, and we build physics software libraries. The purpose of these libraries are to enable the sensing, simulation, and engineering of matter. So we solve and model quantum mechanical equations and systems that are relevant for predicting the macroscopic properties of advanced materials, such as, let's say, semiconductors or EV batteries and so on. We use a combination of quantum computers and quantum computing simulators and neural networks primarily. And I just want to say some, things that there's like a million different directions that we can take this, but a quick comment on the physics side, like I mentioned, and then I want to make a sort of quick comment on metaphysics as well. With physics, indeed, and from philosophy, it has been discussed for, there's nothing new under the sun, right? This idea that we live in a simulation has manifested itself in debates for hundreds, if not thousands of years. You had Descartes, for example, and his brain in a vat sort of experiment. And then you have Maxwell's demon, right, from thermodynamics and so on. So I do agree that right now we're just in a different iteration of that. But there are some interesting facts we know today that we didn't 100 years ago from the physics side. The most interesting fact that I think is relevant here is that we can perform universal computations using quantum computers, which is fascinating because there is no reason why that should be the case. The fact that we can perform, in a universe where universal computations are required to model it, we ourselves can do that. So that's analogous to, you playing a game of Sims or Sims 2, and you walk into like some room and you see that one of the NPCs was able to build a fully functioning computer with RAM and everything that could simulate its own universes and so on and so forth. That is a physical fact that we can do that today. It's strange that quantum computers exist as a result, and I think it says a lot about this idea that we might be living in an infinitely recursive simulation. Then another quick physics point, there is no such thing as really empty vacuums. So there's a common misnomer in physics where there's this idea that in between the nucleus of the atom and the electrons, it's all empty space, right? 99%. But that's not the case at all. Indeed, what you actually have is a soup of very strange exotic subatomic particles including ones that are virtual and we can't actually say necessarily existed directly in the sense that normal physical particles exist, but their effect on the universe is palpable nonetheless. So what does that mean from the metaphysics perspective? If we are in some sort of simulation, then the immaterial aspect of it, the things we can't take a reductionist approach to, will require us to potentially model this external physics, a computer that lives outside of the existing kind of physics we expect. And it could be possible that some aspects of this immaterial nature that we can't reduce can be reduced by introducing this sort of outworldly or otherworldly physics. And then I know I'm like just spitting information at you guys, but the last final small point I wanted to make was on intelligence itself and human consciousness and the point of this topic. So when we look at human consciousness, our consciousness is a result of our environment. We, nearly 50% of our brain at a given time is dedicated to processing the visual world around us. So we have evolved and adapted and created all these complex neural architectures to be able to navigate the environment around us. The colors that we dream of only represent a very small sliver of all the possible colors that one can actually conceptualize. The visible spectrum, which is what we see, is just a very tiny portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. And same with the physical world. We are used to classical intuition, but we know that when you look at nature and the universe under a microscope, is quantum mechanical, and we have very bad quantum mechanical intuition. So our version of consciousness is this result of interacting with the physical world. And so when we think
Deep,
about
did you say
AI,
we have? Sorry, Deep. Did you say we have a very bad quantum intuition?
Correct. Yeah, our intuition is terrible too.
But if we had bad quantum intuition, would that not then result in basically, from an evolutionary point of view, would that not then cause problems?
It's a great question, Sulaiman. So it sounds like, and it looks like, and that was my kind of like point about the environment. We as like really intelligent apes have been just fine being able to understand how to make fire, make electricity, and so on and so forth, and just survive, make hunting tools, farm without needing to know quantum mechanics. And so I think from an evolutionary standpoint, there has not been much pressure in the past to actually understand it. But that is totally different than are there quantum mechanic processes occurring in the brain, of course, and the human body.
Deepak, I have a question. So the first point you mentioned that we are able to simulate using quantum computers. So that is evidence for the simulation theory that you put forward. However, just a slight pushback, and respectfully, we don't have working quantum computers at scale because of error correction issues, and because no cloning principle in quantum where you can't clone a qubit, and some even say that we need upwards of 1 million qubits to be able to perform something that is viable. And so I'm fail to understand, like, okay, caffeine molecule is so complex and could be simulated by a quantum computer, but that is not, to me, proving the simulation or making strong the simulation hypothesis. I mean, in isolation, you're computing something, but it doesn't mean that, it's everything is computable. There is non-computable functions too, right?
Right. So yeah, absolutely great sort of comments. So, in terms of the error correction aspect, if we were to go back 50, 70 years ago, classical computer scientists were having the same exact discussions about computers back then. We still have to do hardcore error correction. And even today in our computers and our iPhones and so on, it just so happens that we have billions and billions of ancillary bits and so on that we can use to implement error correcting schemes. Therefore, in quantum computing, this sort of same trajectory is already being, replayed and inevitable. Some evidence for that. Just this year, Google Quantum was able to create the first logical qubit without needing the 1001 qubits parity, meaning that we actually will not need realistically 1 million physical qubits to do something useful with these machines. It will be at least one order of magnitude less. And that number
it's doing it faster than Moore's law.
But that
quicker.
jury is still
Yeah,
out.
we want to
whether
avoid.
Jury is still out whether those things, even Google's claim and all the big companies' claims are, whether it's doing quantum computation or it's doing classical. Remember this? What was it? The Canadian company. Adiabatic quantum computer. I forgot the name of the company.
D-Wave?
Anyway, D-Wave. Yes, I mean it turned out to be almost like a big scam because their claim is almost like they have upwards of 500 qubits and all of that, and or maybe 1,000. I don't know, but if you actually ask, say, Scott Aronson or any quantum mechanics professors or research folks, they'll say it's not actually doing quantum computations. Now, having said that, there are good efforts out there with all the iron trap and all different ways to approach this in silicon and all that. So it'll be interesting. But that doesn't still make this argument strong about simulation is what I'm trying to get at.
So yeah, I think the only thing I would push back on is that, first of all, D-Wave is the worst possible example you could have picked out of the quantum computing companies out there, right? Because D-Wave is based on adiabatic quantum annealing, which is polynomially comparable to universal computation. So when I talk about universal computations, right, what do I mean by that? Instead of taking classical bit strings and then applying Boolean gates, such as NAND gates, XOR gates, and so on, that our transistors in today's semiconductor chips and integrated circuits do in our phones and so on, instead you have qubits, and on those qubits, you're applying these unitary gate operations. So you can think of a qubit as a ray in the Hilbert space. It's a vector in this 2 to the n complex dimensional Hilbert space. And when you apply a quantum gate as opposed to a Boolean gate, what ends up happening is a rotation, a unitary rotation of that ray in the Hilbert space. So you're turning this vector and you're moving it around in a unitary fashion, meaning that if I apply the same unitary gate again, I will go back to the original starting point of where my vector was. And it's this combination of universal computations that consist of a universal quantum computation. So all I was saying was that the fact that we can do these universal quantum computations, there's no debate about that. It's the debate is, can we do these things in a way that's better and more useful than classical computers? But no one today is debating, right? Are these devices like Rigetti, Google Sycamore actually doing universal quantum computations? And now, if you are to believe, let's say from a material reduction standpoint, right, that the world physically is quantum mechanical in nature, then you have to accept that these universal quantum computations apply to how nature behaves as well.
Yeah.
So let me, guys. I'm gonna let me.
One point I wanted to make is, and this is thanks, Deep, for that. But still, the question remains: is what are we simulating, right? Like when we say if computation is happening, yeah, if the universe is computational or most of it is computational, and we are able to do quantum computations. It's still like you have to compare it to the real thing, right? Simulation is comparing the real thing. So if it's making the real thing from scratch, like quantum mechanics is, then I would say there is no simulation. It's the real thing.
I mean,
So guys,
we go to Maze and Justin. They've been
yeah, we will. I do.
Literally gonna go to
yeah,
them, thanks for that.
me and Slamman, we're just talking in the background. So before you do Slamman, for the audience, if you do have AI startup or you're an investor with an AI-based companies, I know AI is a very generic term, do hit me up. We're working with AI companies and to incubate, accelerate AI companies, and we only take equity, no fiat. Forgot to say that, but we are going to end the space. Me and Slamman are burnt out. Fidgetal's already out. And this is, I need to listen to this, the last hour of the space about 10 times. Probably call a few of you privately, to understand what the fuck you guys have been talking about, because I like keeping up. Like my brain is like, Mario, I can't do this anymore. It's been like what 4.5 hours,
Well,
but it's been
Mario,
incredible, guys.
all of our Bitcoin are going to go blast.
Can I add something, please?
Computers can
1 second.
back
I mean,
up
EYC, EYC, 1 second.
Janish, yeah,
I'm still here, but my brain is melted.
Yeah, Janish, just we're gonna bring you to the next panel to discuss these topics. Don't worry. So I brought you up, but we'll be putting on the next panel. Yourself, Strange Loop, Brian for sure, KK, Deep, GP, Eugene. A lot of you will be on the next panel to discuss this. But I do need to do a lot of homework before that. But let me, Samantha, I want to give the mic to Maze and Justin. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was just going to make a point that a Strange Loop made a good point, and I don't think we should discard it, because like a lot of these things that are considered scientific facts, essentially there isn't the maths behind it, although theoretical. A lot of it practically hasn't been put into implementation. Like I do think there is certain things that are considered scientific facts, and when you look at them, there are certain flaws in when you read the papers. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, Miss.
Oh my goodness. I love this conversation. And I'll just make it really quick and just speak to one of the things. And I'd actually posted this in the thread, but there's this new theory, or relatively new theory, about consciousness, and it's called like orchestrated objective reduction. And it's more recent. It postulates that like consciousness originates at the quantum level inside neurons, rather than the conventional view that it's a product of the connections between neurons in our brain. And so the collective conscious, being at the quantum level, you know, that it really does make me wonder about AI and whether or not if it continues to learn, you know, and transcend beyond the hemispheres and go kind of into the individual consciousness and then beyond. And I mean, we just don't know. It might be able to tell us about consciousness, because it currently doesn't have it, right? So it would be kind of in that becoming. I think it's just an interesting theory. And I had so much more, but you know, for the sake of time, I will just cut it there. But thank you so much for the space. This was very, very informative.
Yeah, I'll keep it short too. It's look, there's if you want to do some really good popular reading, very accessible reading, I recommend 2 books by Jeff Hawkins. Jeff Hawkins was the inventor of the Palm Pilot, and he has a book 2004 called On Intelligence, and then his 2021 book called 1,000 Brains. And relate that into an AI space and bringing it back around there. You know, the main concept, and he has many, but the main concept from his 2004 book was the amount of feedback loops. That is, the brain goes in these hierarchies and it's sending information up and down these different cortex and everything else. But the number of loops feeding back to the cortex are 3x as many going forward, right? And I'll bring it back to the conversation now that we're currently having around AI and Chat GPT. You saw the iteration of Auto GPT come out. And my first experiment that I had with it was asking it the age-old question that Disney posed to us, which was, who is the fairest one of all? I wanted to know who was the most beautiful woman in the history of the universe. And I set Auto GPT on this task, and it went through, and its first thought was, to determine who is the most beautiful, I've got to gather as much information as possible. I can start with a Google search, and it goes on and on. But then it had 2 other feedback mechanisms which are built into Auto GPT. One is the Auto GPT reasoning, which tells it, this is why I'm doing this. So it reminds itself in that feedback loop. But then it also has a really interesting mechanism for every single iteration that it has on auto speed here. It says, it's called Auto GPT criticism. And so it says, we need to be careful, it says, not to get sidetracked by irrelevant information on subjective biases about evaluating beauty. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and sometimes it's per culture and everything else there, is what it goes on to say. And it was a really interesting piece there. And so I would say there are hints in the very, very simple structures that I outlined there that are mirroring some of the basic elements we know about what makes intelligence. And so I recommend Jeff Hawkins, and of course, Strange Loop. His handle is from Jeff Hofstadter's great book, I Am a Strange Loop, if you have read that. And then his Pulitzer Prize winning novel from almost 40, 50 years ago called Goethe, Esser, and Bach, The Golden Braid. If you can get through that tome, you will be the smartest person on the face of the planet. It's incredible depth. This is really deep stuff, and I hope we can sort of bring it back to a level where people can kind of understand the current conversation as to how it pertains. That's my thought.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that next week. I don't want to keep going down the rabbit hole, guys. I think it was incredible, GP. You've been incredible as well. I appreciate you all coming on. I know, Slayman, you've got a migraine, Fidget, you're out. But May, Justin, would love you to also join the next panel that I'm going to be prepping on this. That was really unexpected. Weren't planning to go down that rabbit hole. It's pretty incredible. So, guys, go get some rest. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you enjoyed it. And I'm going to definitely be listening to the recording. Thanks, everyone.